Chapter 995. Xiaoheng didn't care how Gu Nianji was going to deal with Kai Songyin. Even if Gu Nianji didn't make a move this time, he would. When Xiaoheng heard Gu Nianji relay the outline of the essay that Kai Songyin had asked someone to write, he was already furious. He didn't care that people were trying to smear him. People in this line of work were already mentally prepared. Not only did they already disregard life and death, but they also threw their reputation to the back of their minds. He didn't care about what Gu Nianji cared about. What he really cared about was how the other party had used that method to smear Gu Nianji's name, an innocent 12-year-old girl at the time. He was very strict with Gu Nianji. He could scold her, lecture her, and even make her suffer. But who were Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang? Did they deserve to lecture Gu Nianji? However, he was already used to not showing his emotions. Even if he was furious, outsiders would only see a faint smile or a hint of coldness in his eyes. Therefore, Gu Nianji's concern about not letting Kai Songyin sue wasn't as serious as the fact that Zichu was sleeping in Gu Nianji's home. Gu Nianji spoke for a long time, but Xiaoheng remained silent on the other end of the line. She was a bit confused. Xiao, are you still listening? Xiaoheng grunted. With a cigarette in one hand, he turned on the computer with the other and started typing furiously. Gu Nianji heard it and asked curiously, "What is it? Are you still busy?" Since he was busy, she wanted to hang up and not disturb Xiaoheng. She didn't expect Xiaoheng to say, "Little Zay has a signal processing problem that I can't decipher. I don't know what's wrong, but I'm looking into it." Gu Nianji was a bit nervous. "Is it the signal processing I did at your place? I remember there was no problem." "The problem is different every time. You adjusted it last time, but when Little Zay and the others changed the frequency, the reception on this side started again." Xiaoheng spoke calmly as he messed up the process signal and turned it into garbled code. Gu Nianji was restless. "How could this happen? How about I go take a look tomorrow?" "It's fine. I'll work through the night, and I'll be done." Xiaoheng messed up the signal code even more, treating it as a practice for a surprise attack. Gu Nianji couldn't let Xiaoheng work through the night alone. Also, she was the one who left the mess, so she had the responsibility to clean it up. "How about this, Xiao? Let me do it. Or, I'll work with you to see if we can get a better decoder. No matter what happens on the other side, we'll be able to receive and crack it smoothly." Gu Nianji said as she walked to her bedroom and turned on her laptop. "I'm online. Send me a portion of the code. I'll encrypt it and send it to you." Gu Nianji's network was also monitored by Xiaoheng's department, so they weren't worried about information being leaked through ordinary network operators. Xiaoheng thought about it and only sent a portion of the civilian code to Gu Nianji. He paused and said quietly, "Nianji, can we start a video call?" "Gu Nianji, I want to see you," Xiaoheng continued. Gu Nianji's hand trembled, and she unwittingly started the video call. Xiaoheng's face appeared on Gu Nianji's laptop. He smiled at her. "Nianji, I'll have to trouble you tonight." "No problem. Come on, let's work together." Gu Nianji opened the coding program and began to crack the garbled code. Xiaoheng was also cracking it, but he treated it like a practice question. He did it casually, and his wandering eyes kept looking at the room behind Gu Nianji. He could see that it was her bedroom, and the bed was still clean. It didn't look like anyone was sleeping. It looked like Zichu was either in the living room or the guest room. Xiaoheng pursed his lips and continued to share his insights and lessons from cracking the code with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't have as much experience in this area as Xiaoheng, and her knowledge in this area had been taught by Zhao Liangzi. Now that she discovered that Xiaoheng was even better than Zhao Liangzi, she couldn't help but become even more interested. She was completely immersed in the atmosphere of decoding. She experienced the logic and wonders of the machine language and completely forgot about the time. Before she knew it, 3 hours had passed. It was already midnight, and Gu Nianji yawned several times. Xiaoheng's heart softened, and he was contemplating whether or not to let Gu Nianji go to sleep when a person appeared in the video call. It was a man standing behind Gu Nianji. It was Zichu. He had just woken up and was a bit thirsty. He got up to drink water, but then he heard the sound of typing coming from Gu Nianji's bedroom. He turned around and saw the light peeking out from her bedroom door. He knew that Gu Nianji was still awake. So he walked to the door to take a look. He saw Gu Nianji typing on the computer, and she seemed to be video chatting with someone. Hijichu walked in quietly and immediately saw that the person Gu Nianji was video chatting with was Hua Xiaoheng. He raised his hand to look at his watch, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He walked over to Hua Xiaoheng with a cold expression. "It's late. Are you going to let Nianji sleep?" Gu Nianji was shocked. She looked up to see Hijichu and quickly said, "Professor He, you're awake? Do you want to sleep in the guest room?" Hijichu pointed at Hua Xiaoheng in the video call and looked at Gu Nianji. His shimmering, sultry eyes were full of anger. "Nianji, didn't you say that you broke up with him? But you went to his house for the new year and now." Gu Nianji bit her lip and felt a bit guilty. In front of others, she could say without hesitation that she had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. But in front of Hijichu, who valued her and cared about her so much, Gu Nianji couldn't say that now. It was true that she had broken up with Hua Xiaoheng, but Hua Xiaoheng had also forced her to sign a marriage certificate. More importantly, Gu Nianji knew that her heart had been warmed up by Hua Xiaoheng bit by bit. She was working hard to reach her goal, but she couldn't hide it from him anymore. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the gloomy Hijichu in the video call and said calmly, "Since Professor He is awake, please go back. Nianji is home alone, and it's not convenient for an outsider like you to stay here." Hijichu sneered and ignored Hua Xiaoheng. He only looked at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, you're also kicking me out, right?" Gu Nianji closed her eyes and turned to Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, I have something to do. That's it for today." She hung up and turned off the video call. Hijichu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Gu Nianji say, "Professor He, I have something to say to you." Hijichu suddenly didn't want to listen anymore and turned to leave. "I'm sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow." "Professor He." Gu Nianji stood up as well. "Listen to me. I don't want to hide it from you anymore." Hijichu's heart pounded like a drum, and his mind went completely blank. He didn't know what he was feeling or how he should react. It was like he had lived for so many years because of Gu Nianji. Now that she was going to take it away, not only would he have nothing left, but he would also have nothing to live for. Hijichu stood there ramrod straight. Even his back exuded an endless sense of loneliness and desolation. Gu Nianji couldn't bear it, but she also knew that it was better to make things clear as soon as possible. She really didn't want to lose a mentor and helpful friend like Hijichu. To her, Hijichu was truly like family. But perhaps she, Gu Nianji, would never have a family in this lifetime. Gu Nianji slowly walked over and stood a meter behind Hijichu. Hijichu turned around and looked at her coldly. The expression on his face made Gu Nianji feel extremely guilty. She gathered her courage and said, "Professor He, I wanted to tell you that I did break up with Hua Xiaoheng before, but later he signed a marriage certificate with me." Hijichu had been mentally prepared. He knew that he was late by the most crucial 6 years. It wouldn't be easy to catch up to Hua Xiaoheng, but he never thought that Gu Nianji would say that she was already married to Hua Xiaoheng. "Nianji, you can't joke about this." Hijichu's expression changed as he took a step forward. "Married? Do you think this is child's play?" Gu Nianji recalled the day she was forced to sign the marriage certificate and also felt very wronged. "I know this isn't child's play, but what about the wedding?" "Hua Xiaoheng married you without a word and didn't even have a wedding? Are you sure he didn't mean to play with you?" Hijichu was so cold he was about to kill someone. "Nianji, did he force you?" Faced with Hijichu's interrogation, Gu Nianji looked up and begged, "Professor He, don't be angry. I'll tell you everything. Don't be angry, okay? I didn't tell anyone about this because I didn't admit it. But whether I admit it or not, I really signed a marriage certificate with him, and what?" Hijichu grabbed Gu Nianji's arm, his expression extremely pained. "Tell me, who is the person you like? As long as you tell me that you really like him, I, Hijichu said the word I 3 times in a row. His heart was in so much pain that it felt like someone had taken a knife and cut off one of his ribs. The wound was a bloody mess, and there was a huge hole in his heart that he would never recover from for the rest of his life. "Professor He, I've never stopped loving him." Gu Nianji bared her heart to Hijichu. But I used to think that the difference in status between us was too great, and we couldn't really be together. So I broke up with him and wanted to leave him. But he didn't give up on me. I know everything he did for me, and he's also changing for me. I don't have too many expectations. I just want to work hard to become someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. That way, there would be fewer people hindering them, and they could live happily without worrying day and night about someone trying to break them up. Hijichu took 2 steps back and used all the strength in his body to stabilize himself. He understood what Gun Yinji meant, but even so, he couldn't say the words to leave her, because leaving her would be worse than giving up on her. This was the first update. Today was the 3rd update, and the monthly votes were going to be added. Let me remind you about recommendation votes and monthly votes. The first update should be at 1 p.m., and the monthly votes will be added at 3,900 and 4,200. The 3rd update would be at 7 p.m. Chapter 996. Hijichu reached out and slowly caressed Gun Yinji's head. He held his breath and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you really love him? Are you sure? Someone can treat you better. Do you really want to give up on other options?" "Professor, I thought of other options, but once he appeared, I had no other choice." Gun Yinji took Hijichu's hand off her head. "Professor I really respect you. Although I don't remember our past relationship, I have a very familiar feeling about you, and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, so I don't want to avoid you. But if seeing me again makes you feel uncomfortable, I can never see you again." Hijichu closed his eyes. It wasn't like he hadn't expected this outcome. He could only say that it was still a little better than the worst possible outcome. "Are you stupid? Why would I feel uncomfortable when I see you?" Hijichu took a deep breath and pulled Gun Yinji into his arms. He choked out, "Just treat me as your family. Don't avoid me." He hugged Gun Yinji tightly and tried his best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. Gun Yinji struggled a little uncomfortably. "Yinji, let me hug you for a while. Just treat me as your older brother. You always called me brother when you were young," Hijichu murmured. His usual cool voice sounded very depressed. Gun Yinji was also very emotional when she heard the words brother "Professor did I really call you brother when I was young? Did you know my parents?" Hijichu didn't say anything. He just held Gun Yinji in his arms, his expression a mixture of sadness and joy. It was like a priceless treasure that he had painstakingly found was suddenly going to be given to someone else. Hijichu was extremely unwilling, but he couldn't resist Gun Yinji's words. Once he appeared, I had no other choice. Gun Yinji didn't struggle anymore and didn't continue asking. Although she was a little disappointed, she could also feel that Hijichu's hug was so careful, gentle, and tolerant. It was like no matter what she did or said, he wouldn't say no. She didn't know how long it took. Maybe 20 minutes? Or maybe half an hour? Gun Yinji's legs were sore from standing, so she quietly said to Hijichu, "Professor please don't tell anyone else that Hua Xiao and I are already married, okay? Actually, I don't recognize this marriage." In Gun Yinji's heart, loving him was one thing, but getting married was another. She would never agree to such a marriage. As expected, Hijichu also sneered. "Of course not. You want to marry my little Yinji so easily? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Gun Yinji calmed down and was about to push Hijichu away when she heard the sound of someone opening the door. Other than her, only Hua Xiaoheng had the key to her house. Gun Yinji's heart tightened, and she couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Hijichu seemed to understand something. He quickly let go of her and rushed out of the bedroom like the wind. When she arrived at the living room, she saw Hua Xiaoheng opening the door. "Hua Xiaoheng, you despicable man! How dare he cheat the marriage? Do you really think Yinji can do whatever she wants without anyone protecting her?" Hijichu didn't say anything and threw a punch at Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng knew Hijichu was still there. Hijichu threw a punch at him, and Hua Xiaoheng instinctively tilted his head to the side to avoid Hijichu's fist. At the same time, he raised his arm to block. Gun Yinji suddenly remembered that Hua Xiaoheng's right arm was injured. Although it had been half a month, she didn't know if it had recovered. "Professor Hua Xiao's right arm is injured Gu Nianji didn't even finish her sentence when she saw He Jichu attack Hua Xiaoheng's right arm even more ruthlessly. His punches and kicks were like the wind, and he even used a roundhouse kick. His long legs greeted Hua Xiaoheng's right arm without hesitation. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to see it, so she covered her face and squatted down in the corner. Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu started fighting in her living room. She didn't know if they were good at showing off their skills, or if they were careful not to mess up Gu Nianji's living room. In short, they fought for 4 to 5 minutes, and Gu Nianji's living room was still as clean and tidy as before. The two of them moved around in the empty space in the living room and in between the furniture. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng felt guilty and slowed down his strength. The two of them were almost evenly matched before the winner was decided. He Jichu's fist landed squarely on Hua Xiaoheng's back. Hua Xiaoheng staggered from the hit and crawled in front of Gu Nianji, who was squatting in the corner. He didn't make a sound and allowed He Jichu to kick him a few times. "Don't play dumb." He Jichu stopped and walked over to look at Hua Xiaoheng coldly. He wanted to step on Hua Xiaoheng. "Don't you have any shame? With your status, do you need to force Nianji to marry you like this? Do you really think you're so great just because you're a major general and treat her like a toy?" Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Gu Nianji. "You told him everything?" Gu Nianji still covered her face, but she nodded almost imperceptibly. "I won't admit it. Nianji won't admit it either. Stop dreaming." He Jichu couldn't help but kick Hua Xiaoheng again. "Get up and fight again. Don't think you can get sympathy by playing dead." Hua Xiaoheng rolled over to avoid He Jichu's fierce kick. He half-knelt in front of Gu Nianji and turned to look at He Jichu. He said coldly, "He Jichu, I'm giving you face. Don't push your luck." "Push my luck." He Jichu was furious. "You used your status to force a helpless orphan girl to marry you. You didn't propose or have a wedding. How dare you talk to me about face? Did you ask for my permission to marry her? Why should I ask for your permission? Who are you to her?" Hua Xiaoheng stood up and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm at the same time to pull her up from the corner. He Jichu's Adam's apple bobbed. He clenched his fists and said hoarsely, "She just acknowledged me as her brother. I'm her only family in this world. Do you need my permission?" "Brother?" Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. "You're related by blood?" He Jichu's expression darkened. "You're the one related by blood to Nianji." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Nianji was speechless. Putting down her hand that was covering her face, Gu Nianji said with a headache, "What's wrong with you guys? You make it sound like it's bad to be related by blood to me. I've been dreaming of finding my family." Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu looked at her together. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her to his side and pointed at He Jichu. "Are you sure you acknowledge him as your brother just now? Why would you acknowledge him as your sister if you're not related by blood?" Gu Nianji was also a little embarrassed. Although she relied on and respected He Jichu like a family member, she still felt quite embarrassed when He Jichu directly said that she had just acknowledged him as her brother. He Jichu hid the pain in his eyes and sneered. "Do you think I want to acknowledge you as my sister? I do want to acknowledge our fiancé relationship. But do you admit it?" "What? No." Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji spoke at the same time. He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji, then at Hua Xiaoheng. He said coldly, "Yes, that's right. Nianji was my fiancée from the moment she was born. If you have a problem with it, go talk to her parents. Don't ask me. Do you know where her parents are?" Hua Xiaoheng pressed the advantage and wanted to pry more information from He Jichu. He Jichu didn't fall for it at all. "You, Major General Hua, haven't found them for so many years. How could I possibly find them? Besides, if I could find them, would I be waiting for you to pick the fruits of my labor? Nianji was married to me a long time ago." This sentence was not without reason. With He Jichu's obsession with Gu Nianji, if he could find Gu Nianji's parents to prove their engagement, he would probably have done it 800 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He said calmly, "Okay, since we talked it out today, I'll congratulate Nianji first. She has a brother who loves her dearly." He Jichu glanced at him and crossed his arms. "You admit that I'm her brother? That's fine, but if you want to marry her, you have to get my permission first. Nianji, do you agree or not?" In Gu Nianji's heart, She had always felt that Ijichu was easier to talk to than Hua Xiaoheng, so she nodded obediently. Professor He, I won't be at a disadvantage with brother He watching over me. Did you hear that? Ijichu pulled Gun Nianji over again and said to Hua Xiaoheng, then remember, you're only Nianji's pursuer now. Before you meet my requirements, you're not allowed to cheat or deceive Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples. Then Professor, he shouldn't stay overnight at Nianji's house so easily. Even if you were her biological brother or father, you should still remember that a grown man avoids his mother, and a grown woman avoids her father, not to mention that you're not related to her by blood. Gun Nianji felt her head swell into two. She was so sleepy that she just wanted to get rid of the two of them so that she could have a good sleep. She was going to intern at the Senate tomorrow, so she couldn't be late. Gun Nianji raised her hands in surrender. Okay. You're both right. Now get out. I'm going to bed. I have to go to work in the Senate tomorrow. I really don't have the energy to deal with the two gods today. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and recalled that Gun Nianji had told him on the phone that she had thought of a way to prevent Kai Songyin from suing. Could it be related to the Senate? He wanted to ask, but when he looked at the time, it was already past 1 a.m, so he didn't say anything. Go to sleep. I'm leaving. He looked at Ijichu. Professor He, let's go out together. I still have some questions to ask Professor He. Ijichu was mentally and physically exhausted. He really didn't have the energy to deal with the sly Hua Xiaoheng's interrogation. He picked up his coat from the sofa and said coldly, I'm also very tired. If Hua Xiao has anything to say, we could talk about it later. Gun Nianji stood in the living room and watched as the two men left one after the other. She then walked over to close the door tightly and locked it. After returning to the bedroom, she threw herself on the bed and almost immediately fell asleep. It was like a huge problem had finally been solved, and the weight in her heart was completely lifted. Gun Nianji slept soundly. A dreamless night. She woke up on time at 7 the next morning. She was in a hurry to report to the Senate. After washing up in a hurry, she changed into her professional attire. She put on Burberry's horn button coat and Burberry's classic mutton checkered scarf. Carrying her Hermes Berlin bag, she left the house in Hepingli. Both the Senate and the Senate were in the core area of the second ring road. Gun Nianji arrived at the entrance of the Senate and said to the guard, I'm Gun Nianji. Speaker Long asked me to be an intern. Please wait a moment. The guard contacted the inside and checked the visitor list for today. After a while, the guard said to her, I'm sorry, Miss Gu. We didn't find your name on the list. Did we make a mistake? I don't think so. Gun Nianji quickly took out her phone and called Special Assistant Yang first. She remembered that Speaker Long had asked Special Assistant Yang to help her with the procedures. However, Special Assistant Yang's phone couldn't be reached. It was either busy or unreachable. Gun Nianji knew that the Senate would be very busy these few days, so she didn't think about going anywhere else. Plus, she had called nearly 10 times before finding Speaker Long yesterday, so she didn't care and just kept calling. She called for 20 minutes at the door before finally getting through to Special Assistant Yang's cell phone. As soon as he heard Gun Nianji's voice, he quickly said, Miss Gu, aren't you going to be an intern for Speaker Long? Why aren't you here yet? I'm here. I've been calling your cell phone at the door for almost 20 minutes. The guard said my name isn't on the list and won't let me in. Special Assistant Yang said apologetically, Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy all night yesterday and forgot to send your and Rong Mingxing's names. Wait for me. I'll come pick you up now. This is the second major chapter, which includes the monthly votes of 3,900 4,200 plus chapters. A reminder about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The third chapter, which is also the major chapter, includes the monthly votes of 4,200 plus chapters. Chapter 997. This time, Gun Nianji only had to wait for 5 minutes before Special Assistant Yang rushed out of the Senate's tall doors. His suit was wrinkled, and the dark stubble on his jaw was very obvious. It looked like he had stayed up all night. Gun Nianji smiled. It seems like Special Assistant Yang, and you are really busy. We are indeed very busy. It would be great if you could come and help. Special Assistant Yang smiled as he let her in. There's another intern today. She is also an alumnus of our B University. She is a fourth-year graduate this year. Her name is Romance. She is not here yet. You are early. Gu Nianji nodded. Oh, since you're so busy, it would be good to have a few more interns. Special Assistant Yang took her to Speaker Long's office and apologized repeatedly. Senior Speaker Long, I finished all the paperwork yesterday, but when someone came to verify the provisional election ballot, I forgot to send the name list of the 2 interns to the security guard. I didn't sleep last night, so my mind is not very clear. Speaker Long also didn't sleep last night. He waved his hand when he heard this. It's fine. You're also very busy. Go wash up. I will introduce the basic situation to Nianji, and then you can find something for her to do. Special Assistant Yang froze for a moment, but quickly recovered and smiled. That's great. Speaker Long is considerate of us. I will leave first. Nianji, come to my office later. I will take you to your seat. He nodded to Gu Nianji as he spoke and left with a smile. However, as soon as he left Speaker Long's office, the smile on Special Assistant Yang's face disappeared. He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and walked back to his office expressionlessly. He looked through the tasks that needed to be assigned for the next few days. A subordinate walked in and complained to him, Special Assistant Yang, someone from the Prime Minister's office came to talk to you about the ballot. Do you want to see them? Special Assistant Yang looked at his schedule and had no interest in the Prime Minister and his subordinates who were about to step down. He shook his head. Let them wait. In Speaker Long's office, Gu Nianji sat upright across from Speaker Long and listened to him explain the specific situation of the Senate. His speech was neither too fast nor too slow, but it was detailed and appropriate. He quickly briefed her on the entire situation in the Senate and said, Nianji, you're still an intern right now, so we definitely won't assign you any tasks that require your actual responsibility. However, you have to use this time to think and see more. After you understand the process, I will ask Special Assistant Yang to assign you some tasks that require you to take responsibility. What do you think? No problem. I'll follow your arrangements. Gu Nianji nodded and left with the folders that Speaker Long had given her. When she arrived at Special Assistant Yang's office, Gu Nianji quickly glanced around. This office wasn't small at all. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the imperial city, and the scenery was magnificent and vast. Nianji sit. Special Assistant Yang had already washed his face and shaved, so he looked energetic again. He passed the mission list to Gu Nianji. Take a look and see what you want to do. Gu Nianji glanced at it briefly. Most of it was typing, photocopying, pouring coffee, and organizing notes. Special Assistant Yang, are you sure this is something an intern should do? Gu Nianji pushed the mission list back to Special Assistant Yang and said with a smile, it looks like it's done by a temporary worker. Miss Gu. Special Assistant Yang changed the way he addressed her and became serious. Interns who come here will indeed only do these things for the first few days. Of course, Miss Gu is very capable, so it's a waste of your talent to do these things. Gu Nianji smiled. I don't think it's a waste of my talent. It's just that when I came here, I told Speaker Long that I heard you guys were busy, so I wanted to help. Unfortunately, you only asked me to do these things. It seems like you guys aren't that busy. Special Assistant Yang even made me wait 20 minutes this morning. This is really a great show of strength. Special Assistant Yang pushed his glasses up and said with a smile, Miss Gu, I think you have misunderstood. This is really something an intern should do. Rong Mingxing, who I mentioned to you earlier, is already here. She's already gone to pour coffee. Gu Nianji smiled and stood up slowly. If that's the case, then I'll go bring coffee to Speaker Long. She turned to leave. Special Assistant Yang saw that she was about to walk to the door and stopped her. Miss Gu, since you don't like this kind of work, it's okay. I still have some things here. I wonder if Miss Gu would be willing to try them out? Gu Nianji turned around and said calmly, Special Assistant Yang, I'm even willing to pour coffee. What else would I be unwilling to try? Miss Gu's work attitude is very good. Our Senate needs talents like you. Special Assistant Yang said as he took out another file. This is the information from the office of the Prime Minister. Their people came early this morning to discuss the matter of the provisional election. Why don't you help us meet them? We just need to ask them what their opinion is. This task was, of course, much more interesting than pouring coffee. Gun Yinji accepted it without hesitation. Special Assistant Yang found someone to take her to her seat. Gun Yinji was now considered Speaker Long's intern, so she was also considered a member of the Senate Secretariat. Special Assistant Yang asked someone to take her to the Secretariat of the Senate. After Gun Yinji arrived, she greeted everyone one by one and occasionally chatted with them. By the time she sat down, she recognized almost all the names and positions of the people in the circle. Everyone joked around for a bit before Gun Yinji opened the file from the office of the Prime Minister and began reading it. When she saw that Tang Erin was among the people who came today, Gun Yinji raised her brows and asked the colleague next to her, "Can the Prime Minister's daughter also be considered a representative of the office of the Prime Minister? How is that possible?" The person pouted in disdain. "I don't even know what she's here for." The current Prime Minister's family of 3 had already changed from the immortal couple that everyone envied to a model family that played their own games. Sometimes, they could even play together. Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's only daughter, Tan Guiran, was the most innocent victim. Gun Yinji looked at the file again before standing up and going to the guest room to meet the people from the office of the Prime Minister. However, before going to the guest room, Gun Yinji first asked someone to ask Tan Guiran to leave. She didn't know why Tan Guiran would come at this time, but she would definitely come. However, since Tan Guiran wasn't an official representative of the office of the Prime Minister, Gun Yinji didn't need to be polite to her. After Tan Guiran was asked to leave, Gun Yinji finally went to meet the 3 officials from the office of the Prime Minister. "What do you want?" Gun Yinji smiled calmly and appeared to be very easy to talk to. "Miss Gu, it's like this. We received news that the election will be restarting soon, but we feel that this matter still needs to be considered at length." Yes. Consider at length. The people are ignorant and treat the victims as the perpetrators. Are you also ignorant? I thought you were a group of truly high-quality people. This was the 3rd update, including the monthly votes of 4,200 plus updates. Remind me about recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 998. Although Gun Yinji was a newcomer interning in the Senate on her first day, she didn't have the usual restraint and submissive attitude that newcomers usually had. Special Assistant Yang had purposely asked Gun Yinji to meet the 3 officials from the office of the Prime Minister because he wanted her to experience the difficulty of working there. How could he possibly throw such an important task to an intern on her first day? So with Gun Yinji, there were a few senior secretaries from the Senate Secretariat who were more senior and good at smoothing things over. However, they knew a little about Special Assistant Yang's intentions. He wouldn't go so far as to actively make things difficult for Gun Yinji, but he couldn't avoid watching from the sidelines. That was how it was in the workplace. The higher one got, the more one had to act rather than act. People without foresight couldn't climb to the top. Therefore, when they saw the 3 people from the office of the Prime Minister surrounding Gun Yinji and refusing to let her go, the senior secretaries looked at each other meaningfully and actually stood behind Gun Yinji without saying a word, as if they were her attendants. Gun Yinji was someone who had interned in the U.S. Senate, so the intrigue there was only worse than here. Also, she had a law background and was an excellent trial lawyer. This meant that her observation skills were sharper than others, and her ability to adapt to changing situations was also stronger than the average person's. So she didn't care at all about what the senior secretaries behind her were thinking. She only smiled at the 3 officials from the office of the Prime Minister who kept making unreasonable requests around her. "Please don't get agitated and speak one by one. Come, first report your name, agency, official position, or civil servant rank." Gun Yinji smiled and adopted a businesslike posture. She held a pen in her hand and spoke with the 3 people in an official manner. She had heard Hua Xiaoheng say such perfunctory things to others before, and now that she was learning it herself, she actually did it well. Not only did the senior secretaries behind her freeze, but even the 3 officials from the office of the Prime Minister were stunned. The 3 of them looked at each other, then asked Gun Yinji guiltily, "May I ask what you want us to do? We are officials from the office of the Prime Minister. You don't know us, so you're dealing with us? May I ask who you are? And what rank are you?" Very well. Gunyenji knew she had successfully diverted the three people's topic. She immediately spread her hands and said, "This is the procedure of the Senate to deal with problems. Since you are officials of the Prime Minister's residence, surely you understand the importance of procedure better than I do? Come, don't be anxious. Tell me your grievances one by one. Once you've made it clear, sign here." The three officials from the Office of the Prime Minister were all people from the Office of the Prime Minister, or the Office of the Prime Minister. Their purpose in coming to the Senate was to exert pressure on the Senate and obstruct the Senate's efforts to restart the general election. It would be best if the Senate was full of loopholes so that they could launch a follow-up attack. Even if he did not succeed, it did not matter, because his main goal was to create chaos. Of course, the more he pestered them endlessly, the angrier they would be. It would be best if they got into a big argument or even a fight with them. Anyway, a certain Japanese parliament on the Blue Planet was famous for fighting, so they could follow suit. They had even brought the Prime Minister's dainty daughter, Tanguiran, in order to seek some sort of conflict. It would be best if they could accidentally injure Miss Tan. Then it would be big news. At that time, even if the general election was to be restarted, the impression of the Prime Minister, who had always used his daughter to gain sympathy, would definitely be restored. However, they hadn't expected that this familiar-looking female staff member would ask someone to escort Tanguiran out of the Senate building as soon as she arrived. This caused them to be a little flustered, so they had no choice but to personally confront this young lady. But now, this female staff wanted them to register and sign. Did she think they were stupid? The three people from the Office of the Prime Minister looked at Gunyenji suspiciously. "Who the hell are you? Isn't it always Special Assistant Yang who handles this kind of problem?" Gunyenji saw through their intentions and refused to fall for it. She smiled good-naturedly and said, "This is the Senate, not Special Assistant Yang's house. If there's a problem, Special Assistant Yang is the only one who can deal with it. Are you stupid?" Sure enough, they thought they were stupid. The three people from the Office of the Prime Minister's office were furious. They slammed the table and shouted, "Who are you? You just chased our young miss out. Are you looking down on us? I'm telling you, our Prime Minister hasn't stepped down yet. I won't tolerate your impudence." Impudent? How am I being presumptuous? As officials of the Office of the Prime Minister, you don't care about your own image and the Office of the Prime Minister's image. You're causing trouble here, and you think you're in the right? Wasn't it just a fight? She was familiar with this job. Aren't you going to be impudent? We demand that you annul the vote to restart the cabinet, because it is not legal at all. But you've been pretending to be deaf and dumb, and even said that we're pestering endlessly. The three people from the Public Relations Office of the Prime Minister's residence were very glib with their mouths. Regardless of whether what they said made sense or not, they were able to spout a bunch of nonsense. In a fight, sometimes it really depended on who had the loudest voice, who had the advantage in numbers, and who was in the right. The three people from the Prime Minister's residence could tell that even though this was the Parliament's home ground, none of them could fight. The only person who spoke to them was a seemingly inexperienced female staff member. None of the secretaries in suits and leather shoes behind her spoke. Very good. Very much in line with the style of Speaker Long's Secretariat and Special Affairs Office. Therefore, the three people from the Office of the Prime Minister's office were even more fearless. In order to be able to make big news, they were also going all out. Just to provoke the people of the Senate, it would be best to fight them. These people had already brought their pinhole cameras. Once the fight began, the news would be broadcasted live, and the entire nation would know who was in the right. Seeing the eager expressions on these people's faces, as well as the high-ranking secretaries behind Gunyenji, who looked as if it had nothing to do with them. Gunyenji would have wasted her time working for He Chu and Hua Xiaoheng if she didn't know what they were planning. Her mind raced, and her words became more and more incisive. "Three spokespersons. May I ask why our vote is not legal? Is it because the number of people who voted wasn't enough? Or is the voting procedure illegal? Please bring out the legal provisions and court precedents to clarify." What? Your Prime Minister can put on a porn show with a Japanese female spy, but others can't crusade against him? Are you sure your Prime Minister is the Prime Minister? and not the emperor? Even if he's the emperor, an emperor who colludes with a foreign country and betrays national interests should be punished by everyone. Who are you accusing of colluding with a foreign country and betraying national interests? This is a very serious accusation, don't you know? Say it again, and I'll sue you for slander. The three people from the office of the Prime Minister's spokesperson's office immediately changed their expressions and became even more aggressive. Gu Nianji didn't lose her composure. She waved her hand and said, "Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue right now. I'll be waiting for your court summons." You're accusing me of slander? Are you a law student? May I ask which sentence of mine is slanderous? I advise you to go back and consult your Prime Minister's wife before making any accusations, lest you go for wool and come home shorn. You're accusing our Prime Minister of betraying national interests. May I ask what evidence do you have? The people from the office of the Prime Minister's office were unknowingly being led further and further astray by Gu Nianji. Other than stirring up trouble, they had nothing to do with the Senate's vote to dissolve the cabinet. Gu Nianji made two accusations. One was colluding with a foreign country, and the other was betraying national interests. The accusation of colluding with a foreign country was obviously something even the three troublemakers from the office of the Prime Minister's office could not refute. Therefore, they avoided the accusation and only harped on Gu Nianji's accusation that the Prime Minister had betrayed national interests. Gu Nianji shrugged and looked indifferent. She arrogantly pushed the blame away. Even if I had evidence, why should I tell you? If I told you, you would immediately destroy the evidence? Do you think I'm dumber than you? The three people from the office of the Prime Minister's office did not expect someone in the Senate to be even better at stirring up trouble than they were. This was completely different from the usual style of Speaker Long's subordinates. Because Speaker Long was the highest leader of the upper and lower houses of the Senate, his Secretariat and Special Affairs Office were also highly respected in the Huaxia Empire due to his lofty status. No one had ever found fault with them, nor did anyone dare to find fault with them. Therefore, the typical characteristic of his subordinates was that they were good at writing, but they would not openly fight because there was no need for it. Naturally, they would not improve if they had never fought before. Cai Songyin and Tan Dongbang had only come up with this plan after analyzing the characteristics and abilities of the staff on Speaker Long's side. This was what it meant to know oneself and one's enemy to win 100 battles. And they did not dare to use the same plan on the people in the lower house of Parliament. Because the people in the lower house of Parliament had all climbed up from the bottom through countless battles, they were all sharp-tongued. If they want to cause trouble with them, they would not gain anything, and it would be easy to be blamed instead. Moreover, after dealing with the upper house of Parliament, dealing with the lower house of Parliament would be a piece of cake. However, they did not expect that there would be an additional variable in the upper house of Parliament, Gu Nianji. Who exactly are you? How come we didn't know you were on Speaker Long's side? You're not an imposter, are you? Let me tell you, little girl, impersonating a staff member of the Senate is a serious crime. The people from the PR department of the office of the Prime Minister began to scare Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and waved her badge in front of these people. Do you see this? A genuine staff member of the upper house of Parliament. Although she was an intern, Speaker Long favored her, so he applied for the same work badge as a formal staff member. One of the people from the PR department of the office of the Prime Minister saw the words Gu Nianji written on the badge and immediately hid in the side to contact Cai Songyin. When Cai Songyin found out that Gu Nianji had actually gone to work at the Senate, it was truly a combination of old and new hatred, and her eyes instantly turned red. Show her what you're made of, Cai Songyin ordered fiercely. She has a bad temper. If you provoke her, it would be best to make it look like she made the first move. When the time came for her lawsuit to go to court, Gu Nianji's reputation would be tarnished. Cai Songyin smiled coldly and hung up the phone. The person from the PR department of the office of the Prime Minister understood the First Lady's intentions and began to blackmail her. He walked over to the table in front of Gu Nianji and picked up the small notebook that Gu Nianji had asked him to sign. He weighed it in his hand and moved his face close to Gu Nianji's. Bashfully, he whispered, Little girl, are you really a staff member of the upper house of Parliament? Don't tell me you got in through some dishonest means." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Gunyinji's bulging chest with malicious intent. Gunyinji was wearing a more form-fitting professional attire. It was actually very formal, but when this person looked at it, it seemed like she was wearing something that shouldn't be worn. Gunyinji frowned. "Sir, please be mindful of your image. This is the upper house of Parliament, not the Paramount Ballroom." "Oh, so you know about the Paramount Ballroom? You have a bright future." The person from the PR department of the office of the Prime Minister, who was focused on causing trouble, moved his head even closer and whispered in her ear, "Miss Gurite, can I buy your time to go to court? I'm very strong." He was disgusting Gunyinji, so that Gunyinji couldn't take it anymore and would slap him in public. Who would have thought that although Gunyinji was disgusted by him, she wouldn't lose her cool? Moreover, this was the Senate building. Did he think it was a small black ballroom outside? The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched. She said calmly, "Spokesperson, your every word and action is under surveillance. Your words and actions just now have already violated Article 237 of the criminal law. Forcible indecency is generally punishable by up to 5 years in prison or criminal detention. Whoever gathers a crowd or commits the crime in the preceding paragraph in public or has other serious circumstances shall be sentenced to more than 5 years in prison. Since this is the Senate building, it is a public place. Moreover, 3 people form a crowd, so the 3 of you have already constituted a crowd committing this crime in public and can be sentenced to more than 5 years in prison." She spoke methodically and with the legal provisions at her fingertips. There was an inviolable, awe-inspiring aura in her casual words. This was the first 3,500-word update to make up for the 4,200-word update for yesterday's monthly votes. A reminder about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The first update should be at 1 p.m., and the monthly votes should be 4,500 4,800 plus updates. The third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 999. The hearts of the 3 people from the office of the Prime Minister's office trembled. Damn it! It was as if they had kicked an iron plate. It was unknown whether the person at the very front was so excited that he couldn't control his strength, or if he was deliberately excited to find fault. He shouted, "Don't threaten me. I've been here so many times, but I've never seen anyone pick a fight like you. Forced indecency? What did I do that to you? Do you think you're a peerless beauty? Don't flatter yourself." As he spoke, he slammed the notebook that Gunyinji had asked him to register in front of Gunyinji. When Gunyinji saw this, she didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she suddenly leaned forward and tilted her head, as if she was talking to the senior secretary behind her. The man couldn't stop himself in time, and his signature book hit Gunyinji's face as she leaned forward. It was as if she had been slapped in the face. Gunyinji's skin was as delicate as jade porcelain, and the slightest bit of force would leave a red mark. The skin on her face was especially delicate, and she was very fair. Half of Gunyinji's face immediately became visibly red and swollen when the man slapped the notebook. Gunyinji snorted and covered her face. She looked up angrily at the person who had hit her and said angrily, "You sure are arrogant." Even before stepping down from the stage, he dared to beat up a staff member of the Parliament. "Great. Are you guys trying to make a big scoop? I'll fulfill your wish." She turned around and said to the senior secretaries behind her, "You guys, you won't just watch me get bullied by outsiders like this, right?" Although these senior secretaries had the intention of watching from the sidelines and watching the drama unfold, they wouldn't go so far as to gloat over Gunyinji's misfortune after seeing her being beaten up like this. They knew that if they dared to make a move on Gunyinji, they would also dare to make a move on them. There was actually no difference in rank between the secretaries. The so-called junior secretary and senior secretary were based on seniority, not administrative levels. The faces of these few people also changed. They were all old foxes of the council, so they naturally knew how to blow the matter up. Besides, these people from the Prime Minister's residence had been living in the Senate for the past 2 days and had obstructed many of their matters. It just so happened that they had a special pass from the Prime Minister's residence. Under normal circumstances, the Parliament's police and guards couldn't even chase them out. Now that they had made a move, they couldn't blame them for being impolite. One of them quickly pressed a button, and the sirens in the Parliament building started blaring. Hearing that there was a situation here, the security personnel of the Parliament building quickly ran over. They held their batons and asked loudly, "What's going on? What's going on?" 3 spokespersons from the Prime Minister's residence came to our Parliament to behave atrociously and hit our female staff member. A senior secretary pointed at the 3 red-faced spokesmen from the office of the Prime Minister and said, "This is the female staff member who was beaten. I've already called an ambulance, and she'll be sent to the hospital for an examination." "Are you doing this on purpose? It's just a notepad, and you want to check my injury?" One of the spokespeople from the office of the Prime Minister, who had accidentally slapped Gunyinji with a notepad, had a change of expression. "You guys are deliberately framing her." "Yes, we were the ones who framed you to come to the Parliament, framed you for molesting and humiliating me, and finally framed you for slapping me." Gunyinji immediately began to cry. When she cried, she looked like a pear blossom in the rain. She was lovely and had an indescribable sense of gentleness. She didn't have the imposing manner of valiantly confronting the 3 troublemakers from the office of the Prime Minister's residence at all. Her long, silky hair was half covered, and only one side of her swollen cheek was exposed. It was a stark contrast to her jade-white skin, and her injuries looked shocking. This scene was captured on surveillance cameras. Hua Xiaoheng, who had brought people over to carry out the task of monitoring the interim general election, could see everything clearly through the car system connected to the central control room. The guards of the Parliament building immediately surrounded the 3 troublemakers from the office of the Prime Minister's residence. "Please keep an eye on them. We've already called the police, and the ambulance will be here soon." A senior secretary from the Secretariat of the Upper House spoke as he sent a message to Speaker Long and Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang was the first to rush over. He couldn't help but smile as soon as he received the message. But when he walked out his office, his face was already solemn and filled with silent anger. When he arrived at where Gunyinji and the others were, Special Assistant Yang asked solemnly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" A senior secretary pointed at Gunyinji and said angrily, "Special Assistant Yang, the people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence actually hit someone. We saw them hit her with our own eyes." Gunyinji used a tissue to wipe her tears and shrank to the side in silence. She looked like a pitiful child. When the people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence saw Special Assistant Yang arrive, they quickly begged for mercy. "Special Assistant Yang, this is a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. It was your staff member who forced us to sign it. We wanted to return the signed book to her, but accidentally touched her face. We really didn't want to hit her. You can ask your top secretaries." The senior secretaries looked at each other, but no one said anything. Special Assistant Yang glanced at Gunyinji and tried to smooth things over. "It seems like it really is a misunderstanding. I recognize these people, and they aren't like that. Think about it. They're the spokespeople for the office of the Prime Minister's residence. They have many years of work experience and are the most reasonable. Why would they deliberately hit someone in the upper house of Parliament building? Even if you think about it with your knees, it's impossible. I think it is a misunderstanding. Ninji, you are too careless. Bumps and bruises are inevitable. How could you call the guards over? You are making a big deal out of nothing." When the 3 people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence heard that there was a chance, they immediately liked Special Assistant Yang more. They were also familiar with each other, and they were currently following orders to cause trouble. They had no intention of openly offending Special Assistant Yang. They all nodded in agreement. Special Assistant Yang is a sensible person. I was wondering how Speaker Long's subordinates could be so unreasonable. She was the one who came up to provoke us, and she even said that we hit her. This is outrageous. As a spokesperson, the most important thing was to be eloquent. They had to be able to make the dead come to life and the living become dead. Even if they were to distort the truth, they had to make it sound like it was the truth. Special Assistant Yang had a gentle expression on his face as he smiled bitterly. Don't say that. I believe that Miss Gu did not intentionally provoke us. She's a new intern and doesn't know the rules very well. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have sent her to deal with such a complicated issue. For the sake of Speaker Long, please don't hold her accountable. Gun Yinji was very surprised by Special Assistant Yang's way of handling the situation. This was someone slapping your left cheek, and you had to offer your right cheek. Oh no, this wasn't someone slapping the left cheek of the Senate, and Special Assistant Yang offering his right cheek. Special Assistant Yang was offering someone else's right cheek. However, Gun Yinji wouldn't take this for nothing, and she definitely wouldn't be the one to offer her face. Also, she clearly knew that the 3 people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence were obviously there to cause trouble. How did it become her provocation? Also, she had other motives for the office of the Prime Minister. How could she achieve her goals without making a big deal out of it? Gun Yinji's expression darkened as she raised her voice. Special Assistant Yang, I don't agree with what you said. You can't listen to them. I was the one provoking them. Are they from the Senate or am I? Special Assistant Yang is siding with an outsider? Special Assistant Yang snickered. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and shook his head. Yinji, you are so childish. We are all serving the people. Why are we divided into factions? Siding with an outsider. TSK. I haven't heard such childish words since I graduated from high school. Gun Yinji turned her head away and put on a stubborn expression. She stubbornly said, No, if I don't make things clear today, I won't be an intern anymore. I want to call the police. I was attacked in the Senate building. I want to have my injuries examined. The faces of the 3 troublemakers from the office of the Prime Minister's residence changed. They nervously said to Special Assistant Yang, This is the Senate, a place outside the law. Even if we hit them, it would have been a waste of time. Have you never seen a fight in the Senate? Without waiting for Special Assistant Yang to quote scriptures to smooth things over, Gun Yinji had already said, even if the Senate is a place outside the law and it would have been a waste of time to hit them, that is only against members of Parliament. Which one of you is a member of Parliament? Is it you or me? None of us are members of Parliament. What right do you have to say that we hit them for nothing? Let me tell you, no one has ever been able to escape unscathed after hitting me. The hearts of the 3 troublemakers from the office of the Prime Minister's residence tightened. Their expressions were not very pleasant. Of course, they knew that hitting them for nothing referred to immunity for physical conflicts between members of Parliament. Therefore, their purpose for coming here was to make them get hit by the members of Parliament. Then they could use what Gun Yinji had just said to sue the Senate and the members of Parliament. It would lower the legitimacy of the Senate's resolution and even overturn the motion of the Senate. Now that Gun Yinji had used it to slap their faces in advance, it was too embarrassing. What do you mean? We already said it was a misunderstanding. What else do you want? The leader of the 3 troublemakers became stern and righteous. Everyone is so busy, so we can understand your feelings. Forget it. Even if we are in the wrong, we will be responsible for your medical expenses. When the time comes, you can take the hospital bill to the office of the Prime Minister to settle it. Let's go. The leader waved his hand, and the 3 troublemakers wanted to run. Stop right there. Gun Yinji panicked. You are fleeing to escape punishment. That's even more serious. She turned around to look at the Senate guards. Hurry up and arrest them. They hit me, so how can we let them go just like that? However, the guards only listened to Special Assistant Yang and didn't chase after them. The other senior secretaries had witnessed the 3 men's arrogance with their own eyes. They had also seen them hit Gun Yinji. From their point of view, they couldn't tell whether it was a coincidence or intentional. However, it was certain that they had hit Gun Yinji. These people looked at Special Assistant Yang uneasily and said quietly, Special Assistant Yang, they really did hit someone. Special Assistant Yang didn't expect these old foxes to actually speak up for Gun Yinji in just a few hours. He was unhappy, but didn't show it on his face. He only sighed and said, I know how you feel, but the office of the Prime Minister has been having a hard time recently. We can't go overboard. It's not good to drive a dog into a dead end. Gun Yinji was so angry that she stomped her foot. If you don't chase after them, I'll chase after them myself. She yelled, "Catch them! They are fugitives!" As she spoke, she chased after them. Special Assistant Yang was dumbfounded. This Gunyanji was too arrogant, wasn't she? There was such a thing. He clearly said he wouldn't pursue it. The three people running in front heard Gunyanji's voice and couldn't help running even faster. When they were about to reach the exit, they suddenly heard a series of orderly and powerful footsteps coming from the opposite side. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like there were many people, but it also sounded like there was only one person. The three people had just run to the exit when they all suddenly stopped with a whoosh. One of them ran too fast and couldn't stop. He almost fell from the inertia. They saw a row of fully armed anti-explosion soldiers wearing bulletproof helmets appear at the exit in an instant. They all aimed their guns at the corridor exit, especially at the troublemaking trio from the office of the Prime Minister's PR department. "Stop!" The first soldier yelled sternly. "Put your hands on your head and squat down. Whoever stands up will be shot on the spot." The troublemaking trio from the office of the Prime Minister's PR department immediately put their hands on their heads and squatted down. They didn't even dare to make a sound. A man wearing black military boots walked over unhurriedly from behind the soldiers. He wore sunglasses and a low-brimmed military cap pressed down between his eyebrows. He was tall and imposing, and his aura was intimidating. He was a head taller than the burly soldiers. It was Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyanji ran over panting and didn't see Hua Xiaoheng at all. She only saw a row of soldiers at the corridor exit pointing their guns at the troublemaking trio squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads. She immediately pointed at them and said, "They're causing trouble here. They want to run after hitting me. I'm calling the police. You can't let them go." Hua Xiaoheng stood there with his hands behind his back. He quickly glanced at Gunyanji through his sunglasses and saw the unusual swelling on her small face. He pursed his lips and asked calmly, "Who hit you?" Gunyanji finally saw Hua Xiaoheng, and her eyes reddened with grief. She had cried earlier to put on an act, but now she was crying for real. But in public, she didn't throw herself at him, and Hua Xiaoheng couldn't walk over to comfort her. Their gazes met in the air for a moment, and then they looked away. Hua Xiaoheng took 2 steps forward, took off his sunglasses, and glanced at Gunyanji again. After taking off his sunglasses, he saw that the bruises were even more shocking. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the 3 people squatting on the ground. "Who hit you?" "I want to ask a third time." The 3 troublemakers from the PR department of the office of the Prime Minister couldn't stand Hua Xiaoheng's cold and intimidating tone and finally pushed the person out. The 2 of them pointed at the person at the same time. "It's him." Hua Xiaoheng put on his sunglasses, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked straight ahead. He said calmly, "Assaulting a female staff member in the Senate building with the intention of escaping and resisting a Secret Service member carrying out a special mission. These 3 crimes will be punished simultaneously. Hand him over to the police station and keep an eye on him." "Roger, Chief." A soldier walked over and grabbed the person who hit Gunyanji and pushed him outside. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Special Assistant Yang, who had run over, as well as some staff members of the Senate, and said calmly, "General Ji sent me to maintain order during the interim election. I really didn't think that the Senate would be the first place I would have to maintain order." Special Assistant Yang's expression was very strange. "You? How can you maintain order in the country?" "Major General Hua, aren't you overstepping your authority?" Hua Xiaoheng reached out and shook out the order signed by General Ji and Speaker Long, Special Assistant Yang. "Do you want to check the handwriting and fingerprints?" This was the 2nd chapter of 4,000 words, and the monthly votes of 4,500 and 4,800 plus chapters had been delivered. A reminder about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The 3rd chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 1000. Special Assistant Yang took the order signed by General Ji and Speaker Long from Hua Xiaoheng's hands and read it carefully. It was indeed Speaker Long's personal signature, seal, and even fingerprints. There was no way to fake it. Special Assistant Yang pursed his lips and returned the order to Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, do you have any other orders? I just want to know why there was such violence in the Senate." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji. Do you know who those people were? Is the threshold for the Senate so low? What kind of mediocre person can join in? Major General Hua. They were spokespeople from the office of the Prime Minister. Special Assistant Yang felt inexplicably nervous. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Actually, what happened today was really a misunderstanding. Major General Hua, this order says that you are maintaining order for the interim election. It doesn't include the Senate building, right?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. What does the interim election have to do with the Senate building? Special Assistant Yang was stunned and instinctively repeated, "What does the interim election have to do with the Senate building?" Special Assistant Yang, our chief is asking you a question. Do you know how to answer? Hua Xiaoheng's head orderly, Fan Jian, couldn't stand it anymore. Special Assistant Yang would have died a long time ago if he was in the army, if he dilly-dallied like this. How could he be a special assistant here? Special Assistant Yang blushed, but didn't stoop to the level of soldier. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses again and forced himself to be calm. The Senate will host the interim election. The Senate building will be the headquarters for the interim election. It's already the headquarters for the interim election. You're telling everyone that maintaining order for the interim election doesn't include the Senate building? Gun Yinji covered her face. Special Assistant Yang, why don't you ask Speaker Long what's going on? Major General Hua and the others are following orders. Are you going to stop them? Special Assistant Yang pursed his lips and said quietly, "Gun Yinji, I know you have a close relationship with Major General Hua. Stop." The last thing Gun Yinji wanted to hear was people viewing her hard work as a bonus for Hua Xiaoheng. Special Assistant Yang, this is the Senate, not a place for gossip. You have to look at the almanac if you want to spread rumors. Today isn't a good day for rumors or you'll be arrested. Hua Xiaoheng finally understood how Gun Yinji felt and understood why she was against marrying him. Although he didn't mind being Gun Yinji's backer, Special Assistant Yang's words didn't sound right. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin slightly and said nonchalantly, "Special Assistant Yang, you said that Gun Yinji had a close relationship with me, but in the end, she was beaten up to this state in your Senate building, right under your nose. If she had nothing to do with me, would she have been beaten to death by now?" Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji's relationship wasn't a secret. The upper echelons of the empire all knew that Hua Xiaoheng was Gun Yinji's guardian. Gun Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng since she was 12 years old, and they had even dated. However, they had broken up a few months ago. Executive Assistant Yang was stunned. He smiled awkwardly and said, "How can that be? Major General Hua must be joking." "Joking? I never joke when I'm on mission." Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Special Assistant Yang, Miss Gu was personally invited by Speaker Long to be an intern in the Senate. Didn't Speaker Long tell you? Special Assistant Yang was about to retort, but he suddenly realized that no matter how he answered, it would be a trap. If he said that Speaker Long had told him, then his treatment of Gun Yinji would be overtly complying, but covertly opposing and intentionally making things difficult for her. If he said that Speaker Long hadn't told him, then it would be even more outrageous. It would mean that Speaker Long no longer trusted him. How would he be able to face his colleagues then? So whether he said that he had or not, he had fallen into Hua Xiaoheng's trap. How come he never knew that this taciturn Major General Hua, who was said to be better at fighting than he was at thinking, could actually choke someone to death with just one sentence? Executive Assistant Yang closed his eyes with an uncomfortable look on his face. Gun Yinji hissed beside him. Her face was burning and painful. Speaker Long rushed over at that moment. As soon as he saw Hua Xiaoheng, he quickly said, "Xiaoheng, you're here. I just received a call from General Ji. You're finally here." Speaker Long had asked General Ji for help because the office of the Prime Minister had been sending people to harass them for the past 2 days. He was worried that the members of the Senate would be impulsive and fall into the trap of the office of the Prime Minister. If there really was a big news story of the Senate and the office of the Prime Minister fighting, their interim election would inevitably become a laughingstock and a child's play. So he decided to leave the professional matters to the professionals. Didn't the office of the Prime Minister want to cause trouble and make big news? He found them the best natural enemy to deal with these unreasonable cultured people. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, he can't reason with them. He would also let them have a taste of what it was like to suffer in silence. General Ji didn't hesitate and directly asked Hua Xiaoheng to bring people to the Senate to deploy troops to maintain order. Of course, regular soldiers on duty were more powerful than police officers and security guards. Those lawless people dared to go against the city management, dared to attack police officers and beat up security guards, but no one dared to go against the army. Even if they had a death wish, they wouldn't cause trouble for the army. Hua Xiaoheng shook hands with Speaker Long and looked in Gu Nianji's direction with a relaxed expression. Speaker Long is still far-sighted. Those people really can't be dealt with by ordinary people. But we were still a step too late. Some of your subordinates have already been beaten by them. Speaker Long was furious. Who? Who dares to beat on my people? He turned around and looked around. Finally, his eyes stopped on Gu Nianji's face, which was covered by her long hair. Nianji, your face. Was it beaten? The right side of her face was swollen like a small bun. It was red and looked a bit scary. Gu Nianji nodded and said pitifully, Speaker Long, I didn't know that working in the Senate included being beaten and scolded. I think you think too highly of me. I can't take this kind of filthy air. What do you mean by being beaten and scolded? Nianji, don't worry. You were beaten, and I will definitely seek justice for you. What a joke. You beat up my people and want to get away with it. I'll write the word dragon upside down. Speaker Long looked at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. Major General Hua, who beat up Nianji just now. Did you see it? I didn't see who did it with my own eyes, but someone accused me of it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the two people squatting on the ground and said slowly, there were originally 3 of them. I've already sent the one who beat up Nianji to the police station. The remaining 2 are suspected of causing trouble and disrupting the order of the interim election. According to the regulations, they must be punished severely and quickly. Speaker Long, what do you think? It was the 3rd watch. It was the end of the month, so a reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Space Lazy Pig, Momo Moshi, Amy Love, Heaven's Little Beggar, Zhou Yuan, and Ring of 8 Precepts for giving the Major General a big red packet of monthly votes in July. Chapter 1001. Although Hua Xiaoheng sounded like he was negotiating, the content of his words left no room for negotiation. He had already drawn out how to punish them, severely and quickly. Of course, Speaker Long agreed immediately. No problem. Special times call for special treatment. Who told them to run into the muzzle of the gun? Gu Nianji covered her face and listened for a while. She thought that severely and quickly wasn't enough. They had to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, who knew what kind of tricks Kai Songyin, the media mogul from the office of the Prime Minister, who was proficient in manipulating the minds of voters, she muttered softly. These 3 people are too shameless. They just had to make a big deal out of it. In my opinion, why don't we fulfill their wish and call all the media over? All the news channels should do a wave of rolling broadcasts to let the entire nation know what the office of the Prime Minister is planning. Gu Nianji, you just want to see the world in chaos. Special Assistant Yang was the first to shout. He adjusted his expression and put on a losing out is taking advantage look and said earnestly, We've already dealt with the 3 spokespeople from the office of the Prime Minister. Don't bring more hatred to the Senate and Speaker Long. I'm begging you, little lady. I'll worship you in the future, and you'll be my boss. Okay. As soon as Special Assistant Yang said this, the expressions on the faces of the senior secretaries around him became subtle. As the saying went, people of the same trade were enemies. In fact, weren't colleagues in the same office also enemies? Especially when the number of promotions was limited, who would still remember love from colleagues and friendship? It was already rare for him to not hit her when she was down and put the blame on her. Hua Xiaoheng looked down. How could he not hear the hidden scheme in Special Assistant Yang's words? He wasn't an ordinary soldier who was straightforward and straightforward. He was a soldier on a special front and risked his life on such a front. If he didn't know how to observe people and listen to them, he would have been eliminated and reincarnated a long time ago. Xiaoheng pursed his lips and wanted to speak up for Gun Yinji, but from the corner of his eye, he saw Gun Yinji's right hand gently shaking at him. Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly in Gun Yinji's direction and walked to stand beside Speaker Long. Seeing that Xiaoheng understood what she meant, Gun Yinji was in a good mood. She completely ignored Special Assistant Yang's pleas, as if she hadn't heard Special Assistant Yang's hidden intentions. She only focused on Speaker Long. Senior Speaker Long, please listen to me. The fact that the office of the Prime Minister dared to send people to cause trouble at this critical juncture means that they don't have any respect for the Senate at all, let alone you. If making a big deal out of this is attracting hatred, why would the Senate be afraid of a lame Prime Minister who is about to step down? Besides, when the office of the Prime Minister sent those 3 spokespeople to cause trouble, why didn't they think that they would attract hatred for the office of the Prime Minister? Am I right? Do reasonable people like us have to be afraid of unreasonable people? Gun Yinji, what do you mean? Is your goal to make the Senate and the Prime Minister's residence hostile? I really wonder if you're here to help or to deliberately cause trouble. Special Assistant Yang didn't wait for Speaker Long to speak. His expression darkened, and he couldn't help but stop her. In Special Assistant Yang's eyes, Gun Yinji's behavior just now was simply that of a sly villain trying to sow discord. Her words sounded even more malicious to him. Every single word was like a knife stabbing into his heart. However, Gun Yinji continued to ignore him. Every word was directed at Special Assistant Yang's criticism of her. She let go of her hand and showed Speaker Long her swollen face. You see, they beat up your people like this. If you still want to keep the peace and be a good person, then this slap is just the beginning. There will be all kinds of difficulties and disturbances in the future. If you don't pursue the matter, the office of the Prime Minister will know your bottom line. They will know that you don't want to make a big deal out of this and want to keep the peace. What will they do? They will definitely escalate the situation. The 3 troublemakers won. 0 will immediately be upgraded to the troublemakers X2. 0. They will continue to cause trouble until they achieve their goal. Gun Yinji, what exactly do you want? How can the people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence be as unbearable as you say? Special Assistant Yang saw that Speaker Long hadn't said anything and began to panic. In front of Speaker Long, he had always maintained the image of gentle, modest, mature, and prudent. He had always tried to minimize big problems and small ones. He would never stir up trouble like Gun Yinji and cause trouble for no reason at all. Special Assistant Yang had always thought that Speaker Long admired his style of doing things. It wasn't until Gun Yinji and Kai Shengnan appeared and received extraordinary praise from Speaker Long that he vaguely felt that Speaker Long might not be very satisfied with him. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows and finally looked at Special Assistant Yang. She sneered. The people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence aren't as unbearable as I say. Then may I ask, Special Assistant Yang, was the Prime Minister himself the one who personally acted in the sex movie? That's why those 3 spokespeople just now said obscenities to me and threatened to buy my clock to appear on stage. What do they think the Senate is? What do they think Speaker Long is? Saying they were going to buy my clock to appear on stage was a common saying in the brothel. According to the literal meaning, they were treating the Senate as an unbearably filthy brothel and Speaker Long as a prostitute. Although the 3 people from the office of the Prime Minister's residence had deliberately said such vulgar and disgusting things to provoke Gun Yinji. But Gun Yinji didn't care whether they did it on purpose or not. Anyway, they had said it, and the person thought he had said it so softly that only Gun Yinji could hear it. But what he didn't know was that Gun Yinji had brought a recording pen with her to facilitate work. Because it was her first day at work, and she had always been careful and serious. She was afraid of making mistakes. Therefore, she followed He Jichu's teachings and carried a recording pen with her. She planned to record all her work contacts so that she could go back and make up for any mistakes. This was also a lawyer's habit Ji Chu had instilled in her. It was convenient for her to contact the client at any time and record all favorable evidence. From the moment she stepped into the hall and saw the three spokespeople from the office of the Prime Minister, Gun Yinji had turned on the recording pen. She didn't expect it to come in handy on her first day. Special Assistant Yang didn't know that Gun Yinji had a recording pen, so he insisted that it was impossible. He shook his head and sighed. Gun Yinji, I don't blame you if you want to add fuel to the fire. After all, you were beaten up, so you have to make up for it. But you have to be a bit unreasonable. Although I'm not very familiar with the three of them, I still know them. They're spokespeople from the office of the Prime Minister and used to be senior public relations managers of major media outlets for many years. How could they say such vulgar things like you? Also, if they really said such things about you, wouldn't you slap them? That wouldn't be them beating you, but you beating them. That's right. Gun Yinji actually applauded Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang is right. This is their goal. They wanted to use such vulgar words to provoke me to make a move. If I make a move, do you believe that the news channels will be rolling the headlines of the Senate bullies others in fights with the office of the Prime Minister? Special Assistant Yang was stunned again. His face turned purple, and he looked like he was about to have a high blood pressure attack. She actually used his own words to slap him in the face, and in a complimentary tone. This Gun Yinji was too arrogant. She was too cunning. Special Assistant Yang glared at Gun Yinji and bared his teeth. He tried hard to maintain his gentle, modest, and mature image and said again, "This is all your speculation. No one knows if it will happen or not. If that's the case, why don't we think of them in the best light? Also, you said they said this. Who else besides you heard it?" As he spoke, Special Assistant Yang turned to ask the senior secretaries who came with Gun Yinji, "Did you hear it?" The senior secretaries all shook their heads. They really hadn't heard it. They only saw the person lean over to Gun Yinji's ear and say something. Then Gun Yinji said that these people had committed indecency. Those people were enraged, and someone slammed the memo in front of Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji had just gotten up at that time, and the memo slapped her face. It made a loud smack, and it quickly became red and swollen. That was how it looked now. Special Assistant Yang felt that if the other party was crazy enough to say something like that, they would definitely have said it in Gun Yinji's ear. They wouldn't have said it out loud in front of so many people. After all, this was the Senate, where there were surveillance cameras everywhere. It wasn't like the market outside. Of course, he didn't know that Gun Yinji had happened to record it with a recording pen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the courage to ask Gun Yinji to keep the peace. So, how can you provoke discord between the Senate and the office of the Prime Minister with just your side of the story? How can you make a fool of yourself in front of the entire nation? Special Assistant Yang finally regained a little confidence and became even more elegant. He hoped that Speaker Long could see that Gun Yinji's biggest weakness was that she didn't see the big picture and couldn't compromise. And working in the Senate, the most important thing was to make all interest groups reach a consensus and reach a compromise. Otherwise, where did Speaker Long's respected position come from? If Gun Yinji couldn't take any losses, it would only cause endless trouble for her future work. Gun Yinji stared at Special Assistant Yang and narrowed her eyes. Special Assistant Yang, this is a joke to the left and a discord to the right. People who don't know better will think that you are the special assistant of the office of the Prime Minister and not the special assistant of our Senate. Special Assistant Yang was furious. He didn't care that Speaker Long was also present and said angrily, "Don't slander me. I was teaching you how to behave and do things, but not only did you not appreciate it, but you also made false accusations. You only care about showing off and don't know how to compromise and give in. Where's the team spirit? Where's the big picture?" You're talking about team spirit? You're talking about the big picture? Okay. Gun Yinji took out the recording pen. Before playing the recording, she said seriously, "I remember a great man once said, 'Strive for unity through struggle, and unity will survive. Strive for unity through compromise, and unity will perish.' Also, specific situations need specific analysis. We can't use the same rule to cover all situations. Whether we compromise or not, we only have one goal, and that is to achieve our goals. We don't compromise for the sake of compromise, or make meaningless compromises and concessions. You make it sound better than a song. Special Assistant Yang sneered. I told you not to make a big deal out of it. How is that compromising for the sake of compromise? If we don't make a big deal out of it, the other party will appreciate it? Special Assistant Yang, you are so naive and honest. It's hard to imagine how you survived in the highest palace of politics. Gunyinji wanted to roll her eyes to the sky. To others, he was all kinds of gentle and honest, but to her, he was all kinds of obstructions. Did he really think she was made of mud? Gunyinji, don't make personal attacks just because we don't get along. But you are young, Special Assistant Yang was about to show his magnanimity, but Gunyinji had already waved her hand dismissively, as if she was shooing away mosquitoes and flies. She looked directly at Speaker Long, turned on the play button on the recording pin, and turned the volume to the maximum. Miss Gu, is it? Can I buy your time to enter the stage? I am very strong. That person's vulgar words coupled with his greasy voice made people want to throw up the food they had the night before. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes, and his expression was calm as usual. One hand was tightly gripping his gun in his pocket, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. Speaker Long roared angrily. Outrageous. Tan Dongbang, I won't let you have it easy even if you step down. Special Assistant Yang's face instantly turned ashen, and he felt terrible. He had never imagined that Gunyinji would actually have recording evidence. Gunyinji calmly turned off the recording pin and said again, Speaker Long, please listen to me once. Immediately find a media to expose the vile behavior of the office of the Prime Minister and broadcast it on TV. Let all parties comment. I guarantee that the office of the Prime Minister will be so busy just dealing with the media and the inquiries of the entire nation that they will not dare to use such despicable methods to obstruct the progress of the interim election again. Speaker Long's expression was dark as he nodded. Fine, we will do as you say. I will personally take you to the ambulance. Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, I will accompany Speaker Long. As he spoke, he immediately called Yin Shixiang over. Colonel Yin, you are fully in charge here. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang saluted loudly and watched Xiaoheng accompany Speaker Long and Gunyinji to the door. When they arrived at the entrance of the Senate building, the media outside had already gathered. In fact, there was no need for a special notice. Because of the interim election, all major news organizations were stationed at the entrance of the Senate building, waiting to snatch the news. When the police car and ambulance arrived, they began to wait eagerly. Gunyinji's head was half lowered, and her hair covered most of her face, only revealing the other side of her face that was red and swollen from the beating. Speaker Long and Xiaoheng accompanied her on either side. Speaker Long's face was full of anger, and Xiaoheng had one arm behind Gunyinji to protect her as they parted the crowd of media and walked forward. Big news! All the media smelled the scent of big news. The Supreme Leader of the Senate, Speaker Long, and the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council, Major General Xiaoheng, escorted a woman with a swollen face out of the Senate building. There was no need for embellishment. Just this headline alone was enough to make the entire nation go crazy. Not to mention the fact that this woman looked so charming. Aside from half of her face being red and swollen, there wasn't a single part of her that wasn't beautiful. Excuse me, Speaker Long, what exactly happened? The reporter from the national television station habitually handed the microphone to Speaker Long. He originally thought that Speaker Long wouldn't answer his question, but he didn't expect Speaker Long to stop in his tracks and shout angrily at the microphone and camera, Prime Minister Tan, I know that you were reviewing your results in front of the television. You all saw that your plan succeeded. I just want to say one thing. If you are dissatisfied with the Senate's decision, come at me. I'm over 60 years old, and I've lived long enough. Don't do anything to our staff. Look at her. She's not even 20 years old yet, and today is her first day of work. Look at how badly she was beaten up by your people. I'm telling you, this isn't over. This was the first 4,300-word update. It included 5,100 monthly votes plus updates. A reminder about recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was still the third update. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes were 5,400 early updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 1002. Just as Gu Ninji expected, the image of Speaker Long angrily reprimanding Prime Minister Tan was broadcasted on all major TV stations. The online media also swarmed in to show footage of the three people from the office of the Prime Minister's office causing trouble in the Senate. Of course, this was all obtained from surveillance footage. With Speaker Long's tacit approval, he sent some screenshots to all major news organizations. The surveillance footage of Gu Ninji being beaten by the other party was carefully selected by Yin Shixiang and sent to the TV stations. In this screenshot, Gu Ninji only showed a blurry side profile, but the strength and momentum of the other party's attack was fully displayed. With a wave of his thick arm, the palm-sized hard notepad whistled through the air and slapped the fair cheek of the woman across from him. Then, her fair face swelled up at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. It had to be said that Yin Shixiang was also someone who wanted to stir up trouble when the world was not in chaos. The screenshot he took was practically a vivid display of the ferocity of the spokesperson from the office of the Prime Minister, as well as the weakness and pitifulness of the new female staff member in the Senate. Yin Shixiang only sent this screenshot of the actual beating to one news organization, the national TV station. Although Kai Songyin had a great reputation and connections in the media, when faced with this kind of news, even Speaker Long, who was always cheerful and never turned hostile, was filled with righteous indignation. All major news outlets chose to focus on reporting this matter and didn't agree to Kai Songyin's urgent PR request. She asked these media outlets to give up on broadcasting this piece of news and promised many benefits in the future. But first, everyone knew that her husband's position as Prime Minister was in danger, so these promises were originally castles in the air. Second, although the Kais outshone the others in the media industry, they didn't reach the point where they could cover the sky with one hand. So when they saw that Tan Dongbang was about to step down and the Kais and Tans were unable to protect themselves, the Kais' former rivals and adversaries all rushed to the media to fight for power. After some fighting, the news of the spokesperson from the office of the Prime Minister beating up a female staff member in the Senate became the hottest news. It was almost as hot as the interim election. At that moment, Gu Ninji had just walked out of the office of the best facial surgeon in the imperial capital with Huo Shaoheng. Speaker Long didn't go in. Instead, he sat on a bench outside the door and was browsing the news on his phone. When he looked up and saw Gu Ninji and Huo Shaoheng come out, Speaker Long quickly put away his phone and stood up. Gu Ninji was actually more worried that her injury would heal overnight. It was a good thing that Huo Shaoheng had mentioned that they had a specialist doctor at the military base during the checkup. After the doctor had done a thorough examination, he prescribed 3 days' worth of medication and sent the medical records to Chunlai. So for the rest of the time, all Chunlai had to do was give her a certificate. Since it was her face that was swollen, Huo Shaoheng had already prepared a mask that could cover most of her face. She would wear the mask every day for half a month before taking it off. Everyone knew that her face was swollen from the slap, but they didn't have to lift her mask to see her make a fool of herself, right? If there really was such a senseless person, Gu Ninji would definitely make him question his life. Therefore, she wasn't worried at all and happily put on the mask. She even complained to Huo Shaoheng, "Why didn't you find a nicer mask? It's black and white. It makes me look like a panda." Huo Shaoheng asked, "Aren't pandas nice?" "Pandas are nice, but they don't look good on my face," Gu Ninji said honestly. She took out a small makeup mirror and frowned. Huo Shaoheng patted her shoulder. "All right, it's only for half a month. Don't make a fuss." Gu Ninji was speechless. Speaker Long saw Gu Ninji put on a large mask and felt sorry for her. "Ninji, I'm so sorry. It's your first day at work, and you're already in this state. But I promise you, the Senate is very safe. This is an exception. Definitely an exception. No one had ever caused trouble in his territory. This was the first time, and it would also be the last. Although Speaker Long was always smiling and looked much more amiable than General G, no one could ignore him. If Speaker Long was purely a nice guy, how could he have been a Speaker of the Senate for more than 20 years? He just didn't expect that Gun Yinji, one of his most promising successors, would be the first. Gun Yinji didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside her and said dryly to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, Yinji grew up with me. In all these years, no one has ever laid a finger on her." Speaker Long was a bit embarrassed, but still tried to convince Hua Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, I said today was an exception. I didn't expect Tan Dongbang to even use this kind of trick. I underestimated his shamelessness." Gun Yinji smiled. It seemed that Speaker Long had still downplayed Special Assistant Yang's actions. It made sense to push all the blame to the office of the Prime Minister, but it wasn't completely correct. The troublemaking trio from the office of the Prime Minister had already been causing trouble in the Senate for 2 days. For the past 2 days, Special Assistant Yang had allowed them to cause trouble without taking any concrete measures. In the end, he had even sent her, an intern who had just started working at the Senate, to deal with it. Shouldn't this kind of behavior be investigated? It was either malfeasance or incompetence. He had to choose one. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng with dissatisfaction and wanted nothing more than to criticize Special Assistant Yang in front of Speaker Long. Hua Xiaoheng's fierce gaze immediately stopped her. Gun Yinji pouted and lowered her head to look at the small paper bag in her hand. Inside was the medicine that the gentle female doctor had prescribed for her. Hua Xiaoheng finally said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long is still very far-sighted. You asked General G for help because you were prepared for a rainy day." Speaker Long laughed. "Xiaoheng, I didn't expect you to know how to flatter people too. I don't flatter people. I've always been a man of my word." Hua Xiaoheng spoke so righteously that even Gun Yinji was almost intimidated by him. Speaker Long raised his hand and patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder vigorously. "Xiaoheng, it's fortunate that you came this time. Otherwise, the one who would be bombarded by the news would be me, Old Long." Thinking about it made him feel a lingering fear. If they had handled the problem the same way they had in the past, the Senate would have been the ones being denounced by the entire nation in the news media. Perhaps it wouldn't be the cabinet that would be disbanded first. Instead, it would be the Senate that would be disbanded, and the Senate would be elected first. Speaker Long only felt his back become drenched in sweat. "Speaker Long, you're still here? The national television station wants to do a live interview with you. Hurry back to the Senate." Special Assistant Yang ran over, panting, to take Speaker Long back to the Senate building. Speaker Long nodded solemnly and turned to Gun Yinji. "Yinji, do you want me to give you a few days off to recuperate?" Special Assistant Yang also quickly said apologetically, "Yinji, I'm really sorry for today. I made you suffer. You were beaten up in the Senate, so it's considered work injury. The medical expenses will be reimbursed. Just give me the list." Gun Yinji shook her head. "Don't I have medical insurance? I use it to see it today." She then said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, this injury is nothing. I'll go back and rest for half a day. I'll go back to work as usual tomorrow. Is that okay?" Of course, I couldn't ask for more. Speaker Long was very happy and waved at her. "Then I'll trouble Xiaoheng to take you home. Is that okay? I'll see you tomorrow." "Okay. Speaker Long, I'll see you tomorrow." Gun Yinji also smiled and waved goodbye. "Oh, yes, I have medical insurance. I almost forgot." Special Assistant Yang smiled awkwardly and nodded to Hua Xiaoheng. He escorted Speaker Long out of the hospital. Gun Yinji watched their figures disappear into the corridor before looking up to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "Why didn't you let me speak just now? What do you want to say? Complain?" Hua Xiaoheng walked unhurriedly to the elevator. No matter how bad Special Assistant Yang is, he still worked in the Senate for nearly 10 years. You're not thinking of removing him from office just because of this, are you? This was the second update, and the monthly vote was 5,400. A reminder about the recommendation votes and the monthly vote. Today was still the third update. The third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 1003. Gun Yinji was speechless. That was what she really thought. However, on second thought, Hua Xiaoheng's words were true wisdom. Regardless of whether or not Special Assistant Yang was talented, he had been the head of the Senate Secretariat for many years. Just like Secretary Chao's position beside General Ji, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liang's positions beside Hua Xiaoheng, Special Assistant Yang was also Speaker Long's favorite. Although he wasn't the only confidant, he was still one of them. Gun Yinji followed Hua Xiaoheng into the elevator and sighed. Reaching out to press the button for the first floor, she said, "I understand. I'll be careful." Hua Xiaoheng squinted at her. "This is what you mean by being careful." He was so careful that his face was swollen on the first day. Gun Yinji touched the right side of her face guiltily and said sheepishly, "Actually, what I'm most worried about is that it recovers too quickly." "What's there to worry about?" Hua Xiaoheng looked away. "Isn't that the truth?" Gun Yinji puffed up her cheeks. "Hua Xiao, you have to piss me off, right? I'm an injured patient." Hua Xiaoheng was distracted by her coquettish grumbling. He calmed himself down for a while before saying, "I won't let you suffer, and neither will anyone else. There are many ways to vent your anger. Why did you choose this one?" In Hua Xiaoheng's opinion, harming his own body to achieve his goal was putting the cart before the horse. What was the point of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800? Gun Yinji averted her eyes guiltily. "It was an emergency at the time, so I didn't know that was their plan. I thought the spokesperson of the Prime Minister's residence should have some sense of shame. Don't ever think about this when you work in the parliament." Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. "Some people's bottom line is always moving forward. You'll never be able to wait for the day when it hits bottom." "I understand." Gun Yinji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng again to make sure he still didn't know her true intentions. She sighed softly and took out her phone to play with. He Jichu had returned from his hometown for the Lunar New Year and had planned to stay in the Huaxia Empire from then on. He would wholeheartedly pursue Gun Yinji and win back his fiancée, only to discover that Gun Yinji was already married. The blow was like a bolt from the blue to him. He had to restrain himself from losing his composure in front of Gun Yinji last night. He had a fight with Hua Xiaoheng to ease the knot in his heart. However, when he returned to his suite in the professor's building, he couldn't take it anymore and had a fever. When he woke up from his slumber, covered in sweat, he found that it was still dark outside. How long did he sleep? Hijichu picked up the watch on the bedside table and looked at it. 8 o'clock? It seemed that he had slept almost the entire day. He remembered it was 2 in the morning when he went home and went to bed. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and he had slept for 18 hours. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He crawled out of the quilt and touched his forehead. He no longer had a fever, but he felt a little dizzy. He was still very hungry. In fact, he hadn't eaten for 24 hours. He was so hungry that his stomach began to hurt. Hijichu finally got up and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. When he came out, he saw that the kitchen was empty. There wasn't even instant noodles. He had no choice but to pick up his phone and order a sumptuous takeout for himself. Putting down his phone, he sat on the sofa and picked up the remote control to finally turn on the curved wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall. "Mr. Lin, what do you think of this incident?" This morning, the spokesman from the office of the Prime Minister caused trouble in the Senate and even injured a female staff member. He turned on the news channel and was discussing the day's current politics with the invited political guest. Hijichu wasn't interested at all. He looked at the extremely attractive face coldly and changed the channel. "Mr. Yo, what do you think of the assault at the Senate building today?" What was going on? Both of the stations were showing it. Was it rare for the Senate to fight? It would be news if the Senate didn't fight, okay? Hijichu cursed in his heart. His hands were like rolling a ball, as he quickly flipped through all the channels. Other than the channel that played retarded cartoons for children, almost all the channels were broadcasting the news of a female staff member of the Senate being assaulted by the spokesman from the office of the Prime Minister at the Senate building. However, they had already entered the second stage of the news, which was the stage of political analysis. The various guests and anchors were in full swing, and the viewpoints of both sides clashed. Chu shook his head and picked up his phone to scroll through Weibo. As expected, Weibo was also flooded with this news. However, the difference was that the netizens on Weibo were focused on different things than the actual news. 8 of the top 10 trending topics were related to this incident. The main style of the trending topics was this: hashtag restoration of the side profile of female staff member who was assaulted in the Senate. Hashtag female staff member who was assaulted in the Senate has legs of 2.8 meters long. Hashtag female staff member who was assaulted in the Senate is said to be an intern. Hashtag be university law student. I know female staff member who was assaulted in the Senate. Chu was still indifferent to the first few trending topics, but his hand froze when he saw the words intern and be university law student. He had a bad idea. How many be university law students have become interns in the Senate this year? Chu quickly opened all the Weibo posts related to this incident. When he saw the screenshot of the assault broadcast by the national television station, he immediately recognized that the female staff member who was assaulted was indeed Gu Nianji. They had only been apart for less than a day. How could she be injured? Chu looked at the short videos on Weibo. Other than the screenshot of the assault, the second most popular video was the one of Speaker Long and Hua Xiaoheng escorting Gu Nianji to the ambulance. Chu finally sighed in relief when he saw Hua Xiaoheng by Gu Nianji's side. He lay on the back of the sofa in the corner with one arm resting on his forehead. His teeth were clenched, and the suppressed expression on his face was somewhat ferocious. He tried hard to calm himself down before picking up his phone to call Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was currently resting in her suite in the Hepingli precinct. After returning home in the afternoon, she washed up and went to bed. She had just woken up. Hua Xiaoheng had made her dinner and placed it in the fridge. She could heat it up and eat it. As soon as she woke up, she received a call from Hua Xiaoheng requesting a video chat to watch her eat dinner. Gu Nianji had no choice but to agree and chat with Hua Xiaoheng while eating dinner. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? I'm still at the Senate. Hua Xiaoheng had already eaten dinner and was worried that Gu Nianji had overslept, so he made the call. She seemed to be in good condition at the moment. Her face, which had been red and swollen during the day, had now returned to normal. Fair, delicate, and glossy like ice porcelain. Because she had slept for the whole afternoon, her skin, which was like ice porcelain, rippled with a faint pink. It was like a few smears of pink painted on white jade ice porcelain with a meticulous brush. It reminded people of osmanthus in autumn and peach blossoms from 10 miles away. It was completely impossible to tell that she had been beaten in the morning. If the people from the office of the Prime Minister saw Gu Nianji like this, they would definitely stir up trouble. So Xiaoheng looked at her for a while before ending the video chat and putting on his Bluetooth headset to talk to her. Gu Nianji put her phone on speakerphone and chatted with Hua Xiaoheng on and off. She only hurriedly said to Hua Xiaoheng when Chu called, "I have a call coming in. Hua Xiao, I'll hang up now." She hung up on Hua Xiaoheng before answering Chu's call. As soon as the call connected, Chu immediately said, "Nianji, why did you get beaten up at the Senate today? I saw the motion video screenshot and thought that you could have dodged it. What the hell are you planning?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She could have dodged it, but if she had dodged it, how was she supposed to continue with the show? Gu Nianji waited for a whole day, but that person didn't call her. You're pretty good at keeping your cool. However, she wasn't worried. That person would call her sooner or later. If he didn't call, she could add fuel to the fire. She still hadn't forgotten that her true purpose of being an intern at the Senate was to stop Kai Songyin from suing. It was the third watch. It was the end of the month, so she reminded her of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was still the third watch. Chapter 1004. Professor you think too highly of me. How could I have avoided it? Gu Nianji secretly made a face and said with a smile, "My face still hurts." Chu was speechless. He wanted to go see her, but remembered that his fever had just subsided. If it was a viral cold, it could be contagious. After a while, he said to Gu Nianji, "Turn on the video and let me see your face." Gu Nianji giggled and turned on the video on her phone. She said with ill intentions, "You have to be mentally prepared. Don't be scared by me. Hijichu was mentally prepared, but when he saw Gu Nianji's youthful and flawless face on the phone screen, he knew he had fallen for her trap. Naughty. Hijichu scolded her dryly, but he wasn't angry, nor was he unhappy or embarrassed by her teasing. He had been too worried and had forgotten about Gu Nianji's special constitution. But they did hit you, right? Hijichu's fingers caressed Gu Nianji's beautiful oval face on the phone screen. Does it hurt? It hurts, of course it hurts. I'm not made of iron. How can I not feel pain? Gu Nianji took an exaggerated breath. But it doesn't really hurt. It's much better than the previous injuries. This didn't comfort Hijichu. Instead, it made him even more depressed. He looked at Gu Nianji for a while before asking, "Then do you still want to go to the Senate?" "Of course, why wouldn't I go? If I just leave like this, wouldn't I have been beaten for nothing?" Gu Nianji pointed to the right side of her face. Speaker Long said this isn't over, so I have to keep an eye on it, in case someone with ulterior motives ends it. Hijichu sensed that there was a hidden meaning in her words and asked keenly, "Is it your colleague who wants to mess with you?" Gu Nianji was speechless. Was her meaning that obvious? That wasn't good. Gu Nianji held the phone and lay down on the bed. She smiled and changed the topic. "Professor He, although Speaker Long said this isn't over and the Senate will come forward to seek justice for me, I can't just sit around and wait for someone else to seek justice for me. What do you want to do?" Hijichu understood immediately. Gu Nianji wanted to sue someone again. "I want to spread the word that in addition to suing the person who hit me, the Prime Minister and Mrs. Prime Minister will also have to bear joint responsibility and demand a large amount of compensation from the office of the Prime Minister. If that person still didn't take the bait, she could only take the initiative to attack." Hijichu only had one word for what Gu Nianji wanted to do. He nodded without hesitation. "Okay, do you want to make a statement? Or should I do it for you? You're my secret weapon, so I have to hide it first." Gu Nianji giggled. "I'll go to work at the Senate tomorrow and spread the word through the media." Not long after she hung up with Hijichu, Ma Chichi called. "Nianji, are you okay?" Ma Chichi had seen Gu Nianji on the news and had been worried about her. However, In Shixiang had told her to contact Gu Nianji at night, so she had waited patiently until now. Gu Nianji almost said she was fine, but she changed her words when the words were on the tip of her tongue. She said tactfully, "I'm okay. It doesn't hurt anymore." How can those people from the office of the Prime Minister be so perverted? Ma Chi was indignant. They could be so heavy-handed to a woman. Don't hit people in the face. They're breaking all kinds of taboos. Gu Nianji nodded. Chi, you weren't there at the time. Those people were indeed perverts. Their words were unbearable. Prime Minister Tan is cutting off all means of retreat. He doesn't even care about his reputation. He cares about his reputation. Ma Chi snickered. That video of his was so embarrassing. How could he still have any reputation? But to be honest, I also admire these politicians. They're so thick-skinned that normal people can't compare. If this had happened to a normal person, they'd probably be so ashamed that they'd want to commit suicide. Look at Prime Minister Tan. Not only did he refuse to commit suicide, but he also refused to step down. He didn't even help the wall, but he helped him. That's for sure. The first key to being a politician is to be thick-skinned. Normal people care about their reputation, so they can't do this kind of difficult work. Gu Nianji joked with Ma Chi for a while. Ma Chi saw that Gu Nianji was in good spirits and finally relaxed. It's getting late. You should rest. Are you resting at home tomorrow? I'll come and see you. Gu Nianji quickly said, I still have to go to work at the Senate tomorrow. I'll be home on the weekend. Do you want to come? You still have to go to work tomorrow? Is your injury okay? Ma Chi was very worried. Do you need to apply medicine? How could Gu Nianji see people with a face full of medicine? Gu Nianji smiled and winked. I have a mask. I'll wear it tomorrow. Ma Chi suddenly remembered the footage of Gu Nianji walking out of the hospital on TV. She had indeed been wearing a black and white panda mask. Okay, if it's nothing serious, of course going out to work is better than letting your imagination run wild at home. Ma Chi knew that Gu Nianji couldn't stay idle, so she reminded her again and again. She promised to visit her on the weekend before hanging up. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already 10 p.m., so it was time to sleep. She yawned and lay down to sleep. She slept so soundly that she didn't even have a dream. She woke up very early the next morning, but she purposely waited until 8 before leaving the house. Anyway, with her current condition, no one would really care if she was late or not. She wore the black and white panda mask Xiaoheng had given her. She didn't drive herself, but took the subway to the vicinity of the Senate building, then walked over on foot. As she walked, she gave the reporters ample time to recognize her, because when she left the hospital yesterday, she had been wearing the same black and white panda mask. It was very distinctive. Looking at her figure and demeanor, it was very similar to the female Senate staff member who had been beaten up yesterday. When everyone looked at the badge hanging on her chest, they immediately realized that she was Gun Yinji, the female Senate staff member who had been beaten up yesterday. So the reporters swarmed over and aimed their microphones and cameras at Gun Yinji as they asked questions. "May I ask if you're Miss Gu? What do you think about yesterday's incident?" "Miss Gu, the office of the Prime Minister has already bailed out the spokesperson who hit you, and the police station has not filed any charges. May I ask if you have anything to say?" Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks and looked steadily at the reporter who said the person who hit her had already been bailed out. She replied calmly, "Are you sure? I haven't heard of this news." I'm sure. Does Miss Gu want to see the source of the news?" The reporter, who wanted to see the world in chaos, happily took out his phone to show Gun Yinji the source of the news. Gun Yinji looked down for a while before looking up. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that the pair of large, watery eyes above the mask were already a bit red. She asked in a choked voice, "So he hit me, and it's just going to be left unsettled? I'm sorry, but I can't accept this kind of result. I want Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Prime Minister to know that although I'm just a normal civilian, my personal safety cannot be violated. You hit me, so you must pay the price. I will hire a lawyer to file a lawsuit against the spokesperson from the office of the Prime Minister and Mrs. Prime Minister who hit me. You can wait for my lawyer's letter." The reporters were instantly excited when they heard that. He had waited for the headlines so early in the morning. Therefore, in high spirits, they began to broadcast the scene that happened in front of the Parliament building in the morning to their respective television stations and media outlets. The news that Gun Yinji said she was going to sue the spokesperson who hit her and even Prime Minister Tan and the Prime Minister's wife spread like wildfire online. Gun Yinji hadn't even walked into the Senate building when Special Assistant Yang, who was in his office, learned about the scene that had taken place at the entrance of the building. He couldn't help but slap the table angrily. "She's not going to let it go. The Prime Minister's residence has already said that they want to negotiate with us. Is she crazy? Tell. You only know how to sue. She made it sound like she could win if she wanted to sue. It's just to show off." The people in the Secretariat of the Senate looked at each other, not daring to respond. They had very complicated feelings about Gun Yinji being beaten up. As ordinary staff, of course, they hoped to severely punish the culprit so that their own safety could be guaranteed and they wouldn't have to fight for nothing. But as Gun Yinji's colleagues, they didn't want to see a new intern get so much attention. Therefore, they all remained silent and didn't support or oppose it. Special Assistant Yang was well-versed in the art of office survival. He vented his temper and expressed his stance before saying to his secretary, "When Miss Gu arrives, ask her to come to my office." Gun Yinji had just walked into the Secretariat when she was taken to see Special Assistant Yang. "Miss Gu, you are a staff member of the Senate. You can't represent the Senate to casually speak to media reporters outside." Special Assistant Yang tried his best to maintain a kind expression as he spoke to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji looked around in shock. "I didn't represent the Senate to speak outside. Is there some misunderstanding, Special Assistant Yang?" Whose mouth was so long. Gun Yinji had wanted to go talk to Speaker Long herself, but these people had already reported her. The corners of Special Assistant Yang's mouth twitched. "Do you want to pull up the video? Although the place where you spoke was outside the Senate building, that place is also monitored." Gun Yinji nodded calmly. "Sure, you play it, I'll watch." Was she not going to give up until she saw the coffin? Special Assistant Yang clenched his teeth and also became serious. He asked someone to pull up the surveillance video from outside and open it on his computer. He said to Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, look at it yourself. Are you still going to say that you didn't represent the Senate to speak to the media outside?" The computer showed Gu Nianji's face with a mask on, but her voice was very clear. It was the video of her saying that she wanted to send a lawyer's letter to the spokesperson, Prime Minister Tan, and the Prime Minister's wife. "Yes, what about it?" Gu Nianji pretended to be confused. "I want to sue these people. Is there something wrong with that?" "There's nothing wrong with that, but you can't represent the Senate to speak nonsense outside." Special Assistant Yang was furious. Wasn't this girl very smart and capable? Why does it seem like there's something wrong with his brain? Gu Nianji laughed and shook her finger. "Special Assistant Yang, I think you've misunderstood. I spoke to the reporters on my own behalf, not on behalf of the Senate." "Okay, then the cost of your lawyer's lawsuit will be entirely borne by you. It's not a financial burden for the Senate." Special Assistant Yang immediately made the decision and looked at her with a victorious expression. She would have to pay for the lawsuit with the office of the Prime Minister herself. This girl was just waiting to go bankrupt. The Senate wouldn't pay a single cent anyway. "I'm a lawyer myself, and a trial lawyer at that." "Special Assistant Yang, what kind of misunderstanding do you have about my abilities?" Gu Nianji pouted in disdain. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to work." She turned to leave without waiting for Special Assistant Yang to speak. Gu Nianji's speech quickly calmed the small wave of commotion in the Senate building. However, it caused a huge uproar online and at the office of the Prime Minister. "Mommy, Gu Nianji really wants to sue you and Daddy." Tan Guiran had been at the Senate for the past few days. She had been invited out yesterday, but she had been waiting outside the Senate building. She was also very sorry about the assault and had been looking for an opportunity to apologize to Gu Nianji. However, her mother, Kai Songyin, wouldn't allow her to go. Kai Songyin didn't take Gu Nianji's threat to heart at all. "She wants to sue me and the Prime Minister? She'll have to clean up her own scandal first." Kai Songyin was also waiting to sue the blogger, so she could show off the short article about Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. If it wasn't for the assault that had suddenly occurred yesterday, she would have gone to court to file the case. Now the office of the Prime Minister was busy with the public relations crisis of the spokesperson of the office of the Prime Minister assaulted a female Senate staff member. They were so busy that Kai Songyin's plan to sue the blogger was temporarily put on hold. Kai Songyin had to rush to a meeting with the media bosses to ask for their support and try to fight again. She could only hastily comfort Tan Guiran. "Little darling, it's fine. Let her sue. We have your cousin, so we're not afraid." She then left. However, Tan Guiran felt that this was their fault from the start. Although she had been outside the door at the time, it was no different from being there. She had seen the video, so it was their fault. If they had to sue, they would definitely lose. Kai Songyin's perfunctory attitude made her feel that the situation was urgent. The entire office of the Prime Minister was in a mess because of this incident. They couldn't even spare any manpower for the most important temporary election campaign. Tan Guiran really wanted to share her parents' worries. She hesitated at the office of the Prime Minister for a while before finally sneaking out alone and heading to the Senate building. This was the first 3,800-word update. The monthly votes and updates had all been filled up. There were 2 updates today. The second update at 7 p.m. It was the end of the month. Everyone, hurry up and vote. Chapter 1005. Tan Guiran drove her pink-blue Bentley sports car to a stop near the Senate building. The entrance to the Senate building was almost completely surrounded by all the major media organizations. She got out of the car and looked around silently for a long time, but couldn't find a way to sneak in. She would be recognized as soon as she passed by those people. It would be impossible to find Gu Nianji then. Tan Guiran looked down to take out her phone and rubbed it a few times before swiping it open to find Gu Nianji's number. She had never called Gu Nianji before, but she had to make an exception this time. Gu Nianji sat in her seat and looked at the materials. The Secretariat had an office area on the upper floor of the Senate building. Interns and junior secretaries were all in the lobby, and only senior secretaries and above had their own individual offices. Gun Yinji didn't sit for long before her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was an unfamiliar number. Gun Yinji smiled immediately. The person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. However, she didn't answer the call immediately. Instead, she calmly closed her computer and carried her small bag before leaving the office area to answer the call in the rest area. Tan Guirin called twice before Gun Yinji finally picked up. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Gun Yinji asked directly. Tan Guirin replied somewhat awkwardly, "I am Tan Guirin. Miss Gu, is it convenient for you? There are some things I would like to discuss with you." "Miss Tan Guirin, why are you looking for me? You can tell me over the phone." Gun Yinji purposely acted nonchalant and didn't eagerly agree to Tan Guirin's request, although that was her true goal. If Tan Guirin still didn't call, or come to find her today, she planned to take the initiative and talk to Tan Guirin. As expected, Tan Guirin became even more anxious. "Miss Gu, I really came to apologize. When are you free? I can wait." Gun Yinji pretended to look at her phone. "How about I check my work schedule?" What kind of work schedule did an intern have? Her words could only fool a sheltered flower like Tan Guirin. However, Tan Guirin believed her without a doubt and immediately said, "Sure, go ahead. I'll wait." Gun Yinji waited for another 5 minutes before saying to Tan Guirin on the other end of the line, "I have half an hour to eat around 11 in the afternoon. Can you wait?" There was still an hour before 11 o'clock. Tan Guirin quickly nodded. "No problem. Where shall we meet?" Gun Yinji looked at her phone. There were restaurants and cafes in the Senate building, so she didn't want to talk about this outside. She was worried that the walls had ears and it would be difficult to control. The Parliament building was different. It was safe, and the surveillance was limited to the work area. Coffee shops and restaurants were considered non-working areas, so there were no surveillance cameras. "How about this? You come in from the back door around 11 o'clock, and I'll ask the guard to open the door for you." As Gun Yinji spoke, she sent an email to the security guard at the back door of the building and asked him to let Tan Guirin in. After arranging everything, Gun Yinji put down her phone and wrote a few summaries. Soon, it was 11 o'clock. She stood up, put on her small bag, and went downstairs to the cafe downstairs. It was still early for lunch, but breakfast had already been sold out, so the entire living area was quiet. Gun Yinji sat by the window in the cafe and saw Tan Guirin arrive not long after. Pulling out a chair and sitting across from Gun Yinji, Tan Guirin asked apologetically, "Did you wait long?" Gun Yinji hated this kind of idiotic small talk, but she didn't hit someone who was smiling at her. Also, she wanted to get information from Tan Guirin, so she couldn't just start a fight. Gun Yinji smiled and shook her head. "We set it at 11 o'clock. I just came down." Tan Guirin looked at her enviously and said, "Punctuality is a king's virtue. You're very punctual." Although she knew Tan Guirin didn't have any ill intentions, Gun Yinji still felt like she deserved a beating when she said that. What did she mean by "you are very punctual"? "Miss Guirin, didn't you ask me out? Didn't we agree to meet at the cafe at 11 o'clock? So I'm the only one abiding by these words." Gun Yinji tolerated it and picked up the milk and meat floss cake she ordered for Tan Guirin. When the food arrived, Tan Guirin was very surprised. "Miss Gu, how did you know I was hungry?" She then asked, "Where's yours?" Gun Yinji was speechless. She didn't know. She was just making deductions based on common sense. It was almost lunchtime, so even if Tan Guirin had eaten breakfast when she came over, she should be hungry by now. Tan Guirin hadn't eaten breakfast at all today. Therefore, Tan Guirin didn't hesitate to pick up her knife and fork to drink the milk and eat the meat floss cake. Gun Yinji chatted with her on and off until she finished drinking the milk and eating the meat floss cake. Gun Yinji finally asked, "Miss Tan, did you need me for something?" Tan Guirin nodded. "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Gun Yinji raised a brow. "Why are you apologizing to me?" "It's like this. I'm also very sorry that you were accidentally injured yesterday." "I'm really sorry." Tan Guirin stood up and bowed to Gun Yinji in apology. Gun Yinji raised her hand to lower it. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen through the mask on her face. It wasn't you who did it. You don't have to apologize. Gun Yinji paused before continuing. But I can't be beaten for nothing. Tangyran's heart tightened. She placed her hands on her lap and almost twisted them into a ball as she muttered, "But I believe Mr. Chow didn't mean it. Can't you just be merciful and let this matter go?" Mr. Chow was one of the troublemakers from the office of the Prime Minister's Public Relations Office. He was originally handed over to the police station by Hua Xiaoheng, but he was bailed out by the office of the Prime Minister early that morning. "You believe he didn't mean it, but I don't believe it. Tangyran, if you had experienced what I went through, you would know that verbal apologies are the most useless." Gun Yinji touched her mask. "I'm a perfectly fine person, and I was almost disfigured by him. Tell me, how can I take this lying down?" Tangyran's eyes widened as she looked at Gun Yinji and quickly said, "I know you're very sad and in pain, but these things are already in the past. Even if you let him go to jail, you can't possibly get back at him for that slap." Gun Yinji tilted her head to look at Tangyran and said in legal jargon, "Justice may be late, but it's never absent. The justice I want is according to the law. Those who should be jailed will be jailed, those who should be fined will be fined, and those who should be executed will be executed. I don't mean anything else." Tangyran became even more nervous. She bit her lip and thought about it for a while before saying, "But you can sue Mr. Chow. Why do you have to drag my dad and mom into this? They didn't hit you." It was the second update. The monthly votes had all been filled up, and there were only 2 updates today. It was the end of the month. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Chapter 1006. Looking at Tangyran's clear, innocent eyes and her almost ignorant question, Gun Yinji sighed softly from the bottom of her heart. She never had the patience to talk to people like Tangyran. Moreover, the scene of Tangyran and Hua Xiaoheng getting off the plane was still an indescribable pain in her heart. No one could understand that when she had walked out of the Alps with her life on the line, when she had been electrocuted by ALS of the German Federal Intelligence Service, when her life was hanging by a thread, and when she had been prepared to die for Hua Xiaoheng, she had seen that scene with such ease. It had been a huge psychological impact on her. With just a gentlemanly gesture, her entire emotional world had collapsed. At that moment, she truly sank into boundless despair and could no longer continue with Hua Xiaoheng. Rationally, she understood that Hua Xiaoheng was only being polite and had made an unintentional mistake. Therefore, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi couldn't understand her decision to break up later. She didn't explain it to them either. Those who understood would naturally understand, but those who didn't would only think she was making a fuss over a minor issue and didn't understand Hua Xiaoheng no matter how much she tried to explain. So why waste so much time talking? Gun Yinji only knew that she couldn't rationally understand Hua Xiaoheng without considering the cause and effect of the incident. Only by breaking up with Hua Xiaoheng and completely leaving him emotionally could she have a chance of surviving that kind of bone-piercing pain. Otherwise, she knew she wouldn't be able to survive. She would be so desperate that she would end her own life. In reality, the decision to break up had indeed saved her. When she no longer saw Hua Xiaoheng as her only pillar of support and faith, she was able to reevaluate this relationship and reconsider the path she wanted to take in the future. She was also able to calmly sit in front of Tangyran and quietly lead her into her trap instead of wanting to strangle her as soon as they met, leaning back on the soft chair in the cafe. Gun Yinji shook her head. "Miss Tan, do you think Mr. Chow was able to hit me because of him alone? Isn't that the case?" Tangyran asked in confusion. "My parents were at the Prime Minister's official residence at the time and not at the Senate building. What do you think my parents have to do with it? Let me put it this way." Gun Yinji looked at Tangyran coolly and used the patience she had for a kindergartner to ask, "Do you know why Mr. Chow came to the Senate building at the time and what identity he was using?" Tangyran thought about it and said, "I know that. He's the spokesperson for the office of the Prime Minister. He was there to discuss with the Senate about dissolving the cabinet and restarting the election." "That's right." Gun Yinji nodded. "Then who sent them?" "It's my daddy and mommy." Tangyran blurted out before her expression changed. She immediately said, "But my daddy and mommy didn't tell him to hit anyone." Gunyinji thought to herself, "Yes, I didn't ask them to beat people up. I only asked them to cause trouble until the people in the Senate couldn't take it anymore and got into physical conflict with them." Of course, she couldn't tell Tan Guiran that, because Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin definitely didn't know about their motives. She was just a chess piece in her parents' hands. Mr. Chow came to perform official duties, so everything that happened during his official duties was related to the office of the Prime Minister and also related to the person in charge of the office of the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Tan. Gunyinji made the final decision. Just like if he was injured at the Senate this time, then when he returned to the office of the Prime Minister, it would be treated as an official injury. Do you understand? Tan Guiran bit her lip. She understood the official injury, but she couldn't understand the first part about Mr. Chow's assault being related to Prime Minister Tan and Kai Songyin. Or perhaps she didn't want to understand. Since it's all related to the office of the Prime Minister, of course I have to sue the person in charge of the office of the Prime Minister as well, which is Prime Minister Tan and his wife. Gunyinji's slender and fair fingers tapped the fine porcelain edge of her coffee cup. Her eyes curved as she softened her tone. "However, Miss Tan is worried about your parents and is a filial girl. I can understand that." Tan Guiran heard the first part of Gunyinji's words and thought there was no other way. However, when she heard the second part of Gunyinji's words, her hope was ignited. She leaned forward and said in surprise, Yes, my daddy and mommy are so good to me. I really hope I can help them. Miss Gu, I beg you, don't sue my parents, okay? What kind of compensation do you want? I'll give it to you however much you want." As Tan Guiran spoke, she took out several bank cards and even a property certificate from her ever-present Celine handbag and placed them in front of Gunyinji. "As long as you don't sue my parents, I'll give all of this to you." Gunyinji's eyes flitted over the bait Tan Guiran had set out and returned to Tan Guiran's beautiful and innocent face. After a while, she pushed Tan Guiran's things back and scolded, "Miss Tan, what are you doing? I want to sue Mr. Chow. Your parents are only involved. You don't have to do this, do you?" But, they're in a lot of trouble now." Tan Guiran saw that Gunyinji didn't want her things and was about to cry. "I don't want to make things worse for them. Miss Gu, I beg you, I'm really begging you." Tan Guiran panicked and stood up from her seat, almost kneeling before Gunyinji. Gunyinji quickly helped her up and said angrily, "Miss Tan, do you want everyone in the cafe to think that I did something to you? I haven't even recovered from being slapped in the face by your office of the Prime Minister." Tan Guiran grabbed Gunyinji's hand tightly and sobbed. "Miss Gu, you don't have parents, so you don't know what parents can do for their children. When I was kidnapped in the United States, they did everything they could to save me. They would do anything for me, and I would do anything for them, too. It's just Anil, I don't care." What did she mean by, "you don't have parents, so you don't know what parents can do for their children"? The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched as she felt like she had been screwed. She suddenly didn't feel any guilt toward Tan Guiran at all. Gunyinji helped Tan Guiran to her seat and withdrew her hand to sit across from Tan Guiran. She said quietly, "What Miss Tan said makes sense. I heard that Miss Tan went missing in the United States. It was also your parents who went through so much trouble to find you, right? Other than your parents, no one else would be able to do something like that." That was the truth. Gunyinji calmed down and felt that Tan Guiran was right. She thought indifferently that she didn't have parents, so she was lost in the German Alps. She could only rely on herself, and no one would descend from the heavens to save her. Gunyinji picked up the silver spoon and stirred the already cooled cappuccino. She began to ask about the details of Tan Guiran's disappearance. That was her true goal: to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader, and hit the snake where it hurts. Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin's weakness was Tan Guiran. Gunyinji had seen the news and knew that Tan Guiran had been kidnapped. Since she had been kidnapped, there was a big story to be written about. Didn't Kai Songyin like pornographic novels? Gunyinji planned to present her with a captivity play starring her daughter herself to satisfy Kai Songyin's voyeurism. If Kai Songyin dared to sue the original blogger and expose Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng's pornographic novels, then the Prime Minister's daughter's pornographic novels would definitely have a bigger market. Not only would she have words, but she would also have a personal statement from the Prime Minister's daughter. Gu Nianji discreetly turned on the recording pen and aimed it in Tan Gairen's direction. Tan Gairen wiped her face with a tissue and wiped away her tears. She said quietly, "Yes, it was my daddy and mommy who found someone to save me when I was in the United States." Speaking of that time, she thought of Hua Xiaoheng, and her mood improved slightly. "Can you tell me exactly what happened at that time?" Gu Nianji wanted to hear Tan Gairen tell the details of how she had been kidnapped and imprisoned. Tan Gairen's expression was a bit unnatural. She looked down and said, "Do I have to tell you? I don't have parents, so I don't know how much parents would do for their children. So you have to convince me with your own experience." Gu Nianji's fingers tapped lightly on the coffee table. She said coldly, "Otherwise, I will sue your parents as well." Tan Gairen was frightened by Gu Nianji and quickly said, I'll tell you. She composed herself, and her voice was a bit low and erratic. "That day, I had a bit of a headache, so I went to sleep after taking a painkiller. Who knew that when I woke up, I wouldn't be in the dormitory, but in a very dirty room. There were many cages in that room, and there was one person in each cage. Most of them were children, and there were only 3 adults." Gu Nianji raised a brow. She had never heard of such a situation, so she became even more interested. "Cages? You said there were many cages in the room? What kind of cages?" "Dog cages. Slightly larger dog cages." Tan Gairen's expression became even more uncomfortable. "Who were the people in the small building?" Gu Nianji asked in detail. "What people? Of course, they weren't good people." Tan Gairen recalled those lecherous eyes and the days when she didn't see the light of day in the Bronx. She couldn't help shuddering. "They were all very bad and wanted to bully me many times. But there was one person who was very nice. He always protected me and didn't let anyone touch me. Until what?" Gu Nianji was a bit excited. "Details." Here came the details until one day, a bad person came and hit a child with a metal ruler. I couldn't take it anymore and begged him to stop hitting the child. In the end, the bad person stopped hitting the child and pounced on me. Tan Gairen tightened her hands on the front of her shirt. It was as if she could still feel the disgusting touch of that person's large, furry, and sticky hands sliding across her face. I resisted with all my might, but that person still ripped my shirt off. Tan Gairen lowered her head even more. Gu Nianji wasn't in a good mood either. There were many times when she wanted to turn off the recording pen and tell herself that it was Kai Songyin's fault. She couldn't blame it on Tan Gairen because Kai Songyin was also a pitiful person. However, logic told her that Kai Songyin's only weakness was her daughter, Tan Gairen. If she didn't want her and Hua Xiaoheng's reputations to be ruined by Kai Songyin, this was something she had to do. Gu Nianji hardened her heart and continued to ask, "And then? I originally thought that my chastity would be lost there, but then the person who treated me very well appeared and shot the bad person to death." Gu Nianji nodded. "You're very lucky." I was. Tan Gairen looked up and smiled through her tears. "But I knew he was also a bad person and was in cahoots with them. He wanted me too. He wasn't a good person. The real good person was Major General Hua." The next day, Major General Hua appeared and braved a hail of bullets to save me. He was injured and fell into someone else's trap, so he could only run for his life in the United States. This was the 3,400 words of the first chapter. Today was the 3rd chapter, the last day of July. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Today was also Monday. Recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., the monthly vote was 5,700 plus chapters. At 7 p.m., the 3rd chapter. I'll continue to make up for the excess monthly votes next month with the 3rd chapter. P.S. Thank you to Molly0707 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. This was the 1,000th chapter. How emotional. Chapter 1007. Gu Nianji felt like her heart was like an old engine. After a few thumps, it completely stopped beating. She sat across from Tan Guirin and heard her clear voice echoing in her ears. She watched her red lips open and close in front of her. She could hear everything she said, but she could not make sense of what she was saying. She was like a person with dyslexia. She could see every word in front of her, but she couldn't understand what they meant. She slowly sat up straight and gripped the silver spoon so tightly that it almost bent. As soon as Tan Guirin mentioned Hua Xiaoheng, she couldn't control herself. That night, I didn't feel well and couldn't sleep. I thought I was going to die for sure. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a man as tall as a god stood at the door. He wore a helmet and a hood, and a pair of large sunglasses covered half of his face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. I didn't know who he was at the time. I sat up immediately, and my heart almost jumped out of my throat. That man shot me and broke the lock of the cage. He reached out to me and said, "Miss Tan, come with me quickly. I was sent by your father to save you." Miss Gu, you don't know how excited I was. At the moment of life and death, someone descended from the sky and said that my father had sent him to save me. I threw myself at him and hugged his leg without a care for my image. I begged him to save me. That place wasn't suitable for humans. Those people were all animals. They didn't even spare a child. She didn't know how many times she had replayed the scene of Hua Xiaoheng saving Tan Guirin. Even now, every action and every word of conversation was vivid in her mind and engraved in her heart. Tan Guirin reached out to grab Gu Nianji's hand and shook it. She said to Gu Nianji emotionally, "Miss Gu, do you understand how I feel? How many things have my daddy and mommy done for me? If they could get Major General Hua to save me, how could I turn a blind eye to my parents' plight? Miss Gu, I'm begging you, please don't sue my parents anymore, okay?" Gu Nianji finally snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew her hand from Tan Guirin's, her body trembling slightly. Although her mind felt as if there were countless bees buzzing in it, and she couldn't concentrate, she still tried to clear her thoughts and asked calmly, "You're saying that your father sent Major General Hua to the United States to rescue you? But at that time, your father was only the Minister of Justice, not the Prime Minister. What authority did he have to send a Major General to save people abroad?" I'm not too sure about that." Tan Guirin started to stutter. She suddenly remembered that her mommy had warned her not to tell anyone about Hua Xiaoheng saving her. Tan Guirin stuck out her tongue guiltily. "Not sure." Gu Nianji raised a brow and suppressed the discomfort and displeasure in her heart. Spreading her hands, she said to Tan Guirin, "You don't know? Then it's hard for me to believe you. I'm telling the truth. I swear to God that I didn't lie to you." Tan Guirin was frantic and raised her hand to swear. Gu Nianji grasped her swearing hand and shook her head. She said dryly, "Then tell me clearly. I'm a lawyer, so I only believe in evidence and logic. I won't believe anything without logic." It was obvious that Gu Nianji felt something was wrong when Hua Xiaoheng said he was sent by Tan Guirin's father. In terms of authority, Tan Dongbang was still the Minister of Justice in the cabinet at the time, while Hua Xiaoheng was a major general in the military and the commander of the Special Operations Forces. Even if they were from the same system, Hua Xiaoheng's position wouldn't be higher than Tan Dongbang's, but it wouldn't be lower either. Who gave Tan Dongbang the authority to send Hua Xiaoheng overseas to save his daughter? Tan Guirin was forced into a corner by Gu Nianji and remembered that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng used to be boyfriend and girlfriend. They were so close, so they couldn't be considered outsiders, right? It wouldn't matter even if she told her, right? Tan Guirin gritted her teeth and said quietly, "Actually, it wasn't my father who had the authority to send Major General Hua to save me. He asked the military to help save me." "Oh, really?" Gu Nianji discreetly pushed the recording pen closer to Tan Guirin. "There are so many capable people in the military. Why did your father ask for Major General Hua?" Tan Guirin blushed and said honestly, "My mommy said it was her friend who recommended him to her. She said Major General Hua was the best, and as long as he went, he would definitely be able to save me." "Your mommy's friend? Who is it? Do you know him?" Gu Nianji propped her head on her hand and leaned against a coffee table. Her gaze was gentle but focused as she looked at Tan Guiran. I don't know him. Tan Guiran shook her head. My mommy works in the media and has many friends. She never lets me see them. Her life was actually very simple. All she did was study the piano, read books, go home from school, and then go back to school. Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin had protected her too well. She was truly a princess in an ivory tower. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and wondered if she should believe Tan Guiran. She felt like there was something else that couldn't be explained clearly. And she knew Hua Xiaoheng the best. If he didn't want to do something outside of his authority, no one could order him to do it. Was rescuing Tan Guiran something within Hua Xiaoheng's authority? Gu Nianji didn't believe it. But if it was outside of his authority, why would he go? Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Tan Guiran and felt very anxious. Could it be that Hua Xiaoheng really liked this innocent little white flower? Was that why he made an exception to save her? Or was there another reason she didn't know? Gu Nianji remembered very clearly what happened at that time. One day, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly left the country. In the beginning, she guessed that Hua Xiaoheng went to New York for a mission, but Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't confirm or deny it. Not long after, she received Hua Xiao's scarf from Germany. Now she already knew that there was something wrong with the scarf from Germany. Although Hua Xiaoheng had indeed sent it to her, the shipping address he used wasn't Germany but France. In short, he wouldn't let her know that his true location was the United States. Because of this, Gu Nianji was attracted to Germany. Later, she was tricked by a text message that seemed to be from Hua Xiaoheng to go to the Koenig Sea, near Munich, and fall into the enemy's trap. What was different from Tan Guiran's experience was that she didn't have a powerful father to send the capable Hua Xiaoheng to save her. Instead, she fell into the trap because of the scarf and text message from Major General Hua. Thinking about this, Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh at herself. See, this was the result of being infatuated. As an orphan without parents, she still needed to recognize her own identity and not be too infatuated. Being infatuated wasn't an illness, but being infatuated could kill. Gu Nianji snorted softly. She was both pitiful and dissatisfied with her past self. Tan Guiran waited for a long time and saw that Gu Nianji still didn't speak. She couldn't help but quietly beg, "Miss Gu, can you really make an exception? Don't sue my parents. I'm begging you." Gu Nianji looked down at the completely cool cappuccino in front of her. The foam had already dissipated and revealed the true color underneath. It was like yellow muddy water, and she had no appetite at all. After a while, Gu Nianji finally stuttered, "Miss Tan, if you help me with something, I promise not to sue your parents." "Okay, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely help." Tan Guiran was very surprised and immediately agreed. Gu Nianji smiled. "Don't agree so quickly. I still have conditions. Tell me. Tan Guiran wasn't afraid of Gu Nianji's conditions. She was only worried that Gu Nianji wouldn't mention anything and would only sue her parents. "Okay, if you can tell me who suggested to your mother that Major General Hua must go to the United States to save you, then I won't sue." Gu Nianji shrugged. "I'm just very curious and want to know who thinks so highly of Major General Hua." Tan Guiran thought about it. "I can ask my mother. You can't let your mother know that I was the one who asked you to investigate." Gu Nianji stated her conditions. "If your mommy and daddy find out that I want to know who this person is, then our agreement will be voided, and I will continue to sue them." "I know. I definitely won't tell." Tan Guiran raised her hand to swear again. This time, Gu Nianji didn't stop her and only nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll believe you this once." Although she didn't have much confidence in Tan Guiran, she was certain that Hua Xiaoheng's incident should be kept a secret because it was Hua Xiaoheng's mission, and the missions of the Special Operations Forces were all confidential. Back then, she had desperately tried to get information from Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, but they were too tight-lipped and didn't reveal a single word. They just let her keep guessing, but Tan Guiran still said it to her, someone who shouldn't have heard it. Therefore, Tan Guiran's vow could only be taken lightly and not taken seriously. Her request was actually an additional condition. If Tan Guirin could keep her promise and help her find that person, it would be the icing on the cake. If she couldn't, it didn't matter. She had already obtained the most important thing. Gun Yinji turned off the recording pin and nodded at Tan Guirin. Okay, then I'll give you 3 days. Meet me here at the same time in 3 days. Okay, I'll go ask now. I won't let them know it was because of you. Tan Guirin nodded repeatedly. This time, because it involved Tan Guirin acting on her own, she was very careful not to leak the secret. After Tan Guirin left, Gun Yinji also went upstairs. She sat in her seat alone and didn't do anything the entire day. She only stared blankly. When it was time to get off work, she was the first to leave the Senate building and return to her small suite in Heppingley. Turning on her computer, she calmly entered the hacking program and sent Kai Sung-yin's phone a recording of Tan Guirin that afternoon. Of course, it was the edited recording of Tan Guirin talking about being kidnapped. Gun Yinji also sent a text. Mrs. Tan, if you insist on suing the original blogger, your daughter's captivity play will soon go viral online. It was the second update, and the monthly votes had arrived at 5,700 plus updates. Today was the third update, and it was the last day of July. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Today was the last day of July, and they wouldn't have children even if they didn't cast their monthly votes. Today was also Monday. Recommendation votes? Oh, recommendation votes. Chapter 1008. Gun Yinji's IP address was heavily disguised, and the tone of her voice was that of the original blogger. No matter who saw that message, they would think it was a helper the original blogger had found. When Kai Song-yin saw the message and listened to the recording, she was so angry she felt like she was about to explode. She threw the phone away and flew into a rage. She was like a balloon that was about to explode. Shameless, despicable, treacherous person. How dare she use my daughter to threaten me? Kai Song-yin's entire body was shaking, and all the blood in her heart rushed to her brain. Her face was terrifyingly red. Tan Guirin pushed the door open and was shocked to see Kai Song-yin like this. She called out dumbly, "Mommy, what's wrong?" Kai Song-yin's face twitched a few times as she tried to calm herself down. She put on the kindest smile. Although it was stiff, it was much better than the ferocious expression from before. She held Tan Guirin's hand with pity. "Little darling, did I scare you? Mommy, what's wrong? Who were you talking to just now?" Tan Guirin glanced at the ground and saw the broken phone Kai Song-yin had thrown. "Did someone make you angry?" Kai Song-yin couldn't think of any other excuse at that moment. She only remembered Gun Yinji saying she would sue her and Tan Dongbang on TV that morning. So she blurted out, "Yes, it was that Gun Yinji. She said she would sue me and your father. How dare she?" Tan Guirin remembered Kai Song-yin telling her not to worry in the morning, but now she was so angry. She was even more certain of her judgment. That was, Gun Yinji wanting to sue them had indeed caused her parents a lot of trouble. Therefore, she felt she had made the right decision to beg Gun Yinji today. She helped Kai Song-yin sit down on the single-seater sofa in the corner of the room. Tan Guirin poured Kai Song-yin a glass of water and watched her drink it. "My little darling is such a good girl. She knows how to take care of Mommy." Kai Song-yin only drank a glass of water, but she felt it was sweeter than honey. She patted Tan Guirin's head and had her sit on the sofa with her. Tan Guirin leaned her head on Kai Song-yin's shoulder and smiled. "Mommy, don't worry. Miss Gu isn't a person who doesn't know right from wrong. She said she would sue, but maybe it was just words out of anger. Think about it. She must be angry that she was hit. But when she thinks it through, she will know that this matter has nothing to do with Mommy and Daddy, so she won't sue you. If only that was the case." Kai Song-yin smiled bitterly as she patted Tan Guirin's hand. She knew that she had raised her daughter to be ignorant of the ways of the world, so she didn't blame her. Tan Guirin turned around to look at Kai Song-yin with a face full of joy. She giggled and said, "Mommy, you don't have to be afraid. When I was kidnapped in the United States, you and Daddy were so resourceful that you found people to rescue me. What's a small matter like this?" Kai Songyin had just been reminded that Tan Guirin had been kidnapped in the United States, so she hadn't expected Tan Guirin to mention it herself. Her expression changed as she grabbed Tan Guirin's hand. "Little darling, have you told anyone about what happened in the United States? Are there any?" Tan Guirin's eyes flashed. "I think so, but maybe not. I don't remember." Tan Guirin was a little flustered when she saw Kai Songyin's sparkling eyes looking at her. She instinctively didn't want Kai Songyin to know that she had gone to see Gu Nianji today. This was because Gu Nianji had said that if her parents found out, she would continue to sue them. In a panic, Tan Guirin used her ever-victorious coquettish skills to push Kai Songyin's shoulder. "Mommy, don't ask about that anymore, okay? I feel terrible every time I think about it." As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Kai Songyin had originally thought that if Tan Guirin remembered who she had said that to, she might be able to find the person who had threatened her. However, when she heard Tan Guirin's coquettish behavior and how she felt terrible every time she thought about it, she immediately decided not to show the recording to Tan Guirin, because it would awaken those dirty memories. Kai Songyin didn't want her daughter to remember those days at all. It would be like suffering twice and suffering twice. It had to be said that Gu Nianji had accurately guessed Kai Songyin's mental state. She had also guessed Tan Guirin's position in Kai Songyin's heart very well. Gu Nianji was certain that Kai Songyin wouldn't dare to risk her daughter's future, and she was also certain that Tan Guirin wouldn't reveal their meeting today for now. That was why she dared to use both methods at once. Her goal was to force out the mastermind who had strongly recommended Hui Xiaoheng to Kai Songyin. Holding Tan Guirin in her arms, Kai Songyin continuously stroked her long hair and said tenderly, Okay, I won't ask anymore. My little darling is the best." She kissed Tan Guirin's forehead and had already made up her mind. However, Tan Guirin was thinking about how to ask the questions Gu Nianji wanted to know. She changed positions in Kai Songyin's arms and pretended to ask nonchalantly, "Mommy, you have so many friends. Can't you help Daddy? Won't Daddy be in danger during this interim election?" "I've already tried my best." Kai Songyin's expression darkened. If Tan Dongbang hadn't cheated on Gu Yanran and been recorded, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation today. Kai Songyin truly hated the adulterous couple, Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran. Not only did they embarrass themselves, but they also lowered Tan Guirin's social status. Kai Songyin regretted it the moment she thought about it. She really shouldn't have impulsively uploaded the video to the internet that time. She didn't expect there to be so many experts on the internet that they could actually restore the original video that she had blurred out. "Mommy, when I was kidnapped in the United States, your friend was able to come up with a plan for you. Why can't she do it this time?" Tan Guirin suddenly had an idea and volunteered. "Mommy, which Annie is it? Tell me, and I'll go find her and beg her for help." Kai Songyin's heart skipped a beat as she thought about that person's identity. Although they couldn't help with the election, it shouldn't be a problem to find out who sent her the recording. Kai Songyin didn't want anyone to use Tan Guirin's weakness to threaten her. She muttered to herself as her fingers casually ran through Tan Guirin's long hair. Smiling, she said, "Little darling, do you still remember Annie's son?" "Which Annie's son?" Tan Guirin shook her head. "I don't remember this person. That's my fault. I should have let you interact more with everyone." Kai Songyin pursed her lips. "But it's not too late now." She stood up from the sofa and said to Tan Guirin, "Rest early. I'll take you to see a friend tomorrow." Tan Guirin stood up in surprise. "Is it the friend who suggested Major General Hua to Mommy? I have to thank her properly. If it weren't for her, I definitely wouldn't have come back alive." Kai Songyin nodded slightly with a smile. "Little darling is so smart. It's her. What does Annie's son do? She's so amazing." Tan Guirin was also very excited. She didn't expect to find out who that person was so easily. She was also very grateful to Annie Sunday. It was because of her that she had the opportunity to meet Hua Xiaoheng. If she could really be with Hua Xiaoheng in the future, then Annie's son would be their matchmaker. Tan Guirin's imagination ran wild, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Kai Songyin adjusted her collar and patiently explained to her, Andy's son is your mommy's best friend. Her husband, Hong Kong Quan, is the director of the Secret Service. He used to be your daddy's colleague and is now your daddy's subordinate. Back then, it was Sun Yuerong who suggested Hua Xiaoheng to Kai Songyin. Of course, she was actually passing on the words to her husband, Hong Kong Quan, to Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin. Since the director of the Secret Service, Hong Kong Quan, said Hua Xiaoheng was amazing and could save Tan Guiran, Kai Songyin naturally believed him. At the time, she had no idea who Hua Xiaoheng was, nor did she know how amazing he was. The wife of the director of the Secret Service? Tan Guiran exclaimed quietly. Mommy, all your friends are so amazing. It was the third watch. Today was the third watch, and it was the last day of July. Everyone, please cast your monthly votes. Today was also Monday. Recommendation votes? Oh, recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to the reader, Sheep in the Deep Sea, for tipping me 10,000 Chinese yuan this morning. Chapter 1009. Kai Songyin forced a smile at her daughter's shocked expression and patted her on the shoulder. Okay, go to sleep early. Mommy will take you to see Annie-san tomorrow. Tan Guiran nodded obediently and stood up. Mommy, you should sleep early too. You'll be able to sleep beautifully tomorrow. I know you're a good girl. Kai Songyin kissed Tan Guiran's forehead and watched her leave. Kai Songyin's smile finally crumbled after Tan Guiran's silhouette disappeared through the door. She rubbed her phone and hesitated for a long time before unlocking it and opening her contact list. She found Sun Yuerong's number and dialed it. When her phone rang, Sun Yuerong had just finished applying a facial mask at her vanity. She looked at the display on her phone and saw that it was Kai Songyin calling. She hesitated for a while and didn't answer. Soon, Kai Songyin's call went to voicemail. Sun Yuerong quickly finished applying her facial mask and went to the study. She told her husband, Hong Kong Quan, who was still working overtime, Old Hong, Kai Songyin just called me. Hong Kong Quan, who was wearing glasses, looked up from his computer and asked expressionlessly, It's so late. Why did she call me? Calls in the middle of the night were usually either good news or bad news. There was no middle ground. I didn't answer, Sun Yuerong said carefully. Will I cause you trouble? Hong Kong Quan took off his glasses and stepped on the lenses with a cloth. He didn't speak for a long time. Sun Yuerong sat down and said worriedly, I really didn't expect that they would still make such a fuss after being elected prime minister. I'm best friends with Songyin. I can ignore her call tonight, but I can't ignore her call tomorrow. Hong Kong Quan put on his glasses and looked back at the computer. After a while, he said, Kai Songyin is your best friend. Many people know that, so just do what you should do. It's not good to deliberately alienate her. If people see it, they'll say you're too snobbish. Oh, then I'll call her back tomorrow. Sun Yuerong immediately nodded, but then asked, It won't affect you in any way, right? How would your business affect me? Hong Kong Quan didn't care. Kai Songyin isn't an idiot. She wouldn't go overboard. But Sun Yuerong hesitated and said uneasily, Prime Minister Tan's public image has been terrible recently. He hasn't reflected on himself properly and has sent people to the Senate to cause trouble. He's offending both the Senate and the dollar. Old Hong, is it really okay for us to continue to maintain a close relationship with him? Hong Kongchuan's heart warmed when he saw that his wife was being considerate of him. He looked up at her worried face, and his attitude softened a lot. It's okay. The more you treated Kai Songyin the same way as before, the more people would look up to you. Think about it. These higher-ups aren't fools. Everyone had their ups and downs. Adding icing on the cake wasn't surprising, but providing timely help was something that would be remembered in one's heart. Not only is Kai Songyin grateful for what you're doing right now, but everyone else is also seeing it. Only then did Sun Yuerong feel relieved. She smiled and said, Old Hong, you have good foresight and magnanimity. After a pause, she whispered, Actually, you're the one who deserves to be the head of the Special Operations Forces. You're only the director of the Secret Service because we don't have any backing. Hua Xiaoheng isn't even 30 years old yet. What right does he have to be the head of the Special Operations Forces and the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council? Han Kangquan's expression darkened instantly, and he shouted, "What do you know? Ignorant woman. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Get out of here." He grabbed a thick Oxford dictionary from the desk and threw it at Sun Yuerong. Sun Yuerong screamed from the impact and jumped up from the sofa. She said angrily, "Old Hong, why are you hitting me? Why aren't you getting out? Do you want to eat my belt?" As Hong Kangquan spoke, he took the belt off the back of his chair and shook it at Sun Yuerong. Sun Yuerong screamed and ran out in a hurry. After closing the door to Hong Kangquan's study, Sun Yuerong patted her chest and swallowed her anger. Hong Kangquan was a retired soldier. When she married him, he wasn't like this. Now, as the status of the Special Operations Forces in the country increased, not only did they surpass the Cabinet's Secret Service in foreign countries, but they were also able to intervene in domestic affairs. Hong Kangquan's temper was getting worse and worse, especially with the national surveillance of the interim general election this time. General Ji and Speaker Long had both chosen Hua Xiaoheng's Special Operations Forces instead of the more legitimate Secret Service. Hong Kangquan had been fuming for a long time now. You only know how to be rude to me. You still have to pretend when you go out." Sun Yuerong pouted in disdain and returned to her room. After the door to the study was closed, Hong Kangquan threw away the belt in his hand and looked at the ceiling with a long sigh. He had never expected that the Special Operations Forces, which he had looked down on in the past, would have such a large scale and sphere of influence today. 10 years ago, General Ji had originally wanted Hong Kangquan to lead a new department in the military, which was the Special Operations Forces. This department had been developed from the previous 2nd Division of the military. It had continued the 2nd Division's manpower and functions, but had its own unique direction of development. At that time, he felt that the department had no future, and with the Secret Service in foreign countries, he would only be cannon fodder for others if he went out. Therefore, he used his wife's poor health as an excuse to resign from the military. After being discharged from the military, he naturally landed in the Secret Service and became a senior official. 7 years ago, he became the head of the Secret Service. After he left, General Ji had no one else to use in the military intelligence department, which gave Hua Xiaoheng the opportunity to make a name for himself. In the past 10 years, Hua Xiaoheng had been entrusted with the task in the face of danger and expanded the Special Operations Forces from a small base to a point where the entire Huaxia Empire couldn't be ignored. It was said that one division was equivalent to an entire military region, and it was famous among the upper echelons of the empire. Hong Kangquan would never admit that he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He only knew that there could only be one special organization like this in the Huaxia Empire, and that was their long-established Secret Service, not a Special Operations Forces with little to no history. After spacing out in his seat for a while, Hong Kangquan took out his personal phone and hesitated for a long time before dialing a number that he had memorized by heart. If anyone saw this number, they would definitely be surprised that this kind of number could be called. This was because this number was completely different from the standard phone number format of the Blue Planet. It rang many times, but no one picked up. Hong Kangquan wasn't surprised, but he was still slightly disappointed. Tangaran returned to her bedroom and paced around the room excitedly before dialing Gunyinji's number. Unexpectedly, Gunyinji didn't pick up. Tangaran didn't give up and called a few more times, but it was all voicemail. Tangaran believed that it was inconvenient for Gunyinji to pick up the phone, so she sent her a text instead. "Miss Gu, the person who recommended Major General Hua to my mom was Sun Yuerong, the wife of the director of the Secret Service. I've done everything you asked of me. Shouldn't you drop the charges?" Gunyinji intentionally didn't pick up Tangaran's call. She didn't want to be monitored. Unexpectedly, Tangaran texted again. Gunyinji glanced at it and froze. The wife of the director of the Secret Service was the person who made the recommendation. Didn't that mean the person behind it was the director of the Secret Service? Because of Bai Yuxing, Gu Nianji didn't have a good impression of the Secret Service. Bai Yuxing used to be the deputy director of the Secret Service, and the Secret Service also had Deputy Director Feng, who was the one who introduced Gu Yanran to Hua Xiaoheng. It seemed like she really didn't get along with the Secret Service. Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and still decided to call Hua Xiaoheng. At this time, Hua Xiaoheng was still monitoring the election in the Senate building. This time, he didn't use the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Instead, he set up a monitoring center in the Senate building, with Speaker Long as the leader and Yin Shixiang as the deputy. Hua Xiaoheng was only a consultant to monitor from the side, because the election was too tight and the monitoring needed to cover all the constituencies in the country. The Special Operations Forces cooperated with the Secret Service to temporarily borrow personnel from the Secret Service in each province to establish a connection. This involved the cooperation of two departments, and Yin Shixiang couldn't control the situation alone. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng needed to be there to hold the fort until all the monitoring was completed before the election. There was less than a week until the election, so Hua Xiaoheng and the others worked 24 hours a day. When Gu Nianji called, Hua Xiaoheng had just come out of the monitoring room. Hearing that it was Gu Nianji's personal ringtone, Hua Xiaoheng was slightly surprised. This was because Gu Nianji hadn't taken the initiative to call him this late in a long time. This was the first watch. It was already August. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. There are more monthly votes today, so I can consider the fourth watch. It was Army Day. At 1 o'clock p.m., the monthly votes for July were 6,000 plus updates. At 7 o'clock p.m., the third watch. If there was a fourth watch, please pay attention to the end of the third watch. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi and Sing_Sing for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1010. Hua Xiaoheng answered the call and walked to the smoking area of the Senate building with his Bluetooth headset on. He took out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a long drag, he asked calmly, "It's so late. You're still awake?" He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was almost midnight. Gu Nianji could hear the sound of Hua Xiaoheng inhaling and exhaling. It was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. She could even imagine him smoking. His tall figure was reflected on the wall, his long legs crossed leisurely in front of him. He held a cigarette in one hand, and his side profile was like a beautiful phone screensaver, so beautiful that it made people want to lick the screen. Hua Xiaoheng waited for a long time, but didn't hear Gu Nianji say anything. He didn't rush her, and just quietly leaned against the wall to smoke. White smoke drifted from his slender fingers and fell into the night sky outside the window. Gu Nianji blanked out and coughed lightly. "Hua Xiao, is it convenient for you to talk now?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, I'm free. Go ahead." Gu Nianji listened to Hua Xiaoheng's voice, which was even deeper than usual and a little hoarse. It was like the sound of a guqin's bass string being carelessly stroked by someone's hand. The lingering sound was faint, but it made her heart flutter. She rubbed her earlobe and tried her best to say calmly, "Hua Xiao, do you know who suggested that Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin ask you to personally go to the United States to save Tan Guiran?" Hua Xiaoheng switched his legs and frowned. "Nianji, what are you talking about? The last time he went to the United States to rescue Tan Guiran, it was still technically his mission. It was recorded by the Special Operations Forces, so it wasn't something Gu Nianji could know about. Or, even if she knew, she couldn't say it out loud. Gu Nianji also understood this, so she didn't say anything else. She only said lightly, "Yeah, regardless of whether you admit it or not, I just want to tell you that the person who suggested to Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin that you go to the United States personally to rescue them was Sun Yuro. She's the wife of the director of Secret Service. Perhaps you already knew, but this is as far as I can help you." Gu Nianji hung up the phone. All right, everything is fine now. She thought she might as well write that part down. She had created such a huge obstacle for her and Hua Xiaoheng, yet she still wanted to hide in the shadows and watch the show. She was really dreaming. Gu Nianji tossed her phone to the side and turned off the lights. She went to sleep, leaving only the night light on. Gu Nianji didn't know how long she had slept, but she suddenly felt a chill. Subconsciously, she wanted to wrap herself tightly in the blanket, but it was as if someone was holding onto the blanket. She couldn't pull away no matter how hard she tried. She grunted in annoyance and kicked her leg on the bed to show her anger. Then he heard two low and deep laughs that made his heart jump out of his chest. Gu Nianji immediately sobered up. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Hua Xiaoheng was wearing the same black cotton military t-shirt that she was wearing. He lifted the blankets and lay down beside her. Gu Nianji quickly moved back and said unhappily, "Can you not treat this as your own home? This is my house." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and reached out to pull her into his arms. He changed into a more comfortable position and said calmly, "What happened tonight? How did you know it was Sun Yuerong who suggested it to Kai Songyin?" He had investigated for a long time after returning from the United States, but he hadn't found any concrete evidence. However, he knew that the person who suggested it to Kai Songyin was probably Kai Songyin's good friend. He also knew that Sun Yuerong was Kai Songyin's best friend, but Kai Songyin didn't just have one best friend. Her best friends were almost all the high-ranking wives in the imperial capital. Even after investigating them one by one, he still had no leads. He finally understood that this kind of thing was probably just a casual conversation between the two of them. As long as neither of them mentioned it, it would be very difficult for others to know who suggested it. Hua Xiaoheng also had a lot of other work and more important things to do, so he temporarily put this matter aside and only focused on monitoring the office building of the Prime Minister's official residence. In theory, the Prime Minister's family couldn't install surveillance in the small building that they lived in. That would be an invasion of personal privacy. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji to tell him tonight that the person was Sun Yuerong, the wife of the director of Secret Service. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng was familiar with the director of Secret Service, Hong Kongquan. He was a member of the Hong family, and was also his childhood friend Hong Ziqi's uncle. He used to be Hua Xiaoheng's superior in the army, but after being discharged, he entered the Secret Service and started as a high-ranking official. Not long after, he became the director of the Secret Service. If it was this person, then there was a big problem. Therefore, he immediately rushed over to find Gu Nianji and ask her for clarification. Gu Nianji also calmed down when Hua Xiaoheng asked her. She composed herself and pushed Hua Xiaoheng away. "Let's sit up and talk." Hua Xiaoheng wanted to hug her again, but found that her rejection was firm and forceful. She wasn't playing coquettishly with him. Hua Xiaoheng let go of her. He felt that Gu Nianji's attitude was a bit different tonight. He sat up quietly and brought a pillow for Gu Nianji to put on the bed. "Come here." Gu Nianji leaned against the pillow and wrapped herself in the blanket to put some distance between her and Hua Xiaoheng. "Can you tell me now?" Hua Xiaoheng propped his head up with his hand and leaned sideways against the headboard. He looked at Gu Nianji intently. "Where did you get this information from?" Gu Nianji looked down and thought about it. She pointed to her phone on the bedside table. "Give me the phone." Hua Xiaoheng took it and handed it to her. Gu Nianji swiped open the phone and showed Hua Xiaoheng the text Tanguerin had sent. "I found out from here." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the name of the sender and looked up at Gu Nianji speechlessly. "You believe what this person says?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I believe what she says." Because Tanguerin wasn't a particularly active person, her words were very trustworthy. She wasn't very good at lying and didn't pay much attention to what she said. If she wasn't careful, she would offend people. Hua Xiaoheng wiped his face and suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come back to ask her this question so openly. He had spent so much effort but still couldn't find out who had given Kai Songyin the advice. Also, it was obvious that Kai Songyin had protected this source very closely. How could Tanguerin find out so easily? Gu Nianji looked up and said dryly, "Why can't she find out? Tanguerin is so important that Hua Xiao personally went to the United States to save her and risked his life for her. It's obvious how much Kai Songyin values this daughter. Also, it had been so long since the incident happened. Kai Songyin's guard had already dropped a lot when she asked about it now. Or perhaps Kai Songyin was now facing something even more difficult, so the incident with Tanguerin was no longer a big deal in her heart. It would be easier to get information out of her. The timing that Gun Yinji had chosen was very favorable, but Kai Song-yin's defenseless daughter, Tan Guoren, was able to get information out of her. Hua Xiaoheng froze. Going to the United States to save Tan Guoren was part of his mission, but how could Gun Yinji insist that he had gone to save Tan Guoren and even know that he had risked his life? Also, Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and immediately grasped the key point. Why would Tan Guoren help you get information from her mother? It was the second update, and the monthly tickets for July had arrived with 6,000 plus updates. It was already August. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. There are more monthly tickets today, so I can consider the fourth update. It was Army Day, after all. At 7:00 p.m., the third update. If there was a fourth update, please pay attention to the end of the third update. Chapter 10:11. Why would Tan Guoren help me get information from her mother? Maybe she saw that I'm a good person and wanted to help me? Gun Yinji smiled mischievously and looked away. Her pretty lips pouted slightly. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she was full of conflict, so he didn't ask her again and analyzed it himself. You told the media this morning that you were going to sue that spokesperson Chao, as well as Prime Minister Tan and Kai Song-yin. They're all co-defendants. Hua Xiaoheng mused. Is it because you're going to sue Prime Minister Tan and Kai Song-yin that Tan Guoren was so scared that she came to beg you to be merciful? Gun Yinji suddenly turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Under the dim light, her eyes were like black jade glass and almost glowed. But it wasn't the light of joy or excitement. It was the light of anger, the light of fire. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back without batting an eyelid. Is that really the case? You really know Tan Guoren? Gun Yinji laughed coldly. It looks like you were willing to go to the United States to save her. She originally thought that there was a 50% chance that Hua Xiaoheng had another reason for going to the United States to save Tan Guoren. But when she heard him analyze Tan Guoren's mental state and behavior in such a logical manner, she immediately felt like an idiot. Turning her head in anger, she hugged her knees and wrapped the blanket tighter around her like it was her armor to help her resist Hua Xiaoheng's attacks. If the mastermind wanted to use this opportunity to drive a wedge between her and Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji felt that person had already succeeded, because there was no one else in the world that could truly hurt Gun Yinji except for Hua Xiaoheng. The mastermind really knew her too well. Gun Yinji felt her heart ache when she thought about it. At this time, what she wanted most was to have her own family, her own parents, and to be able to throw herself into their arms and cry about her grievances. She even secretly envied Tan Guoren. Although she wasn't smart, reliable, and didn't understand the ways of the world, she had parents who loved her the most. So what if she was smart and capable? She could only rely on herself to survive being hunted. Hua Xiaoheng understood Gun Yinji's heart knot and discovered that it hadn't been untied. Instead, it had deepened. After some thought, Hua Xiaoheng said, Did Tan Guoren tell you about the United States? Gun Yinji, she pursed her lips and felt even worse. How much did he know Tan Guoren to be able to make such a godly deduction as if he was there and saw it with his own eyes? Gun Yinji hugged her knees as she sat under the blankets. She held the powder blue duvet in front of her like a weapon. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gun Yinji's frail back in a daze. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Gun Yinji's back, which was slightly protruding from leaning forward. His warm breath seeped into her heart through the thin black t-shirt. Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened slightly. He exerted a bit of force and pulled her over to lean against his chest. He hugged her from behind through the blankets and patiently explained to her, What are you thinking about? I was able to predict her behavior patterns because that's what I do. It's not just Tan Guoren. I remember many people's words and actions as long as I've interacted with them. That way, they would be able to adapt to the situation. Gun Yinji's body didn't move at all. She looked indifferent, but the tip of her delicate, white, and moist ear twitched. Hua Xiaoheng happened to look down and see the restless tip of her ear. It was so soft as if it didn't have any bones. It was white and creamy, like top-grade condensed milk. He knew it would be sweet and fragrant even before it entered his mouth. Well, Xiaoheng didn't like sweets, but he liked to eat her. She alone was worth all the sweets in the world. Hua Xiaoheng thought about that and really did suck on the tip of Gu Nianji's slightly twitching ear. Gu Nianji's entire body trembled. She felt very uncomfortable being sucked on by him, but she didn't dare to move. She mumbled, "Really? You're questioning my professional ability?" Hua Xiaoheng sucked hard on the tip of Gu Nianji's ear. It really tasted like honey tofu. Of course, it was more like condensed milk that melted in his mouth. "I'm not questioning your professional ability." Gu Nianji turned around and vented her grievances. "But why did you go to the United States to save her? There's so many people in the Special Operations Forces. Why did it have to be you? You're a major general. You're the chief of the Special Operations Forces. What did Tanguerin do to need you to personally save her?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji and raised his brows slightly. He said calmly, "The situation at the time was a bit complicated. Also, I had my own selfish motives." "See, I knew it. And you said you didn't have any feelings for Tanguerin. You're even showing your selfishness now." Gu Nianji got the answer from Hua Xiaoheng. She was furious. She felt that she had given her true feelings to the wrong person. This person still had the cheek to force her to marry him. She was about to say the word divorce when Hua Xiaoheng had already blocked her mouth with a kiss. He kissed her lips and mumbled, "I did it for your background check. I used your background check and marriage report to exchange with them. So after the incident, he couldn't pursue it openly and could only investigate it privately." Gu Nianji froze. This wasn't the answer she had imagined. "What did you say? For my background check? What happened to my background check?" Gu Nianji's heart pounded. Was there something wrong? This returned to Gu Nianji's background again. The Gu Xiangwen, in a vegetative state on the hospital bed, wasn't her biological father. Her background was still unknown. For someone like that to marry someone in Hua Xiaoheng's position, they had to be extremely lucky. Like him, he had coincidentally found a loophole by chance. Of course, he knew now that he really couldn't be considered lucky. Although the background check passed and the marriage report was approved, her heart had left him. If he hadn't had selfish motives at the time, perhaps everything would be different now. But if he hadn't had selfish motives at the time, she wouldn't have married him. So after thinking about it carefully, it was still better to have selfish motives. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji, who was no longer struggling, back to the blanket. He thought about it and decided to tell her the truth. Because your background is still unknown. And under normal circumstances, the military would never allow me to marry a woman with an unknown background. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji and kissed her big round eyes. "Then why didn't you say it before?" Gu Nianji looked at him suspiciously. "You didn't suddenly think of an excuse, did you? After all, you're so good at guessing other people's behavior patterns. You must have guessed mine too, right? If I could guess your behavior patterns, I would have guessed it a long time ago. Would I have waited until now?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "Also, what did Tanguerin tell you? Why should I tell you? Guess it yourself." Gu Nianji's mood finally improved. She turned around and covered her mouth to yawn. She wanted to sleep. "Not telling?" Hua Xiaoheng let go of her and lay back on his pillow. He muttered to himself, "I was going to sue her for leaking classified information, but it's fine if you don't cooperate." Gu Nianji. It was the third watch. It was already August. My friends, hurry up and vote. There were quite a lot of votes today. I can consider the fourth watch. It was Army Day. The fourth watch should be around 10 at night. Chapter 10:12. Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with sparkling eyes. "You really plan on suing Tanguerin for leaking information? But she's so delicate. Do you really have the heart to send her to jail? She made a mistake, and she deserves it." Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. "I didn't send her to jail. She did it herself." Although Tanguerin's case could be big or small, Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind making it bigger as long as Gu Nianji could get revenge. Gu Nianji actually only wanted Hua Xiaoheng's clear attitude. Gu Nianji was already very satisfied that he could express his attitude like this. She smiled widely and jumped into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hugging his neck, she kissed him and said, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. I'll take that as a compliment. Hua Xiaoheng sighed in relief. He had finally coaxed his little grandaunt back. He was also glad that he followed his heart and rushed back in time. Misunderstandings between lovers couldn't be dragged on for too long. Once it fermented overnight, it would become a big deal. Gun Yinji's mood improved, so she told Hua Xiaoheng everything that happened that day. She even talked about how she had tried to trick Tan Guiran into telling her, and how she had recorded her account of being kidnapped in New York. Then I sent it to Kai Songyin using a sock puppet account, and warned her not to sue the original blogger. If she did, I would spread her daughter's captivity play with its own sound effects. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gun Yinji did this, so Kai Songyin wouldn't have any chance to pick out the short story. The original blogger who helped the evildoer also became a byproduct. He thought about it, and realized that although Gun Yinji's method was crude, it had a miraculous effect, because it made up for a mistake in Hua Xiaoheng's thinking about Kai Songyin's motherly love for Tan Guiran. Hua Xiaoheng never knew Kai Songyin could do this for Tan Guiran. He patted Gun Yinji's back and thought about his lack of understanding of motherly love. There was indeed a reason. However, Gun Yinji didn't have her mother in her memories. Why was she so sure of Kai Songyin's motherly love? Have you ever thought about what if Kai Songyin sacrificed Tan Guiran? Hua Xiaoheng reminded Gun Yinji quietly. That's a possibility. You're taking too much risk. When politics reached the highest level, personal feelings were not worth mentioning. If Kai Songyin hadn't loved Tan Guiran so much, she would never have let go of this opportunity. She would have found out who was behind this, and Gun Yinji wouldn't have been able to hide it anymore. Although Hua Xiaoheng wasn't afraid of making it public, he hoped that it wouldn't affect Gun Yinji as much as possible. However, Gun Yinji yawned. She was really sleepy now. She muttered, "I don't think so. Tan Guiran grew up to be like this because her parents spoiled her so much." It's easy to guess her parents' behavior patterns. This was what it meant to reap what you sow. With the clues provided by Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng's interrupted investigation could continue. He took out his phone and sent out 2 commands. Since the person who came up with the idea had been identified, the next step was to monitor the suspect. Hua Xiaoheng held Gun Yinji in his arms as they lay on the bed. He could hear her deep breathing. She had already fallen asleep. However, he didn't feel sleepy at all. He thought to himself, if it really was the director of the Secret Service, Hong Kongquan's idea, then what was his motive? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't imagine that Hong Kongquan was a traitor like Bai Yuxing. If it was true, then the consequences would be too severe, even more severe than Bai Yuxing's. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Finally, he lifted the covers and got up to drive to General Ji that very night. Although Hong Kongquan had retired from the military, he was still General Ji's direct subordinate. He had to clarify things with General Ji and find out General Ji's attitude. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when he arrived at General Ji's home. General Ji frowned as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng in the study. "It's so late. You better have something urgent." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and replied calmly. "You can decide for yourself if this is urgent or not." "What is it?" General Ji was affected by Hua Xiaoheng's imposing manner and slowly sat down. "Speak. Do you remember when the military sent me to the United States to rescue Tan Guiran last year?" General Ji's expression darkened. "Of course I remember." "Oof. I want to know who is behind this and wants to harm my people." It was because of that mission that Hua Xiaoheng had almost lost his life in New York. They concluded that someone had leaked the secret, but they couldn't find out who it was. Hua Xiaoheng sat down in front of General Ji. "According to the information I just received, the Kai and Tan family specifically wanted me to go to New York to rescue Tan Guiran. It was Hong Kongquan's wife, Sun Yuerong, who suggested it to Kai Songyin. The suggestion wasn't actually a serious problem. It wouldn't have directly pointed to a leak if Kai Songyin and Sun Yuerong hadn't been hiding it. However, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't been able to find out anything before, so it was a little interesting. It was originally just a general suggestion. With Hua Xiaoheng's reputation in the military, Hong Kongquan, as his old superior, knew his abilities and abilities. Therefore, it was understandable for him to recommend him. It wouldn't make people think of anything else. Even if Hua Xiaoheng had met with danger in the United States, normal people wouldn't suspect the person who had recommended him without concrete evidence. The mistake was that they refused to admit that they had recommended him. That would be a bit of cover-up. Therefore, the more Hua Xiaoheng thought about it from Gunyinji, the more uneasy he became. So he came to see General Ji that very night. General Ji was also stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He asked in confusion, Who suggested it to Kai Songyin? Sun Yuerong, one of Kai Songyin's best friends. She's also the wife of Hong Kong Quan, the director of the Secret Service. Hua Xiaoheng repeated. It's her. Why didn't you find out before? General Ji was even more confused. What's there to hide? What do you think? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly and didn't say anything else. Hong Kong Quan was also General Ji's old subordinate. It could be said that before Hong Kong Quan had retired from the military, General Ji's trust and expectations for him were no less than the trust he had for Hua Xiaoheng now. Hua Xiaoheng had to consider General Ji's attitude if he wanted to touch someone who had high hopes for him and was now a good friend of General Ji's. General Ji was silent for a while, and his expression grew darker. He stood up and walked out from behind the desk with his hands behind his back. He paced around the study. How could this be? What is he trying to do? Of course he wants me dead, Hua Xiaoheng added silently in his heart. He didn't say it out loud. At a time like this, not speaking was the best choice. Silence spoke louder than words. General Ji was someone who had been through a lot. He quickly composed himself and said to Hua Xiaoheng sternly, If that's the case, then there's no other way. Write an application and request for Hong Kong Quan to be under full surveillance. Full surveillance meant that Hong Kong Quan's privacy would be gone. Not only would his office be under surveillance, but his home would also be under surveillance. This kind of surveillance would require the approval of the military, the Senate, and the head of the cabinet for people above the ministerial level. However, the cabinet was currently in chaos, and this matter was related to Prime Minister Tan Dongbang and his wife, Kai Songyin. General Ji had reason to believe that the two of them were related suspects and couldn't know the truth about the surveillance. Therefore, it was fine as long as General Ji and Speaker Long agreed. Yes, sir. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and saluted in a standard military salute. This must be done quickly. I don't want a second by Yuxing to appear, General Ji said coldly. His aged face was full of murderous intent. It was the fourth watch. It was already August. Everyone, hurry up and vote. There were quite a lot of votes today. Send them in at the fourth watch. It was Army Day after all. Chapter 10:13. I'll go back and write the application now. I'll send it over tomorrow morning for you to sign. Hua Xiaoheng had already thought of how to write the application. General Ji couldn't wait any longer. He pointed at the desk and chair in the study. Write it here. I'll sign it as soon as you're done. Hua Xiaoheng didn't refuse. He took out his phone and began writing the document. Although General Ji had a computer at home, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't touch it unless General Ji gave him permission. And writing an application didn't necessarily require the use of a computer in an era where smartphones were common. General Ji didn't ask Hua Xiaoheng to use his computer because he thought Hua Xiaoheng would write it by hand. However, seeing that he was typing rather quickly on his phone, General Ji didn't say anything. He sat behind his desk, turned on his computer, and began writing the memo. If there really was a problem with Hong Kong Quan, then they had to be well prepared and couldn't be sloppy at all. General Ji hadn't finished writing the memo, but Hua Xiaoheng had already finished writing the application. He exported it from his phone to General Ji's printer and printed it out to General Ji. General Ji put on his reading glasses and picked up Hua Xiaoheng's application to read it carefully. He pointed at two places and said, "Change it here. Directly say that he is clearly related to the Special Operations Forces New York operation, so we need to apply for surveillance. And here, it also means that this incident is related to Prime Minister Tan and his wife, Kai Songyin, so we don't need to ask for Prime Minister Tan's permission." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said humbly, General Ji, you're really thoughtful. He then changed the 2 places again and printed out 3 copies for General Ji to sign. General Ji signed all 3 documents and asked Hua Xiaoheng to give them to Speaker Long to sign. After both of them signed, General Ji's copy would be stored in the Supreme Military Council. Speaker Long's copy would be kept in the Senate Secretariat, and Hua Xiaoheng would keep 1 copy at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. By the time General Ji finished signing the documents, it was already past 3 in the morning. Go, hurry and get Speaker Long's signature. General Ji couldn't wait any longer and urged Hua Xiaoheng to find Speaker Long. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry. General Ji, there are too many people in the Senate. They can't compare to the military. I should get Speaker Long's signature when I go to the Senate tomorrow to check on the progress of the surveillance center. General Ji thought about it for a while and nodded. That makes sense. The Senate is indeed incomparable to the military. He then snorted disdainfully. I told Old Long back then that the Senate needs to be managed properly. But he said the Senate was a place for everyone to speak their minds. He said the Senate was a place for people to speak their minds. That's why the Parliament has become the most chaotic of the 3 departments. It could be said that the Parliament members represented too many interest groups, and there were even foreign powers looking for agents among the Parliament members. As long as they obeyed the laws of the Huaxia Empire, this was not impossible. Long, Speaker. He longer than Avat. Long to and I of. Long he of in. Of the about of the one. Am. Longer than. Li of the end. He. Long s. I long more. Tang. Young of out. In. LL. As long as there's something good about them, he'll be able to use them. Of the 3 most important departments of the Huaxia Empire, the military won respect. The cabinet is based on order, and the Senate is praised for its tolerance. But it's difficult to keep anything secret in an organization like this. It's not that it can't be kept secret, but it's different from other places. Why did Speaker Long use tolerance to manage the Senate? It was because every member of the Senate was, to a certain extent, hostile to each other. If they want to gain benefits for their districts, they will have to take advantage of other districts. Hua Xiaoheng thought about the possibility of Gu Nianji working in such a department in the future and suddenly felt uncertain. Is it really a good opportunity to let her go to the Senate? After leaving General Ji's house, Hua Xiaoheng didn't go back to Gu Nianji's or the headquarters. He went directly to the Senate building. It was already past 4 in the morning when he arrived at the parking lot of the Senate building. It was the darkest time before dawn. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car with the application documents in a brown paper envelope. He squinted at the parking lot, then walked to the elevator in the parking lot of the Senate building. It was still early, so there was no one else in the Senate building except for the temporary command room that monitored the election. However, the entire building was still brightly lit. Hua Xiaoheng walked into the temporary command room, and a few Special Operations Forces personnel who had been working overnight stood up and saluted him. Good morning, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. Have a seat. Are you resting? They smiled. There's still some work to do. We can sleep after we're done. Hua Xiaoheng looked around, but didn't see Yin Shixiao. Where's Big Xiong? Colonel Yin went out to buy breakfast. A staff member rubbed his stomach in embarrassment. However, his stomach started growling again. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. You guys go ahead. I'll go check the system. He walked to the small office inside and turned on the computer to test the connection speed of various places. At the same time, he checked the quality of the video synchronization. Once he got busy, time flew by quickly. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't even halfway through checking the surveillance of the voting areas in the country when it was already morning. Yin Shixiao came back with a sumptuous breakfast and was cheerfully inviting everyone to breakfast. Big Xiong, Hua Xiao is here. He's in the small office inside. The staff member outside quietly pointed to the inner room. Yin Shixiao quickly brought a box of beef porridge, a bag of beef buns, and an egg to the small office inside. Good morning, Hua Xiao. You can make do with this. The breakfast at the beef restaurant here is not bad. Of course, it's far worse than the chef in our official residence. Yin Shixiang smiled as he placed the food in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was indeed hungry, so he opened it and started eating. After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng placed a brown paper envelope in Yin Shixiang's hands. Send it to Speaker Long's office to sign. Tell them to hurry. Hua Xiaoheng used a normal brown paper envelope to contain the application documents because he didn't want people to think that the document was very special. At the same time, he wanted to take the opportunity to test whether there were any moles in the Senate. Yin Shixiang quickly took it. I'll go right away. Yin Shixiang took the brown paper envelope to Speaker Long's office, but he didn't see Speaker Long. Only Special Assistant Yang and a few junior secretaries were there to organize the documents. Seeing Yin Shixiang walk in, Special Assistant Yang greeted him with a smile. Colonel Yin, are you looking for Speaker Long? Yes, there's a document that needs Speaker Long's signature. Yin Shixiang showed him the envelope. Where is Speaker Long? He went to a meeting. Special Assistant Yang gestured towards a conference room. The interim election is only a few days away. Speaker Long is currently holding a video conference with the subordinate units of the Senate that are organizing the voting. He's checking on their preparations one by one. There are so many. Can you check all of them? Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue. Okay, I'll wait for a while. He sat outside Speaker Long's office, but he didn't sit for long before the surveillance room called him and asked him to go over to mediate the conflict with the local Secret Service. Yin Shixiang hesitated for a long time and asked for Hua Xiaoheng's permission before handing the envelope to Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang, please help me pass this to Speaker Long. I'll come and collect it after I'm done. No problem. Special Assistant Yang carefully checked the envelope and saw that it was tightly sealed before stamping the seal of the Senate in front of Yin Shixiang. That way, when Speaker Long received it, he could ensure that no one had opened the envelope. After Yin Shixiang left, Special Assistant Yang looked at the tightly sealed envelope with a smile. He called Gun Yinji over and said, "This is a document from the Special Operations Forces. It needs to be signed by Speaker Long. Give it to Speaker Long." Gun Yinji refused to take it. However, Gun Yinji refused to take over. She was still wearing the mask and pointed at her face. Special Assistant Yang, how can I find Speaker Long like this? You should find someone else. After she left, Special Assistant Yang sighed and muttered to himself, "Everyone is so busy, there's nothing I can do." As he spoke, he placed the document at the bottom of the pile and waited for Speaker Long to come back and sign it. At the same time, Kai Songyin was taking her daughter, Tan Guiran, out to meet one of her best friends, Sun Yuero. They had agreed to meet at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Kai Songyin and Tan Guiran arrived at the restaurant and saw that Sun Yuero was already waiting there. Kai Songyin waved at her and said with a smile, "Yuero, long time no see." "Long time no see." Sun Yuero looked at Tan Guiran and nodded with a smile. "Little darling is getting prettier. She still has the temper of a child. I told her to learn from you, so that when she gets married, she could be like you and help her husband socialize." Kai Songyin took the menu with a smile and ordered a few of Tan Guiran's favorites. Sun Yuero said with a smile, "Yes, little darling should be engaged soon, right? I remember that you guys are interested in Major General Hua. How is it? Did Major General Hua come to propose marriage?" Tan Guiran blushed and quickly said, "Auntie Sun, I have nothing to do with Major General Hua. Where did this marriage proposal come from? Please don't talk nonsense." Sun Yuero snickered. "Little darling is so shy." "Okay, Auntie Sun won't talk about it anymore." She changed the topic and started chatting with Kai Songyin. One moment, they were talking about a new product launch by an international brand. The next moment, they were talking about a minor celebrity from a certain company that was going to star in a new show. Tan Guiran listened for a while and felt it was very boring. She sat in her seat and stared blankly at the woman playing the piano in the restaurant. Kai Songyin saw this and sent her away. "Little darling, there's a mall next to this restaurant. Go and see if the men's clothing there is new. I'm going to buy clothes for your daddy. Can you help mommy?" "Sure, no problem." Tan Guirin left excitedly and went to the mall alone. After Tan Guirin left, Kai Song-yin's expression immediately darkened. She secretly slid a flash drive into Sun Yuerong's hand and lowered her head to eat her porridge as if nothing had happened. She whispered, "Give this to your husband and ask him to help." This is the first update. It's already August. Dear friends, hurry up and vote for me. And recommendation votes. There are a lot of monthly votes today, so I can still consider the fourth update. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes will be 600 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. If there's a fourth update, please pay attention to the end of the third update. P.S. Thank you to Man Langer, Enigma Yangxi, and Felix Mom for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Yes, I am Xian for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 10:14. Sun Yuerong subconsciously gripped the flash drive tightly and threw it into her Chanel double C bag when no one was looking. The two of them chatted happily for a while before Sun Yuerong stood up and said, "It was a pleasure to meet with you today. When we have time in the future, our families should have a meal together." "Sure, I plan to host a fundraising ball in a few days. Please do come." Kai Song-yin smiled and shook Sun Yuerong's hand. She whispered, "Please give this to your husband as soon as possible." Her expression was a bit anxious. Sun Yuerong was slightly taken aback. Their hands parted as soon as they touched. They could both feel the cold sweat on each other's palms. "I'm leaving now." Sun Yuerong forced a smile and hurried home. As soon as she got home, she went to the study to look for Hong Kong Quan. However, Hong Kong Quan had already left for work. Sun Yuerong sat in the study for a while, feeling very uneasy. Thinking about Kai Song-yin's anxious expression, Sun Yuerong couldn't sit still. She brought the flash drive directly to the Secret Service office building to see Hong Kong Quan. Hong Kong Quan was also in a meeting. The Secret Service was assisting the Special Operations Forces in monitoring the interim election. Hong Kong-chuan's confidants were very unhappy that they were helping someone else. In their opinion, all the credit went to the Special Operations Forces and all the hard work went to the Secret Service. It was really strenuous and unrewarding. The meeting of the Secret Service became a gathering of grievances. Hong Kong Quan listened to everyone's complaints with a smile and kept comforting them. "You guys are thinking too much. We are all serving the people. Don't be so clear about it. Don't worry. I will ask Speaker Long and General G for the credit." Hong Kong Quan laughed and stopped interrupting, which finally made his subordinates feel better. After the meeting ended, everyone went back to their duties. When Hong Kong Quan returned to his office, he found out that his wife, Sun Yuerong, was already waiting for him in the guest room. "Let her in," Hong Kong Quan said into the intercom. The guards outside brought Sun Yuerong in and considerately closed the door for them. "What are you doing here?" Hong Kong Quan asked with a smile, but his eyes were cold. Sun Yuerong mumbled, "I just had breakfast with Mrs. Tan this morning." As soon as Sun Yuerong mentioned Kai Song-yin, Hong Kong Quan immediately stopped her. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Do you want to eat with me?" "All right." Sun Yuerong immediately agreed and left his office with Hong Kong Quan. The two of them went to the dining room outside. Hong Kong Quan reprimanded Sun Yuerong in a low voice. "The Secret Service has surveillance. What's wrong with your brain? Talk to me over there." Sun Yuerong cowered and looked around. Song-yin was very worried. "I had to go find you, but I didn't dare call." "All right, what's up?" Hong Kong-chuan's breakfast was very simple. There were only 2 eggs and a cup of coffee. Sun Yuerong stuffed the flash drive Kai Song-yin had given her into Hong Kong-chuan's hand. "She gave this to me. She asked you to help her." "You want my help? Do you know what time it is?" Hong Kong Quan was furious. "You really don't have a brain." He was so angry that he couldn't even eat breakfast. He put down his knife and fork and got up to leave, leaving Sun Yuerong alone in the dining room. Sun Yuerong stayed for a while longer before paying the bill and leaving. Hong Kong Quan returned to his car and thought about it with a dark expression. He took out the flash drive and plugged it into his laptop. This was his personal computer and was never connected to the internet, so it was relatively safe. Hong Kong-kwan originally didn't want to get involved with Kai Song-in's matter, but his heart skipped a beat when he saw the contents of the flash drive. It looked like he really couldn't ignore it. In Kai Song-in's flash drive, there was information on a Weibo blogger and a text that Kai Song-in had written to him. She told him that someone might have found out about what happened to Tan Guerin in New York. She hoped that Hong Kong-kwan would use the power of the Secret Service to help her seal that person's mouth. At that moment, Kai Song-in was no longer thinking about the incident between Gun Yinji and He Xiaoheng. Instead, she was thinking about her daughter's flawless reputation. She couldn't allow it to be tarnished. She didn't care much about Tan Dongbang's reputation, but her daughter, Tan Guerin, was her lifeblood. There couldn't be any mistakes. Hong Kong-kwan originally didn't want to get involved. That almost flawless New York plan had failed at the last moment. Hong Kong-kwan was so worried that he couldn't sleep for a few nights. He had already made up his mind to draw a clear line between himself and the Tans. He didn't want to get involved with them to avoid getting himself into trouble. However, Kai Song-in took advantage of the situation and actually used this incident to threaten him. Kai Song-in's intentions were very clear. If Hong Kong-kwan didn't help her settle this matter, she would expose him. After He Xiaoheng returned from New York, he had secretly investigated who had suggested to Kai Song-in that he go to New York. Kai Song-in pretended not to remember and said that everyone had recommended him. She thought that the law doesn't punish the masses, so she glossed over the matter. At that time, He Xiaoheng had no evidence, no target, and Kai Song-in wasn't a suspect. Even if he had countless methods, he couldn't casually use them on his own people. Therefore, this matter had been dragged on. However, as long as Kai Song-in wanted to, she could expose Hong Kong-kwan at any time. "You want to threaten me?" Hong Kong-kwan couldn't help but sneer. He picked up his personal phone and called Kai Song-in. "Mrs. Tan, your demands are too high. Your wife can't do it," Hong Kong-kwan said politely. Hong Kong-kwan said politely. He held the flash drive that Kai Song-in had asked his wife to deliver to him in his hand, intending to destroy it. Kai Song-in couldn't help but panic when she heard that Hong Kong-kwan actually wanted to reject her. "Director Hong, how can you say that? I kept my mouth shut in front of the investigators for your sake. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing it? You're the one burning the bridge after crossing it, aren't you?" Hong Kong-kwan chuckled. "Furthermore, why did you keep your mouth shut? I made the suggestion because I think He Xiao is the best candidate. What's wrong with that? Just say it. He Xiao is my soldier. I know better than you what he's capable of." He was about to hang up. Kai Song-in could only feel cold sweat trickling down her back. Hong Kong-kwan was turning his back on her. Furthermore, what he said wasn't without reason. She might not be able to threaten him at all, but what would happen to her daughter if he walked out on her? In a moment of desperation, Kai Song-in only wanted Hong Kong-kwan to send people to help her deal with the Weibo blogger who had dirt on Tan Guerin. She suddenly had an idea and said, "You really don't care? He Xiao was ambushed when he went to New York to save little darling. Do you dare say that this has nothing to do with you?" Hong Kong-kwan could say that he recommended He Xiaoheng because of his talent, but how could he explain the danger that He Xiaoheng encountered in New York? As long as the two were connected, Hong Kong-kwan would be in the same boat as her. Kai Song-in actually didn't have direct evidence, but she had no other choice. If she didn't do this, Hong Kong-kwan wouldn't help her at all. What does what he encountered in New York have to do with me? Hong Kong-kwan was so angry that the veins on his forehead were popping. He couldn't reason with a woman. "How would I know what it has to do with you? You can explain it to He Xiao yourself. I think he must have a way to find out the truth." Kai Song-in finally let out a sigh of relief. She knew that she had something on Hong Kong-kwan. If he really had a clear conscience, he should have asked them to investigate. However, Hong Kong-kwan remained silent for a long time before saying, "Wait for my news." Kai Song-in felt her heart tighten. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh no, she seemed to have accidentally discovered something incredible. Did Hong Kong-kwan really have something to do with what happened to He Xiao in the United States? It was the second watch. It was already August. Dear friends, please hurry up and vote for me. There didn't seem to be many monthly votes left today. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes were 600 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third watch. Was there a fourth watch? Read the comments after the third watch. Moi. Chapter 10:15. Now, it was Kai Song-yin's turn to draw a line with Hong Kong Quan. After putting down the phone, Kai Song-yin crossed her arms and paced back and forth in her study. What should she do? When Hua Xiaoheng had gotten into trouble in New York, Kai Song-yin had heard a bit about it. She had thought that Hua Xiaoheng had been careless and had been caught by the American police. So it wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's problem. Someone was colluding with the Americans. Kai Song-yin's back was instantly drenched in sweat. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her daughter if Hua Xiaoheng died in the United States like that. Hong Kong Quan wanted her daughter to die with Hua Xiaoheng. How could he be so vicious? She had treated him as a good person and a friend. She had been blind. However, Tan Dongbang's position as prime minister was about to fall. Although they were still making their final efforts, the general trend was to follow. Tan Dongbang and Gu Yinran's video had ruined everyone's goodwill, so it was almost impossible for them to be elected. So the most important thing now was to clear the way for her daughter. No one else could know about what had happened in New York. No matter what Hong Kong Quan did, Kai Song-yin was confident that she would be able to cooperate with the director of the Secret Service more in the future. Hong Kong Quan returned to the Secret Service office building and worked for a while as if nothing had happened. He signed a few documents before calling his trusted subordinate over. There's a person's information here. Go check and see who he's been in contact with recently. Also, check his computer and social media accounts to see if he has been in contact with anyone overseas. Hong Kong Quan placed the Weibo blogger's information in front of his subordinate and emphasized, "Be quick. Don't delay." His subordinate often did this kind of work. He immediately took the information and began searching. Through the Secret Service's national network, they found all of the blogger's whereabouts in the past month, including the abnormal changes in his bank account. 3 hours later, the subordinate was already reporting the results of his search in Hong Kong-Chuan's office. Director Hong, this person lives a simple life. He rents a house in the imperial capital and lives near the subway station exit in the 4th Ring Road. He doesn't usually go out and is known as a homebody. The subordinate laughed. However, we found that a few days ago, there were abnormal changes in his bank account. It's more suspicious. Our initial suspicion is that he was paid to post something. According to the information they had, it was the Prime Minister. However, Hong Kong Quan knew that this Weibo blogger not only had information on Prime Minister Tan, but also his daughter, Tan Guiran. Perhaps it was even related to him. Hong Kong Quan was very uneasy. He couldn't explain the reason, but he had a feeling that he was being watched. He was clearly the master of this kind of thing, but no matter what he did, he couldn't find out who was monitoring him. Perhaps he was just being paranoid. Hong Kong Quan was very cautious when he did things, and he was also sure that the person who had helped him before was not someone they could track down with their current technology. His only mistake was that the enemy had cooperated with the CIA instead of attacking Hua Xiaoheng himself. If that person had acted personally, Hua Xiaoheng would have been dead a long time ago. As long as Hua Xiaoheng died, he would definitely be able to take over the Special Operations Forces and combine the Special Operations Forces and the Secret Service. He would become the most special person in the history of the Xia Empire, just like the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. This person was his life goal. J. Edgar Hoover had been the director of the FBI for 47 years. Under his leadership, the FBI was so powerful that even the president didn't dare to disrespect J. Edgar Hoover. He was so close to leaving his name in history. Hong Kong Quan quietly listened to his subordinate's report, but his thoughts were far away, until he heard his subordinate say, "This Weibo blogger is afraid of being sued by the Prime Minister's wife, so he's asking how to hire a lawyer to represent him in court." Hong Kong-Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and asked, "How's his financial situation? Are his expenses high?" "He's quite thrifty, but he recently took out a few online loans and used his ID as collateral." The subordinate looked at his records. In total, he has 500,000. Adding on the 300,000 that suddenly appeared in his bank, he has 800,000 in total. Hong Kong Quan smiled. Anything else? Oh, he's been searching for flight tickets online. They're all to Southeast Asia. His subordinate finished his report and handed the information to Hong Kong Quan. Hong Kong Quan took it and looked at it. He praised his subordinate. You've done well. After his subordinate left, Hong Kong Quan walked out of the Secret Service's office building and bought a pack of cigarettes from a store outside. He stood under a tree that had just sprouted buds and smoked as he used his Bluetooth headset to call someone. After the call, he looked at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon, so he could get off work. He returned to his office, packed his briefcase, and returned home. In the temporary command room of the Senate building, Hua Xiaoheng asked Yin Shixiao, "Have the documents been signed?" Yin Shixiao shook his head. Senior Speaker Long is still in a meeting. I called him, and Special Assistant Yang said that Senior Speaker Long is still in the conference room. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. All right, go do what you need to do. After Yin Shixiao left, Hua Xiaoheng issued a few orders for the members of the Special Operations Forces to pay special attention to Hong Kong Quan. Yes, not to monitor, but to pay special attention. This way, they could avoid wrangling over procedural issues in the future. But since they couldn't monitor Hong Kong Quan yet, there was a limit to what Hua Xiaoheng and the others could do. They could only rely on manpower to keep an eye on him. Electronic surveillance couldn't be activated for the time being. The personnel of the Special Operations Forces who were paying attention to Hong Kong Quan reported to Hua Xiaoheng about Hong Kong Quan's actions throughout the day. He went to work in the morning, then went to have breakfast with his wife. After he came back, he worked until he got off work at 4 and went home. End of report. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, so he ordered, continue to pay attention. The personnel of the Special Operations Forces changed shifts at 8 in the evening. They sat in a black Jeep Cherokee and paid attention to the apartment building where Hong Kong Quan lived. Just when they thought that the day would pass without any incident, Hong Kong Quan appeared at the entrance of the building. He was dressed casually in a black down jacket that was bulging. He wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, even though it was late at night. However, the personnel of the Special Operations Forces were all professionals, so they could tell that the sunglasses he was wearing were not ordinary sunglasses. They were probably special sunglasses with night vision and infrared capabilities. Where is he going? I don't know. Should we follow him? Yes. Hong Kong Quan waited on the path in front of the building for a while until an online car arrived. He got into the car and calmly told the driver the address. The Jeep Cherokee behind him followed. Hong Kong Quan sneered in his heart. Someone was indeed following him. If he had guessed correctly, his old subordinate, Hua Xiaoheng, was probably suspicious of him. It must have been Kai Song-yin, the arrogant and noisy woman, who had leaked the information. The online car drove on the main road of the capital for a while before stopping in front of a gay bar. Hong Kong Quan got out of the car, put his hands in the pockets of his down jacket, and entered the bar. The personnel of the Special Operations Forces who were following him immediately followed. However, as soon as they entered, they were stopped by a few effeminate men. You look so unfamiliar. Handsome. Is this your first time here, handsome? This is a proper bar. Come, let me buy you a drink. The two personnel of the Special Operations Forces were also trained, so they didn't get impatient. The two of them giggled and drank 2 glasses of wine with these people. When they looked up, they saw Hong Kong Quan in a black down jacket sitting in front of the bar and laughing with the bartender. When the personnel of the Special Operations Forces saw this, they couldn't help but look down on Hong Kong Quan. There was nothing wrong with being gay, but it was too much to hide one's homosexuality and still get married and have children. They sat not far from the bar and stared at Hong Kong Quan's back as he drank in front of the bar while playing a finger-guessing game. 5 minutes later, one of the personnel of the Special Operations Forces suddenly changed his expression and said to his colleague, "Why is he still wearing a down jacket? He should wear it outside because it was still very cold at night in the capital during early spring." However, it was as warm as spring in the bar, and both of them had taken off their jackets. Why was Hong Kong Quan still wearing a down jacket? One of the personnel of the Special Operations Forces walked to the bar and ordered a drink. At the same time, he quickly glanced at Hong Kong Quan, who was sitting not far from him. With one glance, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed himself. He had been tricked. That person wasn't Hong Kong Quan at all. He was only wearing Hong Kong Quan's thick-down jacket and drinking here. At this time, the real Hong Kong Quan had already left the bar from the back door. He had called a new car and was heading in the direction of the subway. It was the third watch. It was already August. Everyone, hurry up and vote. The monthly votes seemed to be a little weak today, but it didn't matter. We could come again tomorrow, and then we would have the fourth watch. Chapter 10:16. Late at night, the subway station in the fourth ring road of the imperial capital was still very busy. People from the south and north were getting on and off here, rushing to their respective destinations. Hong Kong Quan wore a cap that was pulled down low and an old leather flight jacket as he hurriedly got off the subway. He walked through the crowd, carefully avoiding the surveillance cameras along the way. If he really couldn't avoid it, he would wait for the crowd to come over and squeeze in the crowd to walk together. It only took 5 minutes to walk from the subway station to the apartment that the Weibo blogger was renting, but it took Hong Kong Quan 30 minutes to reach the Weibo blogger's house. The doorbell rang for a long time before the Weibo blogger opened the door with fluffy eyes and asked impatiently, "Who is it? Can't you let me sleep at night?" He hadn't slept well for several days. Today, he had finally managed to get a flight ticket, and he planned to go abroad tomorrow to lie low. Only then could he rest in peace. In less than half an hour, he was woken up by someone. "Are you Lu Daong?" Hong Kong Quan looked up at the Weibo blogger and said his real name. Lu Daong didn't look young. He was in his early 30s. His hair was greasy, his face was big, and he wasn't tall. His body was round, and it was obvious that he was a homebody who lacked exercise. His face was unnaturally pale. He held onto the door and looked at the tall man who was wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" This man was really tall. Lu Daong felt that he was only as tall as this man's shoulder. Hong Kong Quan nodded. "Can we talk inside? I have something to discuss with you. It's about your online loans." "Loan? What online lending? You're crazy." Lu Daong's expression suddenly changed. He took a step back and was about to close the door. "Don't tell me you don't want to pay your debts." Hong Kong Quan raised his voice. He deliberately used a voice changer so that even those who recognized him wouldn't be able to recognize his voice. Of course, Lu Daong did not know if this was his real voice or a fake one. He was just very flustered because he really did have the idea of going abroad. "What did you say? I don't understand." Lu Daong stammered, wanting to close the door even more. Hong Kong Quan yelled, "You owe me money. Don't even think of going back on your word." His voice was so loud that it even startled some of the neighbors who were still awake. The doors opened one after another, and many curious heads popped out. Lu Daong panicked and hurriedly pulled Hong Kong Quan into the house, slammed the door shut, and whispered, "What are you doing? You're so loud. Even if you're shameless, I'm not. You still know how to be shameless?" Hong Kong Quan sneered and leaned against the door. He looked at Lu Daong again and suddenly asked, "Are you the Weibo blogger Churchill's Garden?" Lu Daong was at a loss. Isn't this an online credit card company asking for money back? How did this have anything to do with Weibo? Lu Daong became vigilant. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I think you got the wrong person." "Wrong person?" Hong Kong Quan took a step forward and extended his long arm. The gun in his hand was already flashing, and he pointed it at Lu Daong's head. "You're really something, aren't you? You even managed to get your hands on a video of the Prime Minister. Tell me, who gave you the resources? Also, who told you that Prime Minister Tan's daughter was overseas?" Lu Daong instantly understood that this was someone on Prime Minister Tan's side, and he immediately knelt down. "I don't know. I really don't know. I was just getting paid to do my job. I don't know how it became a video either. I'm innocent. I'm innocent." Lu Daong yelled and suddenly slammed into Hong Kong Quan, while he wasn't paying attention, causing Hong Kong Quan to stumble. Lu Daong took the opportunity to stand up, unlock the door, and run out. Hong Kong Quan laughed sinisterly. Trying to run, he rushed forward and quickly strangled Lu Daong's neck from behind. Hong Kong-chuan's strength was just right, just enough to knock Lu Daong out, but not enough to suffocate him to death. After placing the unconscious Lu Daong on the ground, Hong Kong Quan put on plastic gloves and began to search Lu Daong's room. Lu Daong had rented a one-bedroom apartment on the 15th floor. It wasn't very big. With Hong Kong-chuan's professional ability to search, it only took him 10 minutes to determine that there wasn't anything he was looking for. As for Lu Daong's computer, Hong Kong Quan used his own high-capacity flash drive to quickly make a copy of his computer's hard drive so that he could go back and search for clues. He turned around to look at Lu Daong, who was lying on the floor, and seemed to see him move slightly. Hong Kong Quan decided to finish this quickly. He put the flash drive back in his pocket and dragged Lu Daong over. He opened the window and took out a special paper tape. He wrapped it around Lu Daong's chest and hung him under the windowsill. Then he made some fake fights in the room and messed up the living room. Finally, he lit a book and threw it on the floor near the window. After doing all this, Hong Kong Quan quickly left Lu Daong's room and went down the elevator. The surveillance cameras in the elevator had already been destroyed when he came up, so he wasn't worried that they would capture him. Even if they did, he didn't care because he was completely disguised. He had plastic bags tied to his shoes so that they wouldn't leave any footprints. His shoes were also specially made to increase his height. They were at least 7 or 8 centimeters taller than his actual height. In addition, he also pretended to be very strong, like a debt collector's thug. In fact, he was very skinny, and his whole body was lean and muscular. After coming out of the elevator, Hong Kong Quan looked back and saw that there was already a fire in Lu Daong's bedroom window. The fire was lit. He calmly walked into the crowd of the night and got on the subway with the bustling crowd. Then, he found a public restroom without surveillance cameras and took off his disguise. He hailed a taxi and went back home. A gust of night wind blew, mixed with smoke and heat. Lu Daong woke up in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he saw the clear night sky. When he looked down, he realized that he was stepping on air, as if he was 10,000 meters high in the sky. He screamed and struggled out of reflex. As he struggled, the paper tape around his chest snapped. Lu Daong didn't even have the chance to scream for help before he fell from the 15th floor and landed on the sidewalk in front of the apartment with a thud. Not long after he fell, the fire in his apartment had already ignited the entire living room. The raging flames shot out of the window and quickly ignited the paper tape that Hong Kong Quan had used to hang Lu Daong. In the blink of an eye, the only piece of paper that could be used as evidence was burned to ashes silently. Fire! Fire! The passers-by finally noticed the situation upstairs and called the police for the firefighters. Lu Daong, who had fallen to his death on the sidewalk, was also discovered. For a moment, the sound of police sirens, fire engine sirens, and ambulance sirens could be heard in the residential area. The quiet night became especially noisy. The two members of the Special Operations Forces tailing Hong Kong Quan almost turned the entire gay bar upside down, but they couldn't find Hong Kong Quan. In the end, they had no choice but to grab the man wearing Hong Kong-chuan's down jacket and interrogate him for a long time. All they knew was that the down jacket had been given to him by a stranger in exchange for an old leather flight jacket that he was wearing. Hong Kong-chuan's down jacket was a famous brand, and the man's leather flight jacket was worthless. Of course, he exchanged it without a second thought. Knowing that Hong Kong Quan had already slipped away half an hour ago, the two staff members were furious, but there was nothing they could do. There were many places to go after leaving the bar, and they didn't even know which direction Hong Kong Quan had left in. In the end, they had no choice but to call the headquarters to inform them that the operation had failed. When Yin Shixiang received the news, he immediately reported it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was still in the temporary command room in the Senate building, accompanying them to do the final system adjustments. Hearing this news, Hua Xiaoheng smiled, as if he had expected it. He nodded and said, "Yes, tell them to stop working and come back to write a self-reflection. Write down the reason for the failure in detail. Hong Kong Quan is my superior. If he couldn't even get rid of these junior staff members, I would be surprised." In Xixiang understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant and immediately said, "Then what should we do? Do we need to turn on full surveillance?" But Speaker Long hasn't signed it yet. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Another day had passed. Call Senior Speaker Long right now. You must find Senior Speaker Long himself. Tell him that I want to speak to him and that I have something important to report. After that, he smiled faintly and said, "I want to see who is the person who stopped me this time." This was the first update. Today, I believe in my brother's fighting power. The monthly votes will soon be in the Major General's hands. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monthly votes would be 900 plus updates. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Whether there will be a fourth update, please pay attention to the end of the third update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the Alliance, Momo Moshi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Jeffrey Jashu for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Unknowingly, I owe you more. Chapter 1017. In Xixiang froze. It's 1 in the morning? Hua Xiao. Even though we don't sleep and are used to working all night, others aren't. This was especially true for those lords in the parliament. They were all little princesses who lived like princes. Just because they were chosen, they felt that they were a cut above the others in the 3 departments of the empire. They could accuse someone of something they didn't agree with. Only someone like Speaker Long could control the members of the Senate. And Speaker Long isn't young anymore. I heard he had an entire day of meetings today. In Xixiang scratched his head. Do you really want to call him at this time? Hua Xiaoheng's smile faded, and his eyes darkened. What? Are you the first person to stop me? Huh? I wouldn't dare. In Xixiang quickly waved his hands. He was so scared that he was tongue-tied. I just wanted to remind Hua Xiao. Then go make the call. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer. Say it's an emergency. If I can't get through to Speaker Long in 10 minutes, I will personally visit him at his home. Yes, Chief. In Xixiang didn't dare to say anything else, and quickly jogged out to call Speaker Long normally. When someone called someone of Speaker Long's level, if it was official business, they would first call his office. Speaker Long's office was the Secretariat. For example, no matter when they wanted to contact General G, they would call his office, or Office G for short. To get more familiar, they would directly call Secretary Chow. General G and Speaker Long's offices were staffed 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. When the staff received the call, they would transfer it to the person in charge according to the priority of the matter. In Xixiang followed his usual practice and called Speaker Long Secretariat. The phone rang a few times, but no one picked up. It was the automatic reply system. Hello, this is the Senate Secretariat. Please leave your name, phone number, and questions after the beep. We will reply as soon as possible. D your head. I'll let you D. In Xixiang was furious. The interim election was imminent, and the Special Operations Forces wanted nothing more than to grow 4 hands to work hard. How could those little princesses in the Senate Secretariat not even pick up the phone? Thinking about the Hua office, Hua Xiaoheng's office, phone calls, there would always be people answering, recording, and immediately transferring to the person in charge. Every call would be guaranteed to be answered within an hour, and for urgent matters, it would be responded to within 10 minutes. But what about the parliament? During these 7 or 8 days, In Xixiang could be considered to have witnessed the elegance of the people in the parliament. In a fit of anger, he picked up the phone and turned on the automatic dialing program. He refused to leave a message. As long as the other side of the phone kept ringing, he would not be able to enter the voicemail program. 10 minutes later, the person on duty in the Secretariat of the Senate was finally woken up by the incessant ringing of the phone. He picked up the phone and said sleepily, "Hello, this is..." Before he could finish, In Xixiang roared, "This is Major General Hua's office from the Special Operations Forces." Major General Hua had an urgent matter to discuss with Speaker Long. Please transfer it to Speaker Long immediately. The person on the other side was obviously shocked. After a while, he asked, Who are you? Who are you looking for? I'm not looking for you. In Shixiang put his hands on his hips. Major General Hua of the Special Operations Forces wishes to see Speaker Long for an urgent matter. Hurry up and inform Speaker Long. If I don't hear your response within a minute, I'll go to Speaker Long's house myself. The person on the other side of the phone finally came to his senses and quickly said, Please wait. He pressed the hold button on the phone and asked Special Assistant Yang, who was working overtime. Special Assistant Yang, Major General Hua of the Special Operations Forces wishes to see Speaker Long for an urgent matter. Do you think we should inform Speaker Long? Special Assistant Yang frowned and looked at his watch. It's already 1:30 in the morning. Why can't they talk about it tomorrow? Speaker Long had been in meetings all day and was exhausted. He had just fallen asleep. Okay, I'll go inform them. The person on duty picked up the phone and said to Yin Shixiang, Hello, Speaker Long has been in meetings all day and is exhausted. He has already gone home to rest. Can you talk about it tomorrow if you have something to say? I can't. If I could say it tomorrow, why would I call now? Yin Shixiang was very stubborn. Okay, Speaker Long has gone home, right? We'll go find him now. Yin Shixiang was about to hang up when Special Assistant Yang picked up the phone and started talking to him. Is this Colonel Yin? Special Assistant Yang recognized Yin Shixiang's voice. What is it? Can't you wait until tomorrow? You know, Speaker Long is very old. He had a whole day of video meetings today and almost vomited. Yin Shixiang's voice became sinister. Who are you? What right do you have to stop us from seeing Speaker Long? I am Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang quickly introduced himself. Colonel Yin, do you not remember me? We even spoke at the Senate today. Spoke? Why don't I remember? Yin Shixiang pretended to be confused. How can that be? Didn't you give me a document this morning? Have you forgotten? As soon as Special Assistant Yang finished speaking, he knew he had said the wrong thing. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to take it back. Yin Shixiang laughed like a barbell. His laughter was like a hammer, making Special Assistant Yang very uncomfortable. Aha! Yes, I gave you the document this morning and said it needed Speaker Long's signature. It's getting better and better. Special Assistant Yang, where's the document? Special Assistant Yang smiled good-naturedly. I asked Ms. Gu to give the document to Speaker Long to sign. Didn't she tell you? Yin Shixiang. Miss Gu? Yes, it's our new intern, Miss Gu Nianji. Special Assistant Yang flipped through the address book of the Senate staff. I have her phone number here. Do you want to call and ask her? Special Assistant Yang clearly knew that Gu Nianji grew up with Yin Shixiang and Hua Xiaoheng, but now he deliberately pretended not to know and even acted like he was doing his job to find Yin Shixiang's phone number. Yin Shixiang was disgusted, but he couldn't say that Special Assistant Yang was in the wrong, because according to convention, this was how it should be handled. Yin Shixiang's face darkened as he asked Special Assistant Yang for confirmation. Did you really ask Miss Gu to give that document to Speaker Long to sign? Yes, I remember giving the document to her and asking her to sign it after Speaker Long's meeting is over. Did she not finish her job? Special Assistant Yang pretended to ask the person on duty next to him, where did Miss Gu put the signed document? Special Assistant Yang, Miss Gu got off work on time today. She didn't bring any document to Speaker Long to sign. The person on duty expressed that he didn't know anything about this. Oh, then I'm sorry. Miss Gu was probably too busy today and forgot to bring it to Speaker Long to sign. You also know that she's a newcomer, so we can't be too harsh on newcomers. How about this? When she comes tomorrow, I'll ask her to bring the document to Speaker Long to sign. What do you think? Special Assistant Yang twirled the pen in his hand and asked happily. There's no need. Yin Shixiang glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's increasingly impatient gaze and quickly said, There's no need to trouble you. I'll come over right away to retrieve the document and personally bring it to Speaker Long to sign. Special Assistant Yang was unhappy. Colonel Yin, I already said that Speaker Long is sleeping now. What's the big deal? Can't you wait until tomorrow? This was the second update, and the monthly votes had arrived at 900 plus updates. Today, he believed in his comrades' fighting spirit, and the monthly votes were almost in the Major General's hands. At 7 o'clock p.m., the third update. If there was a fourth update, please pay attention to the end of the third update. Chapter 10:18. What's the big deal? Why would I call you at 1:30 in the middle of the night if it's not a big deal? In Shixiang was really angry. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to punch Special Assistant Yang in the face. Colonel In, how can you say that? Special Assistant Yang's expression darkened. We work overtime every day. It's already 1:30 in the morning, and we're still working in the office. Whose job isn't important? Moreover, Speaker Long is the stabilizing force of the Senate. To the people of the nation, Speaker Long's health is the most important. All right, I'll talk to you later. I still have a few documents to deal with. We'll talk tomorrow morning. With that, he hung up. In Shixiang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. He actually hung up on him. After he clearly said that Hua Xiaoheng wanted to see Speaker Long, he still hung up on him? Did this person eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Or did he have prematurely dementia? In Shixiang turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and said incredulously. Special Assistant Yang said that no matter how important it is, we have to wait until tomorrow. Speaker Long's health is the most important thing. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the desk. He narrowed his eyes. Really? Is Special Assistant Yang teaching us how to be human? Or is he teaching us how to do things? Both. In Shixiang nodded fiercely. Should we teach him back? Hua Xiaoheng straightened up. Let's go. The two left the temporary command center of the Senate building and took the elevator to Speaker Long's office. Speaker Long's status was special. An entire floor of the Senate was under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Office. The Secretariat was the head of this place. When Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang stepped into the Dragon Office's Secretariat, the staff working overtime in the Secretariat thought they were seeing things. Two tall and imposing men in military uniforms walked in, and the air in the entire Secretariat area seemed to freeze. After a while, someone recognized them as Major General Hua, who was sent by General Ji to monitor the interim election. The slightly shorter man beside him was his personal secretary, Colonel In Shixiao. Major General Hua, why did you come in person? You could have just given me a call if you needed anything. Why did you have to come here personally? Executive Assistant Yang walked out of the small office quickly and extended his hand to Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hold his hand. He merely looked at him calmly and said, I want to see Speaker Long. You said I couldn't do it when I called, so I had no choice but to come personally. Executive Assistant Yang shook his head and smiled. He casually looked around, and one of his trusted subordinates hurried over to help. Major General Hua, right? Our Special Assistant Yang is also thinking about Senior Speaker Long's health. You also know that there are priorities. Look, it's almost dawn anyway. Before that person could finish, In Shixiang had already interrupted him with a sneer. Where did this pheasant come from to add a scene to himself? Is our chief talking to you? The man's face turned red from In Shixiang's sarcasm. He straightened his neck and said unhappily, Colonel In, why are you scolding me? What did I say wrong? What did you say wrong? I don't think you've said anything right. In Shixiang took a step forward and stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng. His eyes scanned the faces of all the staff working overtime in the Secretariat. His gaze fell on Executive Assistant Yang's face, and he said with a fierce expression, How dare you not answer the chief's question? If you were in the military, you would have been grounded by now. Executive Assistant Yang took off his gold-rimmed glasses and picked up a cloth to wipe them slowly. He laughed and said, Colonel In, do you know where you are? The Senate? Isn't it? In Shixiang deliberately looked around. The few female staff members who were sneaking glances at him lowered their heads and blushed. Their hearts were pounding from his devilish smile. Yes, this is not the military. So you don't have to show off your rules in the Senate, do you? Executive Assistant Yang put on his glasses and looked at his watch. It's almost 2 o'clock. Speaker Long is old and doesn't sleep well. He wakes up early in the morning and will be awake in about 3 hours. Major General Hua, do you want to rest here or return to the temporary command room first and wait for me to call you in 3 hours? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said calmly, I want to see Speaker Long. Now, immediately. There was no room for compromise at all. Executive Assistant Yang was a little annoyed. Yes, Hua Xiaoheng was in a high position. He was 2 years younger than Executive Assistant Yang, but he had already climbed to such a high position. Executive Assistant Yang claimed that he didn't have a good father, so he couldn't become a young talent like Hua Xiaoheng. But he couldn't bully others with his power. Did he think the people in the Senate were pushovers that anyone could bully? Executive Assistant Yang's expression darkened. Major General Hua, I already said that Speaker Long will be awake in 3 hours. Can't you wait a little longer? Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and shook his head seriously. No, I want to see Speaker Long. Immediately. He repeated what he said earlier, and his expression grew colder. His low voice should have been pleasant, but the pressure in it made people shudder. Executive Assistant Yang bared his teeth. This was outrageous. He was treating this place like his Special Operations Forces. Look at how arrogant he was. He probably didn't even remember his own surname. Executive Assistant Yang cursed Hua Xiaoheng in his heart, and his expression was very unpleasant. He thought about it for a while and said, How about I try to make a call for you? I already said that Speaker Long is sleeping. His house isn't like here, where no one answers the phone 24 hours a day. If Speaker Long can answer the phone 24 hours a day, then what's the use of a secretariat? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Executive Assistant Yang calmly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Executive Assistant Yang, please don't forget your duty. Malfeasance is a serious crime in your case. Major General Hua, I also studied law. Don't use the law to scare me. Executive Assistant Yang finally said sarcastically, I'm just doing things by the book. You're used to being privileged, so naturally, you won't understand our difficulties. Special Assistant Yang, every word you say today will be used as evidence against you. Yin Shixiang pointed at the surveillance cameras in the Secretariat office area. I want a copy of the footage here to take away. Take away? Why do you have to do that? Executive Assistant Yang was so angry that he laughed. Let me tell you, everything I said today is backed up by evidence. I definitely won't violate any laws. Won't violate laws just because you have evidence? Executive Assistant Yang, your legal knowledge is mediocre. Hua Xiaoheng calmly looked away and didn't want to argue with him anymore. Big Xiong, bring the documents over. We're going to look for Speaker Long. Executive Assistant Yang gritted his teeth and didn't dare to reason with Hua Xiaoheng anymore. He asked his subordinates to rummage through the pile of documents and found a craft envelope that Yin Shixiang had brought that morning at the very bottom. Here, I don't know who stuffed it here. Look, it's still well sealed. No one has touched it. Does Speaker Long know about this? Hua Xiaoheng asked before he left. Executive Assistant Yang thought about it. You'll have to ask Miss Gu about this. I only remember telling her that I told her, but I don't know if she asked Speaker Long. It was the third watch. P.S. It's already 2:30 a.m. here, so I can't write anymore. It's the third watch today. Let's see if I'll be stimulated by the monthly votes tomorrow. Chapter 1019. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Special Assistant Yang and said calmly, Looks like it's all Miss Gu's fault. Special Assistant Yang smiled and spread his hands. I didn't say that. But justice is in the hearts of people, so we'll have to ask Miss Gu when she comes to work in the morning. However, I still say that Miss Gu is an intern and a newcomer. She was just beaten up by the people from the office of the Prime Minister for the sake of the Senate, so I definitely won't blame her. No matter what she did, I don't think Speaker Long will pursue it. Major General Hua, don't worry. She has you as her backer. If she does something wrong, I will definitely take the blame for her. She won't have any responsibility. As he spoke, he placed his right hand on his chest and gave Hua Xiaoheng a 90-degree bow. Special Assistant Yang, what do you mean? Yin Shixiang couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to slap Special Assistant Yang's hand. Does Miss Gu have an irreconcilable grudge against you? Why are you trying to defame her like this? Colonel, you have to be reasonable. When did I say anything to defame her? I want to put her on a pedestal. You all heard it just now, and the surveillance cameras also recorded it. I said that even if she did something wrong, I will take the blame for her. You can rest assured, Miss Gu will definitely be fine. If anything happens to me, I won't let anything happen to her. Special Assistant Yang spoke with certainty, as if he couldn't be nicer to Gu Nianji. In Shixiang also had a sharp tongue. Seeing that Special Assistant Yang was playing word games with him, he couldn't help but fight back. Hua Xiaoheng coughed lightly. Let's go see Speaker Long first. It's more urgent there. In Shixiang could only glare at Special Assistant Yang before turning to leave the Senate building with Hua Xiaoheng. When the two of them sat in the car, In Shixiang said angrily, Hua Xiao, why didn't you let me continue? Why did you let him put the blame on Nianji? Special Assistant Yang said he would take the blame for Gu Nianji, but it was actually a surefire way to advance. If Gu Nianji was really the one who caused the trouble, and Special Assistant Yang took the blame for Gu Nianji, then both Hua Xiaoheng and Speaker Long would owe him a favor. If Gu Nianji hadn't caused the trouble, then Special Assistant Yang had purposely made things difficult for Gu Nianji. However, he had said that he was taking the blame for Gu Nianji. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Gu Nianji who had caused the trouble, and Special Assistant Yang, as her superior, had not pursued the matter. He did both the good and the bad. In office politics, this kind of person was almost at the pinnacle. Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, this is Nianji's problem. Let her handle it herself. But she's just an intern. In Shixiang shouted. How reassured are you? What if Special Assistant Yang successfully shifted the blame to her? This matter can be big or small. You're not really going to let Nianji handle it alone, are you? She wants to develop her career in the Senate, so Special Assistant Yang can be her practice partner. If she can't even handle Special Assistant Yang, she might as well become a lawyer. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about this anymore. Call Speaker Long's house and tell them we're here to see Speaker Long. While In Shixiang was making the call, Special Assistant Yang was also making a call to Speaker Long's house. Speaker Long's house also had an office, and there were people on duty 24 hours a day. Special Assistant Yang's call was picked up first. He smiled and said, Major General Hua has something to discuss with Speaker Long. Keep an eye on him and don't disturb Speaker Long's sleep. The person on duty was also a member of the Senate Secretariat. When he heard this, he immediately said, Got it, Special Assistant Yang. Don't worry, we will definitely ensure Speaker Long's sleep time. In Shixiang called several times before the person on the other end picked up and asked him what was the matter. In Shixiang said directly, Major General Hua, who is supervising the interim election, has an urgent matter to discuss with Speaker Long immediately. Please pass on this to Speaker Long. The person on the other end was very polite. Okay, I'll pass on the message as soon as Speaker Long wakes up. He then hung up. When In Shixiang called again, he couldn't get through. King retard. In Shixiang cursed under his breath and put away his phone. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, they're on the same page as Special Assistant Yang. They said they can only see us when Speaker Long wakes up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded leisurely. Not bad. I wonder if Speaker Long knows that his subordinates have already taken over his position. In Shixiang froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. Could this be the reason why Speaker Long is looking for a successor outside? His own secretariat is already too big to handle. I'm not sure about that. Hua Xiaoheng looked noncommittal. He rarely explained anything to In Shixiang and the others. For a soldier, obeying orders was their duty. What was there to explain? Would they stop if they didn't explain? There was no such thing. The two of them stopped talking and quickly arrived at Speaker Long's house. Speaker Long's house was a very secluded courtyard house on 2nd Ring Road in the imperial capital. It wasn't far from Bai Jinxing's courtyard house. Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang got out of the car and stood in front of Speaker Long's courtyard house, waiting for Fan Jian to ring the doorbell. After a few minutes, someone yawned and opened the door. What's the matter? It's the middle of the night. Can't you let me sleep? The person opened the door while muttering. Under the dim yellow streetlight, he looked up and saw two men in military uniforms standing in front of him. He was instantly frightened, and his legs began to tremble. Who are you looking for? The person asked nervously. He didn't recognize who the two men were. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Xixiang had been to Speaker Long's house before, but it was the time when people were the most sleepy. The person didn't have enough sleep, so his IQ and memory were in a state of decline. He was instantly shocked by the two men's military uniforms. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked down at the limestone steps in front of Speaker Long's house. He didn't say a word. Yin Xixiang stepped forward and said, "We were sent by the military. This is our Major General Hua. He has an urgent matter to see Speaker Long." The person was now fully awake and quickly opened the door. "Oh, it's Major General Hua. Please come in. Please come in." This person was the old gatekeeper of Speaker Long's house. He usually saw a lot of people, and because he only wanted to be a gatekeeper, he didn't have many conflicts of interest. Therefore, he knew the situation at the top of the imperial capital better than Special Assistant Yang. He recognized it was Hua Xiaoheng and immediately let him in without hesitation. After entering, he took the initiative to go to the main house to find someone and ask Speaker Long to speak. The secretary on duty in Speaker Long's secretariat remembered Special Assistant Yang's instructions and still refused to wake Speaker Long up. With a disapproving expression, she said, "It's not a big deal. Don't you know that Speaker Long doesn't sleep well? Just wait for another 2 hours. It's not like the sky is going to collapse. The sky is not going to collapse. Something that can make Major General Hua personally visit in the middle of the night might really collapse." The gatekeeper was furious. "You're not going to wake him? I'll go. I've been with Grandfather Long for more than 40 years. Even if I disturb his sleep for an entire day, he won't do anything to me." As he spoke, he pushed the secretary on duty away and ran straight to Speaker Long's bedroom. The secretary on duty panicked and hurriedly said, "Hey, you can't do this. Don't you have any rules?" However, he couldn't do anything to this 60-year-old gatekeeper. He didn't intend to be promoted and wasn't a staff member of the Senate. As long as Speaker Long didn't blame him, his job as a gatekeeper would be secure. He could only watch as the gatekeeper opened the door to Speaker Long's bedroom. The person who opened the door was Speaker Long's wife. She said unhappily, "What's wrong? Old Long is still sleeping. He had a meeting all day yesterday and only came back after 10 at night. He only fell asleep when it was almost 1. What's the matter? Can't you keep your voice down?" The gatekeeper lowered his voice and said, "Mrs. Long, Major General Hua is here. He said he has an urgent matter to see Speaker Long." "Major General Hua? Which Major General Hua?" "Huh? You mean Major General Hua from the military?" Mrs. Long was shocked. Her intuition told her that it wasn't a trivial matter. She immediately said, "Take him to the study. I'll go wake old Long up." Mrs. Long hurried back to the bedroom and pushed Speaker Long. "Old Long? Old Long? Get up. Major General Hua is here. He said he has an urgent matter to see you." Speaker Long suddenly opened his eyes. "Who? Is Xiaoheng here?" "Yes. I asked someone to take him to your study." Mrs. Long brought some clothes over for Speaker Long to put on. "Go quickly. Don't delay." Speaker Long looked at his watch with a sullen expression. It was 2:30 in the morning. Something big must have happened for Hua Xiaoheng to come to see him at this hour. This was the first night watch. At 1 in the afternoon, the monthly ticket was 1,200 plus night watch. At 7 in the evening, the third night watch. At 10 in the evening, the monthly ticket was 1,500 plus night watch. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.